Chapter 7:17. Flying cranes cried out, flying in the sky leisurely, showing off their beautiful bodies. A cool breeze blew, causing the pine trees on Feihe Mountain to rustle. The sun was high up in the sky, but the bright sunlight could not shine into this dark underground secret room. The underground secret room was simple and crude, with stone walls all around. Other than the stone bed in the center, there was nothing else. The moist water vapor caused moss to grow between the cracks of the stones. On the stone bed, there was a rotting young rank 5 Gu master. It was Gu Fangjing. In order to sense Fang Yuan's location and cooperate with Yi Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fangjing was schemed against by Master Tenchiru and lost control of the failed blood demon flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood and his soul to be on the verge of collapse, falling into a state of unconsciousness. You want to revive Fangjing? Yi Fengyang stood beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea floating in the air. The spirit incubating flea stored Fang Yuan's Master Tenchiru's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Yes, Lord, I am willing to give up the chance of possession, please save Fangjing. Yi Fengyang looked at the unconscious Fangjing, saying softly, his injuries look terrifying, but it is not serious. I do not need to do anything, the sect has many methods to heal him. The most troublesome part was his soul. He forcefully sensed it, causing his soul to be greatly damaged, and is only a step away from collapsing. Actually, the current situation is suitable for you to possess. This body's aptitude is a grade to begin with, and it has a rank 5 aperture. Its soul is also extremely weak. If you want to possess it, you will not be able to do so. There is no suspense in the battle of the soul. Possession was your plan all along, wasn't it? Master Tenchiru laughed bitterly. Ever since he used his methods to harm Fangjing. In the bottom of Master Tenchiru's heart, Fangjing's face would always appear, and he would always recall the times he spent with Fangjing. Fangjing's innocence and dedication to justice always reminded him of his youth. Fangjing's revenge was so similar to his own experience. Your subordinate's original plan was indeed to possess Fangjing. However, at this moment, in this subordinate's heart, it was filled with reluctance and guilt. Logically speaking, he is Gyua's bloodline, but he keeps calling me master. He trusted me and never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice, just like I used to. If I kill him, the possession will succeed. From now on, she would live in his body. How can I face myself? Master Tenchiru sighed. Yi Fengyang was silent for a while. He suddenly raised his hand and lightly touched Fangjing's forehead. Green light flowed out of Yi Fengyang's palm like water, and quickly spread to Fangjing's entire body. Wherever the green light went, the swelling would disappear, the wounds would scab, and all the injuries could be seen with the naked eye. Rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fangjing's body had completely recovered. His breathing was steady and long, but he was still unconscious. I have healed all the injuries on his body, and also maintained his soul. As repayment for your help in the past, I will give you another chance, Sky Crane. You do not need to be in a hurry to give up on the possession, I will give you some time to consider. Yi Fengyang said. Lord, Yi Fengyang retracted his hand, the possession method we have is not complete, it originates from Northern Plains. Right now, my sect's Kanyang Lao Jun has already followed Feng Joga into Northern Plains, he has many sect missions on his shoulders. One of them is to collect more information and perfect the possession method. When he returns to the sect, Sky Crane, you will have a better chance to possess him. At that time, you will have already considered it carefully, give me your answer. Lord, before Master Tenchiru finished speaking, Yi Fengyang waved his sleeves and disappeared. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, an underground cave. The rainbow-colored light of wisdom shone on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression was uncertain. Guh. Suddenly, He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green zombie blood. At the same time, the countless joyful thoughts in his mind crumbled. This was the first time Feng Yuan was injured after using the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan left the light of wisdom. He found a small flesh mushroom and used it as a stool to sit down. He wiped away the zombie blood at the corner of his mouth while resisting the dizziness and checking his mind. His mind was unstable, all sorts of thoughts had just appeared when they automatically crumbled. The borders of his mind were showing signs of cracks. This was the backlash from Feng Yuan forcefully thinking earlier. At this moment, Feng Yuan only needed to think for his mind to feel intense pain. He simply closed his eyes and stopped all thoughts. He remained motionless like a stone statue. A long while later, he slowly opened his eyes and checked his mind again. The tremors in his mind had disappeared, but the four walls of his mind still had traces of injuries. The speed at which thoughts were produced was slower than before, but they would not crumble on their own. This meant that Feng Yuan could continue thinking. This injury was undoubtedly a valuable experience. It allowed Feng Yuan to learn many things. Thinking in wisdom path has its risks and can be injured. Like strength path cultivation, overexerting one's strength will cause the body's muscles to be injured or even rupture. This time, I used a lot of joyful thoughts to think about the star path problem, using the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. Finally, I exceeded the limit of my mind and got injured. I had wanted to use Wisdom Gu's power to deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe. But now, it seems that my star path foundation is too shallow. Unlimited inspiration brings countless possibilities and directions. Each possibility and direction needs to be deduced. And in the process of calculation, more choices will appear. Star Shoot Gu was Star Lord Wanxiang's unique Gu worm. Together with a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu, and other things, they could form the killer move, Spring Star Rain. Spring Star Rain's effect could cause many plants to grow. Feng Yuan had used this killer move several times to water his star fragment grass. But Star Shoot Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm. It could only be bought from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang earned a profit from this. Feng Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but he did not succeed, and was injured instead. Although Star Shoot Gu is Immortal Gu, Star Lord Wanxiang had tampered with it. It is hard to reverse deduce the Gu recipe. Unless my star path attainment reaches master level, it will be hard to succeed. Feng Yuan had a sudden realization. Star path master level represented the foundation of star path. It could greatly reduce the possibilities and directions of deductions, and help Feng Yuan get the correct answer faster. Feng Yuan deduced according to the difficulty, since reverse deducing Star Shoot Gu already requires star path master level. Then researching a brand new Gu recipe to refine Starlight Firefly Gu will be even harder. I should need star path grandmaster level. And modifying Do Min Jun's star path inheritance into a brand new star path Gu worm that can amplify the entire star path effect in terms of offense, defense, movement, and healing, that is even harder. I should need star path quasi-great grandmaster level at least. Starlight Firefly Gu was a necessary ingredient to open Stargate Gu, the more the better. And in Do Min Jun's inheritance, 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, 4 stars Cube Gu, and 5 stars Consecutive Gu, could strengthen the attack of Star Path Gu worms. If this was spread, Star Path Gu would definitely become very popular, and would have a slight influence on all the Gu master paths. Feng Yuan's original plan was to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu and Starlight Firefly Gu's recipes. One was to get rid of Star Lord Wanxiang's control, and another was to obtain more Starlight Firefly Gu to use in Stargates. And raising 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, a series of Star Path Gu's effects could be developed into a brand new Star Path killer move suitable for Feng Yuan, and raise his battle strength. But after putting it into practice, Fang Yuan realized that he had been thinking too much. Even if he had the light of wisdom and unlimited inspiration, his refinement path attainment was only master level, and his star path attainment was only ordinary. It was hard for him to realize his original plan. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I need to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my own advantages. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He was now a blood path grandmaster, strength path grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, refinement path master, enslavement path master, and transformation path master. He first eliminated blood path. Blood path Gu immortals were hated by everyone, because blood path cultivators harmed others and raised their battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were not willing to see such a strong threat from blood path Gu immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the order of the regions was in chaos, would blood path appear. Although Fang Yuan had blood deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the complete Gu recipe for the time being, and did not have the financial resources to refine blood deity immortal Gu. Moreover, his previous life's blood path inheritance had not been completed yet. He could not collect it in advance. Next, Fang Yuan eliminated strength path. Strength path had once flourished for a period of time, but now, it was on the decline. Even someone as talented as Chu Du would not be able to recreate the glory of strength path. A path's prosperity not only depended on genius Gu masters and Gu immortals, but also on resources. In the modern era, most of the resources used for strength path had disappeared, or were extremely rare. Strength path's prospects were not good, many Gu recipes were lost, and the future was bleak. Even though Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie, he did not want to walk this path. The reason he chose strength path was because it was convenient. It could be a springboard for him to casually change paths in the future. Later, he became a strength path immortal zombie because he was forced to do so at 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unless Fang Yuan was like He Lulan and had several strength path immortal Gu, he could rely on these immortal Gu to raise his battle strength. But this situation was not realistic for Fang Yuan. Blood path and strength path were not enough. Flying quasi-grandmaster was only a battle attainment. Refinement path was not good at fighting. Fang Yuan's remaining options were enslavement path and transformation path. But enslavement path required beast groups. Especially at the level of Gu immortals, ordinary wild beasts could not be used. The core of the beast groups had already risen from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to think for a long time. Chapter 7:18. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. He willed. The hair on his immortal zombie body grew rapidly, instantly forming a sinister pitch-black armor full of barbs. Icy drill stardust. Fang Yuan pinched with his 5 fingers, a lump of starlight formed in his hand. Small explosions could be heard from the starlight. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were countless icy drill particles inside, colliding with each other and exploding. Fang Yuan slowly pressed this lump of starlight on the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to crack. After more than 10 breaths of time, the area around the damaged area was dyed blue. A light blue frost started to spread. After more than 20 breaths of time, the hair armor completely shattered, forming a small hole on Fang Yuan's chest. This result was completely within Fang Yuan's expectations. Icy drill stardust was fused with Do Min Jun's inheritance. It could be sold for 4 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. As for the defensive killer move hair armor, it was only worth 2.5 immortal yuan stone. The starlight in his hand dissipated. Fang Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. But this hair armor was different from before. It was a new and improved version after so many days of experimentation. The hair armor quickly changed. The sinister barbs were useless to begin with, but now they were disappearing. The black iron-like color also changed, turning into a brass color. This was mainly because Fang Yuan had perfectly mixed a large number of golden lion hair goo on the original foundation. Golden lion hair goo was a rank 5 mortal goo. It could allow a goo master to grow golden lion hair. The increase in defense would be more effective against metal path attacks. After a few breaths of time, the black iron barbed armor disappeared. In its place was a streamlined brass armor that was twice as thick as the black armor from before. The helmet also turned into the shape of a roaring lion, the lion mouth opened wide, revealing Fang Yuan's face. His defense had also doubled in half. If it were to defend against metal path attacks, its defense would be twice as strong as before. Fang Yuan sent out another lump of starlight, and like before, he pressed it on the hair armor on his chest. The stardust kept grinding against the armor. But after a dozen or so breaths, when the starlight was almost exhausted, a crack appeared on the armor. "Let's call it lion fur armor," Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Then, he raised his 8 arms and released 8 balls of starlight. The starlight flew high into the sky and gathered into a large bowl. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, wearing the lion fur armor. He charged into the mass of stardust. The icy drill stardust kept exploding. From all directions, front, back, up and down, it crushed Fang Yuan's lion fur armor. Fang Yuan continued to activate the killer move lion fur armor, causing the cracks that appeared to quickly disappear. Fang Yuan persisted until the cluster of stars dissipated. Only then did he fly down with his head held high. There was not a single scar on his lion fur armor. This repair speed is about twice as fast as the previous armor. If he sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would sell very well. It can be sold for 4 half Immortal Yuan stone. Lion fur armor was one of the fruits of Fang Yuan's hard work. He flew into Dang Hun Palace. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was activating connecting heaven goo, paying close attention to jewel yellow skies. "What's the situation?" Fang Yuan asked. "Master, the other party is still asking for 4 Immortal Yuan stone, there is no sign of them relenting." Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit replied. Fang Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. The other party killed this bat desolate beast and sold its corpse in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had asked for the bat wings earlier, but the other party asked for 4 Immortal Yuan stone, and their attitude was unyielding, not willing to lower the price. For Immortal Yuan stone was no doubt a bit expensive. Back then, Fang Yuan had only spent 3 Immortal Yuan stones to buy the entire corpse of the 6-headed snake. According to the normal price, it would be 2.5 at most. Fang Yuan personally activated Divine Sense Goo, using the identity of 8-arm Immortal to contact the seller, saying, "I am willing to pay 3 Immortal Yuan stone to buy your bat wings." But the sellers will shook its head, not selling, at least 4 Immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan snorted, "Sir is too greedy, your desolate beast wings are damaged, normally they can only be sold for 2.5 Immortal Yuan stone. If not for the fact that I want to research some new goo and need this material, I would not even ask." The seller's will's tone softened, sighing, "I have no other choice, I suffered huge losses in hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood has already flowed dry, and I am heavily injured. If I cannot sell it for this price, my finances will collapse, and even my injuries will be delayed. What does your life or death have to do with me? Besides, how can I believe your one-sided story? 3 Immortal Yuan stone, are you selling it or not?" Fang Yuan said coldly. "Not selling." Fang Yuan heard this and immediately retracted his divine sense. A moment later, he ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to ask for the price again, as he showed an attitude as if his patience was about to run out. "How about this? I am willing to pay 3 Immortal Yuan stone to buy your bat wings. Just say it, are you selling it or not?" This time, the seller's will hesitated, but he shook his head, this pair of bat wings is the most valuable part of the desolate beast's corpse. If Sir wants to buy the bat wings alone, my remaining parts will be even harder to sell. If you are sincere, why don't you pay 5 immortal yuan stone to buy this desolate beast's corpse? Little Hu Immortal and Fong Yuan conversed for a while, before answering, I only need the bat wings, why would I need anything else? I've already wasted enough time here. 3 immortal yuan stone is already a lot, I will pay 3 half immortal yuan stone, this is my bottom line. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. The seller's will was clearly shaken, he muttered, can I consider it? The land spirit urged, my patience has a limit, I will give you 5 breaths of time. As time drags on, I might go back on my words. For breaths of time passed, the seller's will heaved a long sigh. He knew that although desolate beast corpses had a huge market, his selling price was indeed too high. Gu immortals were shrewd people, there were too few who would spend money recklessly. Alright, I will sell it to you. The seller's will was about to agree, but right at this time, a divine sense interrupted him. Wait, I want this bad desolate beast corpse, I will give you 5 immortal yuan stone. Oh. Sir is Immortal Monkey King. This change naturally made the seller overjoyed. If he sold the bat wings to Fong Yuan for 3.5 immortal yuan stone, the remaining parts of the corpse would be extremely damaged, it would be a miracle if he could sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone. Now, Immortal Monkey King Shirley interfered and was willing to pay 5 immortal yuan stone, the seller was naturally willing to accept this proposal. Wait, our transaction has already been settled. Immortal Monkey King, you suddenly came out to disturb us, what is this? Who Immortal Land Spirit was indignant. What settled? Shirley sneered, are you joking? Doing business in jewel yellow skies, is it first come first served? Whoever offers the highest price will naturally get to sell. Since the transaction has not been completed, then the deal has not been settled. Saying so, Shirley said to the seller's Gu Immortal, hey, kid, you have made a profit this time, aren't you going to complete the transaction? The seller's will was about to nod when Hu Immortal Land Spirit received Fong Yuan's instructions and immediately stopped him. Wait, I will pay 5.5 immortal yuan stone. Adding only half is too stingy. I will pay 7 immortal yuan stone. Shirley said in an overbearing manner. Hu Immortal Land Spirit's tone turned gloomy, in that case, I will pay 8 immortal yuan stone. 8? Shirley laughed heartily, then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu Immortal Land Spirit continued. That seller's will had not expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirley was stunned before laughing loudly. Good, Hu Immortal, you are indeed a guts-goo dealer, you have so much money. I will not compete with a junior like you this time. It is merely a broken desolate beast corpse, I hope you will be in a good mood when you take it back. After laughing, the divine sense retreated, it was very straightforward. Lord Hu Immortal, what you said earlier, you weren't just saying it casually, right? The seller's will had a flattering smile as he stammered. It seemed his words were not false, he was indeed a poor rank 6 Gu Immortal. Doing business requires honesty, would my words be false? Hu Immortal Land Spirit coldly snorted. Soon after, both sides completed the transaction. The seller obtained 9.5 immortal yuan stone, while Fong Yuan obtained the bad desolate beast corpse. After this transaction, Fong Yuan checked his wealth again, he had 172 immortal yuan stones, and 77 green grape immortal essence beads. Up until now, Fong Yuan had already sold 6 batches of guts goo, 1 batch every month, and each batch brought him 48 immortal yuan stones. In these 6 months, Fong Yuan had completed another transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's Immortal Goo recipe, and obtained over 20 immortal yuan stones. But after feeding 8 desolate beasts and refining large amounts of immortal yuan stones, he obtained green grape immortal essence. After using green grape Immortal Essence to reverse Deduce Star Path Goo recipe, he made a breakthrough in transformation path and upgraded his killer move. Not only did he modify the defensive killer move Hair Armor into Lion Fur Armor, he even improved Light Illusion Bat Wings by a huge step. But to complete the brand new Light Illusion Bat Wings, he still needed to graft a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to buy this bat desolate beast corpse. Immortal Monkey King Shirley asked me to pay 3 or 4 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I'll keep this in mind. Shirley was a higher-up of Combat Immortal sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, after Feng Jioga died, he replaced Feng Jioga and became Central Continent's #1 battle strength. He was an Earth Path expert, but secretly cultivated Transformation Path, and obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had wanted to raise the price of Guts Goo to combat Immortal sect, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. For the next half a month, he concentrated on dealing with the bat desolate beast corpse. He carefully cut off the bat wings, and did more than a dozen meticulous treatments to maintain them. Next, he used Fire Path Goo worms and Strength Path Goo worms to refine the bat wings. The bat wings, which were originally very wide, continued to shrink. Chapter 719. A wind wolf lowered its head, its 4 limbs were almost crawling as it moved through the lush grassland. The prey it had set its eyes on was a pink rabbit. The rabbit's ears were perked up, listening to every movement. The rabbit's head was buried in a large flower, absorbing the pollen to eat. A cool breeze blew on this hill, the green grass was lush and flowers were blooming, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit did not notice it. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow flitted across the ground. The pink flower rabbit was shocked, raising its head. Even though Immortal Blessed Land did not have eagle groups, it still ran away in fright, coincidentally escaping the calamity and causing the wind wolf to return empty-handed. Feng Yuan, who was flying in the air, saw this scene. Involuntarily, he had a thought: now that I have ample funds and my blessed land has become a dead aperture, I might as well manage Immortal Blessed Land first. After my trip to Northern Plains, the beast groups in Immortal Blessed Land have fallen to rock bottom, they are very sparse. I am already selling Guts Goo, if I carry out the Rockmen trade, it would be superfluous. Immortal is an enslavement path Immortal Blessed Land is a grassland, it is most suitable for raising fox groups. If I manage Immortal Blessed Land and make it full of vitality, the rate of green grape Immortal Essence production will be higher. Little Immortal can use this green grape Immortal Essence to reduce my own Immortal Essence expenditure. When I revive in the future, if I merge Immortal Blessed Land, the benefits will be even greater. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. Ever since he successfully transplanted the bat wings to his back, this was his 3rd test flight. The condensed bat wings. Even with its full strength, it could not reach half the length of Feng Yuan's arm. It was yellowish-brown in color and looked rather small. It was not as impressive as the light illusion bat wings from before. But Feng Yuan did not care about the appearance, he cared more about its practical value. The brand new light illusion bat wings doubled Feng Yuan's speed, and at the same time, greatly increased his flight endurance. After all, the previous bat wings were just a shadow, but the current bat wings were real. But the bat wings now were genuine meat wings. The flesh membrane, fur, bones, and flesh of the bat wings had all been compressed and purified by Feng Yuan over and over again. In the bat wings, there were many goo worms. These goo worms living in the bat wing flesh skin goo could form the improved movement killer move, light illusion bat wings. No. It was no longer practical to use the term light illusion bat wings to name this killer move. Let's call it true solid bat wings. Fong Yuan gave this modified movement killer move a new name. He was much more satisfied with this movement killer move, true solid bat wings, than the lion fur armor. To be placed in the jewel yellow skies. This movement killer move. It could be sold for as much as 6 immortal yuan stone. This was because the solid return bat wings had great potential. Just having a pair of bat wings was not its limit. At most, it could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings. The owner of these 3 pairs of bat wings was at least a desolate beast. Of course, it would be even better if it was an ancient desolate beast or a primordial desolate beast. If the 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings were successfully transplanted onto Fong Yuan's back, his speed would increase by more than 3 times. Light illusion bat wings was one of the most widely used movement killer moves during the 5 regions chaotic war with the highest cost-performance ratio. Based on its foundation. If his speed increased by more than 3 times, it would be very outstanding. Even though he did not need to use movement immortal goo like Worldly Wave Trace or Rising Azure Cloud. But if Fong Yuan met Plump Lady again, with just the latter's light sand escape, she would not be able to escape from Fong Yuan's pursuit. The sound of wind could be heard as Fong Yuan flapped the wings on his back, his body rising into the sky. After flying to the sky, Fong Yuan closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feeling of the air currents brushing past his bat wings. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was almost 0. This was both a strength and a weakness. When Fong Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he was willing to put an effort to preserve the sense of pain and touch of the bat wings. Only by doing so could he clearly and truly feel the feedback brought by each flap of the wings. He could feel the strength of the air currents, and the state of the bat wings. Losing the sense of pain would make people numb. This allowed Fong Yuan to fight even more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required fine control, especially Fong Yuan's flying attainment. It had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by recovering his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his flying attainment. If it was the rigid bat wings, they would feel very rough, especially in intense battles. When he relied on the bat wings, the minute feeling would bring about exquisite responses and changes, while the opposite would be rough and rash. With my movement ability strengthened, I can advance and retreat at will. After gathering 3 pairs of bat wings, true solid bat wings can be considered outstanding among mortal killer moves. It is only slightly inferior to my Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He had a Strength Path Immortal body. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo had the Law of Water Path. When Fong Yuan used this Immortal Goo, Water Path and Strength Path were not perfectly compatible. There would be a disadvantage of restraining each other. If a Fire Path Goo Immortal used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, their speed would be even slower than Fong Yuan. It was most suitable for Water Path Goo Immortals. Using the same Immortal Goo would expend the same amount of Immortal Essence, but the speed would be faster. Most importantly, true solid bat wings was a mortal killer move. It was much better than using Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. This was human wisdom. Through the combination of many mortal goo, it could form an effect that was slightly inferior to Immortal Goo. Using goo, nurturing goo, and refining goo, they were all profound and profound. Desolate beast corpses are rare. Even if goo immortals sell new beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I need to take the initiative. It seems it is time to take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 and 9 immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner was the rank 8 Goo Immortal 7-star child from 1,700 years ago. 7-star child had died long ago, in Fong Yuan's previous life. One day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from the sky of Central Continent, breaking into dozens of immortal aperture fragments that scattered all over Central Continent. Fong Yuan was already a Goo Immortal, but he could not enter this Grotto Heaven fragment. The Grotto Heaven fragment world was already very weak. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was too high. If he entered, he would directly shatter the extremely weak Grotto Heaven fragment. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Bloodwing Demon sect and a group of elite subordinates. After fighting with several Gu immortals, everyone divided a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fang Yuan and the other immortals sent their own Gu master disciples and subordinates to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world and obtain resources. Fang Yuan left a will in the minds of his capable subordinates to monitor and guide them. Thus, he was quite familiar with the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. At this time in this life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high in the sky above the 9 heavens. It has not fallen or broken into pieces. I have the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my memories, so I can use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance and plunder resources. I remember that there are many desolate beasts in the Grotto Heaven. There are even ancient desolate beasts, among which there is a star demon bat desolate beast. I will enter this time to kill the star demon bat and obtain the bat wings. At the same time, I can also observe the situation and see if there is a possibility of capturing a desolate beast and bringing it to the land spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. There were many places similar to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in Fang Yuan's memories. But it was not that the time was not right, it was extremely dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was far from being destroyed. It was many times stronger than in Fang Yuan's previous life. In my previous life, I only sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world indirectly. At that time, the heavenly spirit no longer existed. But in this life, if I go in and explore, the heavenly spirit should still be alive and can activate all of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's defenses. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to enter and explore. Fang Yuan did not know much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He could only use his previous life's experience to make deductions. In his previous life, he was not the biggest beneficiary of this fortuitous encounter. The one who rose up with this fortuitous encounter was a rank 8 immortal zombie. All along, the 10 great ancient sects had suffered losses at the hands of this immortal zombie. Later, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch and easily defeated the previous branch leader. He called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie and sat firmly on the number 1 position. He had once stirred up winds and clouds. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, he was an ambitious and ruthless overlord. As for the true Starry Sky heavenly spirit, Fang Yuan had not seen it personally. He did not know the conditions for a Grotto Heaven to recognize a master. Several days later, He Lulan brought Strength Chi Immortal Gu and arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. In Fang Yuan's stone nest, Sheath Fang Yuan and thousands of hairy men worked together to refine the 8th batch of air sac Gu. After this, He Lulan did not leave immediately. She stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Fang Yuan's information about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With just Fang Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was currently cooperating with Qin Baixing. Mountain Pledge Gu was showing its brilliance, allowing Qin Baixing to form alliances and eliminate his hostility. He was also preparing for an unprecedentedly grand auction in Northern Plains. Qin Baixing's reward to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits in front of her, Fairy Li Shan naturally chose Qin Baixing and gave up on this cooperation with Fang Yuan. As for Tai Bai Yunqing, he was currently with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land in the deep sea. Even though Tai Bai Yunqing wanted to help his junior brother Fang Yuan, he was affected by death and immortal Gu. He could not split himself and could only helplessly help. Only He Lulan was free. She agreed to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with Fang Yuan. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance's agreement, this was a joint exploration. Fang Yuan did not have the obligation to compensate He Lulan twice the amount of her losses. At the same time, the battle spoils were split according to Fang Yuan's 60% and He Lulan's 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel according to the scene in his mind. He tried 3 to 4 times, but did not succeed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. The scene in his memory was also a part of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but it had already crashed back then, and the scene had changed. Thankfully, there were many scenes in Feng Yuan's memory. After more than 10 attempts, and spending more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. Chapter 720. The trees in front of him were lush and green, the foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Feng Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green, it was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows. They were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white respectively. Feng Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture and He Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby. Feng Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a goo immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence. They could use mortal goo as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative goo worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, they could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground, and when they breathed, they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed, the situation is not right. He Lulan stopped moving, saying to Feng Yuan with a solemn expression. Feng Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, that's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain, or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same. He Lulan raised her head, let's fly up. The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus, they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Feng Yuan and He Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Feng Yuan and He Lulan's investigative goo were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the Starry Sky spirit has already started to target the two of us? He Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the Grotto Heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction and obscuring our true perception. It was a pity. I don't have an investigative killer move yet. Feng Yuan said. Don't you have wisdom path methods? Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. He Lulan frowned and asked. Fong Yuan shook his head. I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special. I cannot determine the direction. Do you have an investigative killer move? Hei Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength. Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fish chi. Fish chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears, they had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that Hei Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Fong Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for Hei Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at Hei Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped Hei Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. Hei Lulan had once used it in Northern Plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment, she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by Hei Lulan. The lower half was in the ground, but it was heavily tilted, the soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam bam bam, Hei Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake. Rocks and rocks flew, ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Fong Yuan flew into the air and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and Hei Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest, he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wildflowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique, it should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious. The place where we came in is precisely this forest. The strength path phantom giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Fong Yuan. Even with Fong Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest form no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem. Because he was the source of the information. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over Central Continent. In the Grotto Heaven fragment world that Fong Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale, and many were destroyed, thus they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Fong Yuan, although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life, he came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven early. The situation was different, he could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. The strength path phantom giant looked at these ancient trees. Even if you don't say it, I also have the same plan. When the two had collected 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of this mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast roared. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint. Its target was Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan's strength path phantom giant did not have the cover of the forest. It was very obvious. Fong Yuan looked over, seeing that this desolate beast was the size of a small mountain, its body covered in azure blue fur, glossy. Be it its head, abdomen, back, tail or limbs, they all had star-like stripes. These stripes gave off waves of weak blue light. Fong Yuan only took a glance and recognized this beast. He immediately reminded Hei Lulan, this is a star-desolate hound, it should be the overlord of this mountain. We need to probe it. See what kind of battle strength the desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven have. If they are weak, don't casually kill them, it is best to capture them alive, I have other uses for them. Hei Lulan frowned. Although she had the strength extreme immortal physique, she had several great strength path immortal goo. It was not difficult to kill desolate beasts, but there was still some distance from capturing them alive. But at this time, Fang Yuan said, "You attack, I will support. Act according to the situation. If we can really capture them, I will use Immortal Yuan Stone to pay you." "Alright, it is settled." He Lulan was not a hesitant person, she shouted. The Strength Path Phantom Giant took large strides. Bam bam bam. It charged towards the Star Desolate Hound. The Star Desolate Hound looked down from above and fiercely dove down, pouncing on the Strength Path Phantom Giant. He Lulan was not to be outdone. She immediately used her fists and legs to wrestle with the Star Desolate Hound. Two huge figures rolled from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain like gourds. Along the way, they were like a huge bulldozer, crushing trees, crushing rocks, and crushing birds and beasts that could not escape in time into meat paste. Fang Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not smash down. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant and the Star Desolate Hound alternated between each other, rolling down and entangling like a wheel. In close combat, the battle was in a stalemate. The attacks changed so quickly that even an old demon like Fang Yuan could not find a chance to attack. Rumble, dust rose, the giant and the desolate beast rolled to the foot of the mountain, finally stopping. The Star Desolate Hound had great strength, pouncing on the giant. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were as sharp as swords and halberds. It was about to bite down. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity, his 8 arms swayed, and the 8 lumps of starlight that had been prepared in his hands smashed down together. Bang bang bang, amidst the successive explosions, the Star Desolate Hound angrily barked. Its attack was interrupted. The huge hound's head swayed left and right, shaking off the starlight. But at this time, He Lulan had already obtained the crucial information, and launched a sinister attack. The Strength Path Phantom Giant bent its knee, aiming at the vital point between the Star Desolate Hound's 2 hind legs. It fiercely struck. "Ayo!" The Star Desolate Hound immediately let out an extremely mournful cry. Its huge body jumped away as if it had been electrocuted, and jumped around in the dense forest. Fang Yuan immediately pounced, not giving the Star Desolate Hound any chance to catch its breath. He flew in the air, his bat wings flapping, bringing his body as nimble as a fly. Lumps of starlight smashed down, not leaving the Star Desolate Hound's eyes, mouth, anus and other vital points. The Star Desolate Hound was beaten until it jumped around, facing Fang Yuan's crafty attacks. Its front and back were gradually unable to block them, and it howled in pain. The Star Desolate Hound also had defensive wild goo on its body. But facing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, ordinary wild goo's defensive effect was not good. Instead, because of resisting Icy Drill Stardust, the defensive wild goo were rapidly dying. On the other side, He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant had already stood up. As expected of a desolate beast, He Lulan sighed inwardly. The Strength Path killer move that had never failed before was actually unable to resist the Star Desolate Hound's tyrannical beast strength. Especially the Strength Path Phantom Giant, it was an extreme transformation of the killer move, but it was still not the Star Desolate Hound's match. In that case, let me use Self-Strength Immortal Goo. He Lulan snickered, and was about to make a move. Suddenly, from the 2 neighboring mountain peaks, familiar dog barks could be heard. Next, 2 female Star Desolate Hounds entered Fang Yuan and He Lulan's vision. Chapter 721. As the 3 Star Desolate Hounds chased after them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan retreated. It was not that they could not defeat the 3 desolate beasts, but if they were to fight, they would have to use all their strength to defeat them. As for Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they were currently in the unfamiliar environment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They did not have any deep hatred with the 3 desolate beasts. Only a person with a screw loose in his head would fight with all his strength. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were both astute people. This time they came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to explore. They should be more cautious, and preserve their battle strength to deal with any accidents. Especially the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, it had not appeared at all. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. The moment Feng Yuan and He Lulan entered, they would be detected immediately. Feng Yuan took the lead, constantly flapping the wings on his back. He flew extremely fast. He did not dare to fly high in the sky, he only flew at a low altitude. He Lulan flew much slower than Feng Yuan. She landed behind him. She could not help but look deeply at the wings on Feng Yuan's back. She secretly compared in her heart, Feng Yuan's current speed is not extraordinary, I can also reach it. But he is so nimble, his direction is so precise, he can even go around the lush treetops and branches. After traveling for nearly 10 li, the 3-star desolate hounds behind them stopped. They gave up on He Lulan and Feng Yuan. They did not continue their pursuit. The two stopped on a large tree and rested. Feng Yuan stood on the treetops, trying his best to determine his direction. The surrounding green peaks were not far from each other, but they were also connected. Some of the peaks were covered with green pines. Some of the peaks were just shrubs. Some of the peaks did not even have trees, they were covered with grass and wildflowers. These were all obvious signs of human activity. Nature would not have such neat work. Feng Yuan could see the reason. The master of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had divided these peaks into different breeding and cultivation areas. In this way, the production of specific products could be increased. It seems like the owner of this Grotto Heaven has put a lot of effort into managing it. He Lulan walked up to Feng Yuan and looked around. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed. The terrain in his memory was vastly different from the one in front of him. Could it be that a few hundred years later, the landscape of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven changed so much that it was different when it collapsed and fell? In this way, Feng Yuan's memories from his past life would no longer be able to play a valuable role as a guide. He Lulan's gaze landed on the small bat wings on Feng Yuan's back. She asked with even more interest, "Your killer move looks pretty good, where did you buy it?" According to the Snow Mountain Covenant, Feng Yuan could not deceive He Lulan, but he could choose to keep it a secret. But True's solid bat wings killer move was Feng Yuan's usual method, there was nothing to hide. He answered frankly, "This killer move was modified based on the previous killer move, it is suitable for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, I will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back." He Lulan heard this and frowned. She pursued strength, she had no qualms about damaging her image. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Like our Gu immortal bodies, Tao marks are carved on them, they are closer to certain laws. Your wings should not have strength path Tao marks, they are closer to wind path. You are transplanting them so casually, aren't you afraid of strength path and wind path interfering with each other, causing the strength path killer move's power to fall? Feng Yuan chuckled. Do you know that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable can transform into all kinds of fierce beasts? Of course. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, he is the ancestor of Transformation Path. He Lulan said. The essence of Transformation Path is to transform into a fierce beast or plant, possessing their strength and methods. A Transformation Path Gu Master can transform into a Wind Path bird, a Fire Path tiger, and a Water Path fish. Using one path to reflect all paths. Why don't they have the interference of their Tao marks? Feng Yuan asked. A Transformation Path Gu Master who purely transformed was not considered to have reached a higher level. A true transformation would not only change the outer appearance, the transformed beast body would also have the corresponding Tao marks. A Gu immortal who transformed into a desolate beast would not only possess the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast, they would also be able to amplify the effects of the Gu worms of the corresponding path. That is because every time they transform, they will only transform into one type of fierce beast, they will only have one type of Tao marks on their body, unlike you who have two types of Tao marks mixed together, like a Gu master who cultivates two paths at the same time. Moreover, after they transform, they will use the corresponding Gu worms to cleanse their body and wash away the remaining Tao marks. Only then can they transform into a fierce beast with another type of Tao mark. He Lulan said. Feng Yuan smiled proudly. No, that is because their cultivation skills are not up to par, their methods are still lacking. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable is different. He devours immemorial desolate beasts and forms a desolate beast totem in his body. He can store countless Tao marks in his body and transform at any time. When you were undergoing tribulation, I obtained the Demon Venerable's true meaning infusion and became a transformation master. He Lulan was truly shocked. That means, you obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's guidance and have a method to balance different Tao marks. Feng Yuan nodded slightly before shaking his head. I am only a transformation master, I can balance 3 different Tao marks at most. There are also restrictions on transplanting and other aspects. I can transplant 3 pairs of true solid bat wings at most. This is the highest manifestation of my transformation master attainment level. He Lulan heard Feng Yuan's words and became even more interested in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me, I will buy it at a high price. Feng Yuan naturally shook his head and refused. He had modified this killer move with great difficulty. It was his unique method. How could he sell it to others so easily? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, he would consider selling the simplified version. He Lulan was slightly disappointed by Feng Yuan's refusal, but she was not surprised. If their positions were reversed, she would also refuse like Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not lack Immortal Yuan stone now. Now I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats. What did the information say? Is the star demon bat nearby? He Lulan asked. Feng Yuan nodded. The information says it is nearby. But the terrain is different from the information. Let's take a look first. He observed for a long time but could not determine the true location. The place in his memory was a rotting poisonous swamp. But there were many green mountains here, how could there be a rotting swamp? 2 hours later. 2 figures surrounded a wild beast and began to attack. This desolate beast was transparent, it seemed to be made of dazzling diamond, it had the shape of a bear, but was as large as a mammoth. It was a rare diamond bear in the 5 regions. The ones fighting the diamond bear were He Lulan and Feng Yuan. Take this. Feng Yuan flew in the air, his 8 arms waving as he sent down lumps of starlight. The diamond bear stood up and waved its front paws, shattering the starlight. He Lulan turned into a strength path phantom giant again. She raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's stomach. The diamond bear roared, its diamond body suddenly lit up. He Lulan's strength path phantom giant's right leg broke. This diamond bear has a wild Gu worm that counters my strength path. He Lulan was shocked, she quickly retreated. Killer moves were not omnipotent, they had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear was unwilling to let He Lulan go, it pounced over. Feng Yuan saw this and immediately dove down. The starlight cluster in his hand moved even faster than before, it was like a storm. At once, the diamond bear could not raise its head from Feng Yuan's bombardment. Come, give me a big one, have a taste. Feng Yuan raised his 4 arms high, gathering a large lump of icy drill stardust and throwing it down heavily. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was being crushed by the stardust inside, it roared in pain, it was truly enraged. Bam! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight cluster, flying into the sky. This bear can fly. Feng Yuan was too close, he was caught off guard, he was struck by the diamond bear's raised paw. Bam! At the next moment, Feng Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped after smashing through dozens of towering trees. Blood flowed everywhere, 2 of the arms that blocked the bear's paw were broken, and 3 were heavily injured with fractures. Fong Yuan grinned. Accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals. They did not have high intelligence. They did not know how many wild goo worms they had when they first encountered them. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's strength path phantom. It flew up and heavily injured Fong Yuan. Only after this did Fong Yuan and He Lulan realize that the goo worms on this diamond bear were very strong. Not only were there goo worms that countered strength path phantoms, there were also flying goo worms that could carry the diamond bear's heavy body. Retreat! Fong Yuan shouted at He Lulan. He Lulan had already wanted to retreat. She stopped her killer move and escaped with Fong Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase. It picked up Fong Yuan's 2 broken arms and chewed them. Crack, crack, the diamond bear's teeth were sharp. It easily broke Fong Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning them into minced meat. Jade-green zombie blood flowed out of the diamond bear's teeth. An intense corpse stench spread to the surroundings. The diamond bear had a strange expression as it swallowed the corpse meat, but at the next moment, it opened its mouth and vomited the food out. It was too disgusting. The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it slammed Fong Yuan's remaining arms into the rock mountain, before angrily walking towards the cave at the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Fong Yuan and He Lulan snuck back here. Fong Yuan picked up the remaining arm. He identified it and placed it on the corresponding wound on his body. He activated a healing goo worm. Using the recovery ability of an immortal zombie, he quickly reattached the arm. As for the remaining arm, it had already been chewed into minced meat by the diamond bear. Fong Yuan could not use it anymore. He sighed and decided to regrow it himself. But immortal zombies were not mortals. To regrow a limb, it would take around 6 to 8 hours. This was not a simple regrowth. It involved the replenishment of strength path Dao marks. He Lulan looked at the cave at the peak of the mountain. There is at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil in that cave. Diamond soil was actually the excrement of the diamond bear. It was extremely nutritious. It was the fertile soil that was sold at a high price in jewel yellow skies. Not long ago, Fong Yuan and He Lulan came to this mountain. Fong Yuan lured the diamond bear away. He Lulan took the chance to enter the cave and looted hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. It was worth at least 30 immortal yuan stone. Chapter 722. After half a day, Fong Yuan and He Lulan had explored almost the entire area. They had seen many desolate beasts, but there were no star demon bats. Your information source is a little unreliable. He Lulan sat on the ground, saying as she healed her injuries. On her left arm, there was a long bloody wound that extended from the back of her hand to her elbow. This was the mark left behind by a desolate beast flying sword rat that He Lulan and Fong Yuan had encountered earlier. The flying sword rat was small in size but extremely fast. If one was not careful, they would be injured by its sharp claws. Even with He Lulan's great strength true martial physique, strength path immortal extreme physique, and incredible recovery speed, she had to spend a lot of effort to heal this wound. This was because the wound caused by the flying sword rat's claws was filled with metal path Dao marks. It repelled He Lulan's strength path Dao marks and suppressed the recovery ability of the great strength immortal physique. After a long while, He Lulan healed the wound, forming a thin layer of pink flesh cocoon. She came to Fong Yuan's side. Fong Yuan sat on the ground. He raised his index finger that was as sharp as steel and drew the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat mountain rock. There were dozens of green peaks here. Most of the green peaks had a desolate beast guarding them, for example, star desolate hounds, flying sword rats, diamond bears, and others. On the peaks without desolate beasts, there would be large numbers of beast groups, as well as a vast number of goo worms living together. Evidently, Seven-Star Child had put in a lot of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That was why there were so many desolate beasts living in this area. But the strange thing was, there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 battle strength. According to common sense, in such a well-managed starry sky grotto heaven, there should be ancient desolate beasts. This was only one of the strange things. The second strange thing was the heavenly spirit had not appeared for a long time. Feng Yuan and He Lulan explored the area. Although they encountered many battles, they managed to escape successfully. Strictly speaking, the two of them were invaders. However, this starry sky-blessed land did not seem to have a spirit presiding over it. The encirclement and suppression that Feng Yuan had expected did not happen at all. The third strange thing was that Feng Yuan couldn't find the poisonous swamp no matter how hard he tried. According to the memories of his past life, the area he was currently in was the small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment that he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. In the poisonous swamp near the ancient forest, there was a poisonous gas swamp. Feng Yuan couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that the poisonous swamp only formed after hundreds of years? I came here ahead of time, so I couldn't find the poisonous swamp. If that's the case, then my plan to kill the star demon bat will fall through. Feng Yuan stared at the topographic map on the stone. He was thinking. Suddenly, he felt a strong light shooting towards him. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time, seeing that in the green sky, countless stars had appeared at some point in time. These stars were increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire world. It was like a snowstorm. These are the changes in the weather of a grotto heaven. Feng Yuan stood up with a vigilant gaze. He activated his lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move. She was vigilant. The stars shined brightly, illuminating everything. Beast roars came from the mountains. Some were clear, some were crisp, some were long, some were hoarse. Strong winds blew. The countless stars suddenly gathered at the top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue light, the stars disappeared. A resplendent palace appeared on the mountain peak. It was exquisite and beautiful. This palace. Feng Yuan's pupils dilated. The structure of the palace was very familiar. It was obviously the broken walls scattered everywhere in the fragmented world in his previous life's memories. However, the once dilapidated walls were not damaged in the slightest. Feng Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter guessed, did the weather change at a specific time cause the palace to appear? Or maybe the heavenly spirit purposely set up a trap to lure us into it. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate the star hole. At the same time, in another area of starry sky grotto heaven, an intense battle was coming to an end. Evil beast, eat this king's fist. A stone man that was as tall as a mountain roared and punched down. In an instant, a gale was stirred up and the air exploded. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was hit by the huge rock fist. It fell to the ground with a loud sound, creating a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The earth trembled. The stone giant didn't stop there. He spread out his 10 fingers and raised them up high before slamming them down. With a bang, his palms landed heavily on the snow-white, fleshy body of the flying bear. The flying bear bounced back. It could not even let out a cry. It was already riddled with injuries. The punch earlier had even cracked its skull, causing it to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth Root. With the 2 palms as the center, Earth Chi rumbled intensely. Countless thick and sharp earth spikes shot out of the ground like spears. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The desolate beast flying bear was pierced by hundreds of earth spikes of all sizes. It raised its head and suddenly opened its eyes. After letting out a mournful howl, its body stiffened, and its strength dissipated. Its head fell to the ground again. With a thud, it was as if a drum had been struck. A cloud of dust rose up and then fell back down. Thick, boiling blood flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead, there were no more movements. The rockman snorted, suddenly letting out a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a goo immortal stood arrogantly in the air with his arms crossed. He had short white hair and a pair of golden pupils, he had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a martial attire and gave off a valiant aura. A ray of starlight shot over, turning into a middle-aged man, he wore a tall hat and a wide-sleeved robe, he clapped and praised. As expected of immortal monkey Wang Da's subordinate, you only used a few minutes to kill the desolate beast flying bear. This white-haired man with golden pupils was Combat Immortal Sects Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley's indifferent golden pupils looked at the middle-aged man. 7 star halls have already appeared, Star Lord Wanxiang, why has the 8th star hall not appeared yet? This middle-aged man was Star Lord Wanxiang, who had sold goods to Fang Yuan many times. Star Lord Wanxiang laughed heartily. Immortal Monkey King, don't be anxious. For the 8th star hall to appear, we need to kill enough desolate beasts and let their blood seep into the ground, only then can the 8th star hall appear. Although we have already killed 6 desolate beasts, the blood is not thick enough. How many more desolate beasts do we need to kill? Shirley asked impatiently. Star Lord Wanxiang revealed a pondering expression, he thought for a while and said, according to my annual explorations over the past 20 years, and my personal deductions, we only need to kill 1 more desolate beast. Humph. You better not lie to me. Shirley's tone was rude and unreasonable. Star Lord Wanxiang lowered his head. I am merely a lone immortal, I would not dare to lie to you, Immortal Monkey King. Every year in Central Continent time, I can only forcefully barge into this star path grotto heaven at this time. Moreover, I can only enter for 2 days each time. After 2 days, the grotto heaven's crack will close and we will not be able to leave. Time is so limited, why would I lie to you? I can't wait to plunder more resources, but a few years ago, I accidentally saw the 8th star hall. That star hall's aura was strict, and ancient desolate beasts guarded the star hall. It must be the core of this grotto heaven, and it's very likely that the heavenly spirit is there. Shirley nodded, he believed Star Lord Wanxiang's words. He and Star Lord Wanxiang had known each other for a period of time, he was familiar with the latter's personality. Sigh, if not for my battle with Song Zixing and expending large amounts of immortal essence, and the Blessed Land's tribulation before us, I would not have told you such an important secret. I won't tell you this important secret, Star Lord Wanxiang sighed. Shirley's tone relaxed, don't worry, I will abide by the agreement, you get 80% of the spoils, I get 20%. Also, I will not tell a third person about this secret. In the future, we will come here to explore every year. Currently, only Star Lord Wanxiang had unique methods to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Shirley did not have them. Lord Shirley's reputation is outstanding, I am assured of this. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away, it is rather easy to kill. Alright, let's go there. Same rules, when we fight, stand to the side, don't hinder me. Shirley was swift and decisive, as he spoke, he started flying. Star Lord Wanxiang smiled bitterly, quickly following. Fang Yuan and He Lulan carefully entered the star hole. This star hall did not have any defenses, there was not a single person in the hall, only 6 large wells were at the center of the hall. All 6 of these wells were brimming with water. The well water had different colors, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. The well water was clear and translucent, emitting a faint light. He Lulan and Fang Yuan used investigative goo worms to investigate. They found that the well water and the star hall were all ordinary. This was impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of nowhere? How could ordinary well water have different colors, and even emit a faint light. The only explanation was that this star hall and the 6 wells were the changes in the grotto heaven's weather. Only like this, if the mortal Gu in He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hands were not high enough, they would not be able to investigate anything. The two could not determine the profundity of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament. This color. He Lulan observed for a while, and could not help but ponder. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered that when the two had just arrived at Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had looked at the sky. In the sky, there were 6 star shadows, each as large as a full moon, filling their field of vision. These 6 star shadows were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white, corresponding to the 6 wells in front of them. There must be some connection. Fang Yuan muttered, activating the storage mortal Gu and diving into a well, trying to get some water to research. Chapter 723. The well water quickly calmed down. There were no ripples, it was still shining brightly. However, the mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw in had completely vanished in the well water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal Gu had not been destroyed, because he could still sense its existence. But this feeling was extremely faint and weak. The connection between Gu worms and Gu masters was greatly related to distance. The further the Gu worm was from the Gu master, the weaker the connection. When a Gu master uses a Gu worm, their thoughts will move, and if they give out 10 orders, they might miss out on 9, and the Gu worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was only in most cases. There were also a small number of Gu worms that had a very long distance connection, and could be used casually from a long distance. Some Gu worms were even more special. The closer the distance, the weaker the connection, and the further the distance, the clearer the connection. Fang Yuan's connection with the mortal Gu was originally very close, but now it had become much weaker, as if the distance between the two had increased. Fang Yuan followed the faint connection in his heart, and slowly found the direction, raising his head. He only saw the grand ceiling of the star hole. Fang Yuan activated his investigative Gu, and in his vision, the ceiling of the star hall gradually became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the ceiling of the star hall, and saw the 6 huge round star shadows in the blue sky. He had a feeling, and his gaze stopped on one of the star shadows. According to the remnant connection in his heart, he knew that the mortal Gu that disappeared was on that star shadow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The star demon bat flapped its huge bat wings, and immediately created a huge hurricane. At the same time, countless arrows were shot out of thin air. These arrows were completely made of starlight, and their speed was extremely fast. They pierced through the air. There were many of them, and like a rainstorm, they flew towards Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Looking at the majestic attack, Shirley snorted in disdain, merely rank 2-star arrow Gu, it's just that there are a lot of them. Mortal killer move, falling gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, and a thin layer of yellow-white dust covered his body. He did not dodge. He let the star arrows hit him. No matter how many star arrows came, when they touched the dust formed by the killer move falling gray cloak, the starlight quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the number of parasitic wild Gu worms on his body was huge, he could only rely on the accumulation of numbers. This effect. How could it be compared to the killing technique that human cultivators had painstakingly thought about? This time. Watch my eagle transformation. Shirley gave a loud shout, his whole body erupting with a dazzling golden radiance. The light quickly dissipated. Shirley had already disappeared, replaced by a desolate beast iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle spread its wings and circled in the air. Its sharp claws and thorns emitted a threatening aura. The size of its body was not inferior to that of the star demon bat at all. In the distance, Star-Lord Wanxiang quietly watched the battle and saw this scene. He sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley loved to fight, he didn't need to do anything in every battle. Up until now, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Each time he fought a desolate beast, he had to use a different transformation path killer move to transform into a different desolate beast to fight. Star-Lord Wanxiang cherished his time, he had once advised Shirley to use his strongest method. However, Shirley sternly refused. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched, it became ferocious, it did not dodge, it flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The two giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth, the iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it, it retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered, it flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path Dao marks, blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from goo immortals. Goo immortals had weak bodies, their strength came from their goo worms. Even if a strength path goo immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of goo worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature, they would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome, not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries, it pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness, it flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy, it fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air, it flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time, intense winds blew, thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time, starlight shined, tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground, rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. But the moment it raised its head, it was slashed by the wind blades. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked, it did not retreat, forcefully enduring the wind blades as hundreds of shallow wounds appeared on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows also shot out. These star arrows had great power, they pierced into the iron-crowned eagle's body and caused a large number of wounds, but they were not deep. Next, the black demonic shadow flew over, but it did not have a physical body, it directly entered the iron-crowned eagle's mind. If it were an ordinary desolate beast, it would have fallen, but this iron-crowned eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly, thoughts and wills surged in his mind, destroying the demonic shadow that charged in. Although he was an Earth Path Goo immortal who cultivated transformation path, he had been famous for many years, he was an experienced Gu Immortal, he was proficient in many paths, he had a complete set of defensive methods against Gu worms of other paths. Immortal Monkey Wang De. At the side, Star-Lord Wanxiang shouted in concern. The iron-crowned eagle spoke in human language, laughing loudly, "Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle." The eagle's eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Shirley flapped his wings and flew towards the star demon bat, but was sent flying again. With a loud bang, the eagle fell to the ground again. "Good, interesting." Shirley cheered, his fighting spirit surged. Disregarding his injuries, he charged forward again. He gave up his advantages and chose his weaknesses. In terms of physical combat, how could he be the star demon bat's match? In the exchange of blows, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, the more he fought, the eagle's head was raised high, its eagle eyes staring at its opponent forever. This lunatic. Star-Lord Wanxiang grinned as he watched. Shirley clearly had defensive measures like falling gray cloak, but after transforming into the iron-crowned eagle, he had not used them in battle. This phenomenon had occurred many times in the previous battles. Star-Lord Wanxiang had once asked, Shirley had replied that he had purposely not used them, it was to truly experience the joy of battle, only then could he raise his battle foundation more efficiently. Shirley was a battle addict, he was a fierce person who truly experienced the joy of battle. Again. Shirley shouted, flapping his wings and flying towards the star demon bat. Both sides got closer and were about to collide, but this time, the star demon bat suddenly flapped its wings and displayed an exquisite flying technique, brushing past the iron-crowned eagle. Whoosh! The star demon bat suddenly spat out a meteor, directly hitting the back of the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle coughed out a mouthful of blood, its body shook and it flapped its wings repeatedly before stabilizing itself. Next, Star-Lord Wanxiang heard Shirley's laughter. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment level, it is only master level. Saying so, he flapped his wings again and charged forward. The star demon bat did not fight head-on, it continued to retreat, using star path, wind path, or dark path goo worms to attack from afar. Both sides fought many times, and unknowingly, the star demon bat's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. These wounds were filled with metal path Dao marks, they could not be healed in a short time. Of course, the iron-crowned eagle's injuries were at least twice as severe as the star demon bat's. But Shirley's bravery and craziness had intimidated the star demon bat, causing this desolate beast that was a tyrant of the mountain to feel guilty, not daring to fight him head-on. The star demon bat had low intelligence, it was abandoning its strong points and using its weak points. It had mortal goo on its body, although it caused trouble to Shirley, it was not as dangerous as fighting him head-on. The iron-crowned eagle still did not need to defend, its aura surged as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the star demon bat. With a sharp screech, the eagle's claws slashed down. The star demon bat dodged agilely, Shirley's claws missed. In terms of flying attainment, the star demon bat that had been flying since it was young was at least a flying grandmaster. The star demon bat pulled some distance and used goo worms to attack from afar again, while the iron-crowned eagle tried all ways to engage in close combat. Like this, both sides were in a deadlock, the star demon bat was bound to lose after defending for a while. Finally, the iron-crowned eagle found a flaw and used its sharp claws to break the bat's wings. The bat's wings were leaking air, and the star demon bat's flying ability fell by a level. Before it could adapt, the iron-crowned eagle had more flaws. Shirley chased after it, and after blocking the star demon bat's final attack, he finally killed it. The star demon bat fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The ground absorbed the blood, and just like Star-Lord Wanxiang had said, a formless force was activated. Chapter 724. The stars danced around for a while and gathered in the sky, forming a brand new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was suspended in the air. It was magnificent, exquisite and gorgeous, and it was much better than the star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My guess was right. Star-Lord Wanxiang said excitedly. Shirley dispelled the iron-crowned eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The wounds on his body healed, but blood flowed freely. He turned his golden eyes and glanced at the sky. No wonder you guessed that this is the center of the grotto heaven. Judging from its aura, it is most likely it. As he spoke, he grimaced in pain as he sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Healing his injuries was not simple. He needed to use a large number of goo worms to get rid of the star path, wind path, dark path, and other Dao marks on his wounds before using goo worms to heal them. Star-Lord Wanxiang waited for a moment, and seeing that Shirley's injuries were almost healed, he finally could not hold it in any longer and urged, "Is it enough?" Time was limited. Immortal Monkey Wang De. The prerequisite for the appearance of the 8th star hall was the formation of the 7th star hall. Every time the 7 stars palace appeared, it would only exist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If the 7th star hall disappears, the 8th star hall will disappear along with it. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star-Lord Wanxiang. Lord Shi, you must be joking. My combat strength has fallen to rock bottom. To break through the ancient desolate beast's defense, I will still need to rely on you, Lord. Star-Lord Wanxiang chuckled and did not speak further. However, his fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. If not for the fact that his strength had plummeted and the heavenly tribulation was upon him, why would he expose the location of this treasure? How could he endure such vexation? He knew Shirley's schemes and plans. Shirley was addicted to battle and had a rude and violent temperament, but he was not stupid. As long as one was in a high position, there must be something special about him. The illustrious Shirley was not lacking in shrewdness. Shirley was invited by Star-Lord Wanxiang to explore the starry sky grotto heaven and plunder resources. Although he was interested in breaking through to the 8th star hall, he did not want to see Star-Lord Wanxiang prosper and obtain large amounts of resources. She had successfully overcome the crisis and escaped his control. If Star Monarch Wanxiang didn't obtain a large amount of resources during this trip, he would have died during his tribulation. He had to ask for help from others. Shirley would then be able to act. While helping him, he would also be restricting him. In this way, when he entered the starry sky grotto heaven in the future, he would not be able to do so. Shirley would be able to obtain even greater benefits. It was definitely not a 50-50 split like this time. Every year, starry sky grotto heaven would open a crack and allow Goo Immortals to enter. Each time, the Goo Immortal could only stay inside for 2 days in Central Continent time. The starry sky grotto heaven had many desolate beasts and rich resources. Wasn't Star-Lord Wanxiang the same? He was clearly just a loose cultivator. However, he relied on entering the starry sky grotto heaven again and again to strengthen himself. At his peak, he had immense battle strength, not weaker than most of the Goo Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when he was fighting with Song Zixing, that ferocious person, he had a good fight. After waiting for a while, Shirley finished his treatment, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. Due to the previous oath, Shirley could not go too far. After checking his body, he stood up and said to Star-Lord Wanxiang, "I've made you wait for a long time. We can set off now." Star-Lord Wanxiang smiled and waved his hand. "I was too anxious. I hope Immortal Monkey King won't blame me. Hard work pays off. I will have to rely on your strength from now on." Shirley nodded without any politeness, "Of course." Saying so, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. Star-Lord Wanxiang followed closely behind. The two immortals flew towards the 8th star hall in the sky. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of the well. This is another star hole. Fang Yuan looked around and said. He Lulan nodded. We used many methods to probe earlier, and sure enough, these 6 wells are the transportation passages. The two looked behind them. At the center of this star hall, there were still 6 wells. But the color was slightly different from the previous star hole. In the previous star hall, the 6 wells were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white. However, the water in these 6 wells emitted 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and white. There was one less purple color and one more green color. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The two were astute and shrewd people. They had a sudden realization. What did you think of? He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, revealing his sharp fangs as he answered in a hoarse voice, if I am not wrong, this starry sky grotto heaven has a special terrain. It is divided into 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated from each other. Outsiders can only enter and exit through the 6 wells in the star hole. He Lulan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. This mortal goo is the one I threw into the purple well. It is the best evidence. If I am not wrong, there is another piece of evidence, the sky. When we leave the star hall, the sky of this space should also have 6 round star silhouettes. But there is one less purple star silhouette and one more green star silhouette. Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's conjecture. Ordinary grotto heavens and blessed lands had a seamless internal space. But starry sky grotto heaven was somewhat special. It was actually divided into 7 subspaces, each with its own heaven and earth and ecology. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had explored starry sky grotto heaven's fragment world. He did not know this secret. He and He Lulan finished their discussion and walked out of the star hall, pushing open the door and looking up. Seeing the 6 round star silhouettes hanging in the sky like 6 full moons, He Lulan clapped and laughed, just as I guessed. Wait, someone is here. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He first saw something moving and saw Shirley and Star-Lord Wanxiang flying upwards. Following their direction, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hole. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard, floating in the sky and being coveted by others. It is very likely to be the core of starry sky grotto heaven. He Lulan's gaze was glued to the 8th star hall as she guessed. There are actually people here before us. Fang Yuan mumbled. He was inwardly shocked. According to his previous estimations, starry sky grotto heaven should be uninhabited. Only the heavenly spirit existed. If not for this, starry sky grotto heaven would not have been destroyed in the 500 years of his previous life. But in the current situation, he did not see the heavenly spirit, but instead saw 2 goo immortals. As for the appearance and identity of the goo immortals, because they were too far away, Fang Yuan and He Lulan naturally did not know. But the two felt that these 2 goo immortals flying in the sky were not the owner of this grotto heaven. If they were really the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have sensed He Lulan and Fang Yuan long ago. They would not have remained indifferent until now. What is so strange about this? You can obtain this secret information regarding starry sky grotto heaven from certain channels, so other goo immortals can also obtain it. He Lulan could accept this fact more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. He had concealed the information from He Lulan, but the so-called source of information was himself. But now, it seemed that the truth was very different from his expectations. The first reason was Fang Yuan's rebirth and continuous influence, causing the butterfly effect. The second reason was that the destruction of starry sky grotto heaven in his previous life had a lot of inside information. It was just that he did not notice it in his previous life and only saw it in this life. Fang Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leaning towards the second reason. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard from far away in the 8-star hole. It seems that these two Gu immortals have the same identity as us, they are both outsiders. But they arrived before us. He Lulan's gaze flickered. Feng Yuan did not reply, he only snickered, his laughter was very cold. He Lulan also laughed silently. These two were ambitious people, they were both schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, they both felt that they had a huge advantage, they might as well be the Oriole in this situation. Immediately, Feng Yuan and He Lulan activated large numbers of mortal Gu, concealing their bodies and auras, they also used all kinds of investigative methods to investigate. The two quietly closed the star hole's door, getting rid of all traces and moving out of the hole. After a while, Feng Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lulan, "Wait, there is a rank 5 investigative Gu ahead." He Lulan carefully looked over and saw an eyeball-shaped Gu worm quietly floating in the air. Her eyes moved slowly, constantly scanning the surroundings. The two were not surprised. This Gu worm was not a wild Gu worm, it was clearly left behind by the two Gu immortals earlier. This was normal. When Feng Yuan and He Lulan were exploring Green Star space, they had also left behind similar investigative Gu in the places they had passed. Gu immortals no longer lacked mortal Gu. If these mortal Gu were left behind, they could be used to investigate, mark and warn the Gu immortals, they were very useful. He Lulan was young after all, she had just advanced to an immortal and could not recognize this Gu, she cautiously suggested, "Let's go around it." Feng Yuan, however, smiled, "No need. This Gu is Starlight Fake Eye Gu, it has a long-range detection range, Gu immortals can connect to this place at any time and observe the surroundings through the Fake Eye Gu. Its range is 5 li, it cannot detect invisibility, maintaining this Gu not only expends primeval essence, it also exhausts the soul. We can use all kinds of methods to conceal ourselves, it is fine to just walk in." At the same time, Feng Yuan recalled and added, "This Gu worm is often used together with True Vision Gu, it can detect invisibility." But that was during the 5 regions chaotic war, at this time, True Vision Gu is still in the hands of a small sect, it has not spread widely. He Lulan glanced at Feng Yuan, still feeling uneasy, "Are you sure you did not make a mistake? After all, Gu immortals can secretly research and develop new Gu, maybe this Gu worm is newly invented and can see through invisibility." This was still during the peaceful times of the 5 regions, during the late stages of the chaotic war, backtrack Gu would be widely used and would be in high demand. They were all produced for their own use, Jewel Yellow Skies did not sell them at all. He Lulan was very interested, "This Gu worm of yours is amazing, what is it called, did you buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies?" There were countless types of Gu worms, He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and not Time Path, she only had a general understanding of it. As for other paths, she was limited to the classic Gu worms. Gu worms like Backtrack Gu were rare, it was normal that she did not know much about them. Feng Yuan did not answer, he took out another Gu. This Gu was refined by him according to his memories, according to the course of history, it had appeared 300 years earlier, it was called Thread Trace Gu. The Gu worm had a unique appearance, it was like a small horsewhip, a toy for Northern Plains children. Feng Yuan held it with his huge and sinister zombie claws, making this Gu look even smaller. Feng Yuan held the horsewhip in front of him and lightly whipped it. With a snap, traces of something suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. "What is this?" He Lulan's beautiful eyes stared at the traces without blinking. Snap, snap, snap. Feng Yuan continuously whipped the horsewhip-shaped thread trace Gu. Immediately, more and more lines appeared in the air. He Lulan saw this and quickly realized that the location where Feng Yuan whipped was the location of the intense battle in the scene earlier. Other than that, it was also the location where that vague goo immortal was standing. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. He Lulan's pupils expanded as she blurted out, "Don't tell me these traces are Dao marks." Fang Yuan smiled smugly. "That's right, they are Dao marks. Be it goo immortals or desolate beasts, their bodies are filled with Dao marks. Wherever they stand, there will be Dao marks left behind for a period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are very weak, even the most sensitive goo immortal cannot sense them. Unless I use the thread trace goo that I developed, they will not show up. I can observe them and see the types of Dao marks, thus deducing some information about them." Fang Yuan once again shamelessly took the creations of others in his previous life and used them on himself. "Thread trace goo." He Lulan muttered, her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed slightly. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where Star Lord Wanxiang was standing, continuing, "Look there, the Dao marks are in the shape of a human, they are blue in color." Evidently, there was a Star Path Gu immortal who was watching the battle with his arms crossed. The main body of the Dao marks has been staying there, although there are some Dao marks around, they are all surrounding the main body. It can be seen that this Star Path Gu immortal did not make a move during the entire battle. Look at the density of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 Gu immortal. He Lulan's ears pricked up. She looked at the direction where Fang Yuan was pointing, paying full attention to what he was saying. Fang Yuan pointed at the place where the vanishing shadow leopard died. There were black dark path Dao marks there. There were also red fire path Dao marks. He continued, "The dark path Dao marks are clearly the vanishing shadow leopards, the red Dao marks should be the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they were human or beast, it is uncertain. Look at the dense number of Dao marks, they are intertwining with each other, it shows how intense the battle was. The dark path Dao marks are sparse, while the red Dao marks are denser. It can be determined that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard was also a rank 6 Gu immortal." He Lulan's lips were slightly agape as she listened. Her gaze landed on the thread trace Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Her gaze was slightly heated. Although this thread trace Gu was only a rank 5 mortal Gu, it was too useful. Using this Gu, she could obtain so much useful information. The key was the thought that went into refining it. It was very unique. Taking a different path, bypassing the norm, it was unexpected. Although He Lulan had just become an immortal, she knew the importance of information. She placed great importance on Fang Yuan's invention of thread trace Gu. If Shirley and Star Lord Wanxiang were here, they would be sweating profusely. They were currently using traditional investigative and anti-investigative methods. Thread trace Gu just happened to find a gap in their anti-investigative methods. Fang Yuan's method. After all, it originated from the 5 regions' chaotic war. It was the crystallization of the entire 5 regions' wisdom. It was equivalent to being half a generation ahead of the current Gu immortals. It had a huge advantage. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horse whip a few more times, more Dao marks appeared, but at the same time, many Dao marks disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak, under the effect of thread trace Gu, they condensed and appeared, their lifespan was greatly shortened. The Dao marks intertwined with each other, becoming more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan finally stopped whipping the horse whip, sighing, "This thread trace Gu's effect is only so, the appearance of Dao marks can only last for a period of time, it requires the observer to have experience. Moreover, activating the immortal Gu will leave behind corresponding Dao marks." In an intense battle, many methods were used, the Dao marks were tangled together, it was very chaotic and could not be seen. But thankfully, both sides did not use many methods in this battle, we can still see the general situation. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly. Just a mere rank 5 mortal Gu was able to obtain so much useful information, was he still not satisfied with it? Her gaze was fixed on thread trace Gu, until Fang Yuan stored it in his immortal aperture. She acutely discovered that Thread Trace Gu's whip was originally in good condition, but after using it, it was very damaged. Evidently, there was a price to pay for awakening Dao marks. He Lulan estimated that this Thread Trace Gu could be used at least 2 more times. Immediately, her evaluation of the Thread Trace Gu rose to another level. A total of 3 chances. A mere rank 5 Gu could have 3 chances to investigate a rank 6 existence and obtain so much information. Just as He Lulan was about to ask Fang Yuan if he was selling Thread Trace Gu, Fang Yuan took out an investigative Gu worm. This was a Chi Path Gu worm. Fang Yuan activated it and allowed it to absorb aura. Next, Fang Yuan put this Chi Path Gu worm back and took out another Gu worm. He roamed around the battlefield like this, using Gu worms from time to time. He Lulan only recognized a small portion of these Gu worms, and it was only vague, to the extent that she could not be sure. As for the rest, He Lulan was completely clueless and could not recognize them at all. She subconsciously pursed her lips. For the first time, she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. During the trip to Northern Plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was astute, he was her greatest enemy. She had no choice but to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She was clear that this was asking a tiger for its skin. She borrowed Fang Yuan's strength to successfully pass the heavenly calamity and ascend to an immortal. She had thought that she could suppress Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan borrowed her and Fairy Li Shan's strength to intimidate the Gu immortals of Crane Gate. The whole process was accomplished without a fight. He Lulan did not even have a chance to make a move. Since there were no losses, Fang Yuan did not have double the compensation. He achieved his goal without expending a single soldier. In contrast, He Lulan herself, in order to coax Fang Yuan into helping her, she gave Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's precious true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was truly a ruthless person. He directly swallowed it, not even leaving any leftovers for He Lulan. Later, when Fang Yuan started the Guts Gu business, he gave the profits to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan of his own accord. Although He Lulan's strength Chi Immortal Gu was needed in the process, He Lulan felt uncomfortable all along, as if she was being controlled by someone. Now that He Lulan saw these methods used by Fang Yuan, her heart shuddered. Chapter 726. After He Lulan became a Gu immortal, she received Fairy Li Shan's teachings, guiding her step by step, including all aspects. It could be said that she held nothing back. Thus, He Lulan's investigative methods were far beyond ordinary Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan's foundation is so deep that he is far ahead of most Gu immortals. Even though I have several immortal Gu, can I refine new Gu and modify killer moves like Fang Yuan? He Lulan shook her head inwardly. Her strength path killer moves were given to her by her mother. And to refine new Gu, she needed to create new Gu recipes. This process not only needed resources and sufficient foundation attainment level, it also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was a Gu immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master, she was not even skilled in refinement path. However, these things required a long period of time and practice to slowly accumulate. At this time, Fang Yuan walked over with large strides. He said, after summarizing all the clues, I almost know the other party's identity. Oh. One is a rank 6-star path Gu immortal. He has never fought before. He is quite mysterious. The other is an earth path and transformation path Gu immortal. He has a strong aura. Using a Gu worm to reconstruct a trace of his voice, it is very likely to be combat immortal sect Shirley. Fang Yuan said. That immortal monkey king. He Lulan and Fang Yuan had shared most of the information. She naturally knew what kind of person Shirley was. She frowned slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several strength path immortal Gu, Shirley also had earth path immortal Gu. And he had them long ago. He had even created his own immortal killer move. Not just that, he also cultivated transformation path. His battle talent could be said to be 1 in a million. He Lulan had self-strength immortal goo, she used it to activate her mortal killer move, forming a strength path phantom giant. It could be considered an immortal killer move. All along, He Lulan had been trying to perfect it, but her progress had been slow. Fong Yuan, if you use the killer move Myriad Self and join hands with me, I will be able to kill you. It might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King. But no one can deal with that mysterious star path goo immortal. He Lulan pondered. Fong Yuan smiled bitterly, I have not told you yet, because the core immortal goo is hungry. He could not use Myriad Self anymore. I can only use mortal killer moves. He Lulan took a long look at Fong Yuan, then narrowed her eyes. In that case, we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Roar, roar, roar dash. High in the sky. Roars and roars could be heard. Fong Yuan looked up and said, when two strong forces fight, there are bound to be casualties. We'll just play it by ear. Although our battle strength is lower than theirs, if we have the chance, we might be able to kill the two of them. Even if things go south, I still have fixed immortal travel, we can fight them head-on and gain some time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lulan nodded in agreement, Fong Yuan's words were to her liking. The two decided. First, they would take advantage of the situation. The corpse of the vanishing shadow leopard was a considerable amount of wealth. Even though there were large numbers of investigative goo around. There were large numbers of investigative goo worms, but it was not a problem for this old demon Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had methods that were half an era ahead, he took action, sealing or deceiving. After a while, without attracting Star Lord Wan Xiang's attention, he obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to refine many defensive goo, its bones can be refined into shadow attachment goo, shadow trace goo and others, its eyes are excellent materials for dark vision goo, black fog goo and others. It is a pity that its blood is all gone, otherwise it would be more valuable. He Lulan placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with joy. The other party seems to be purposely letting them bleed. It seems that the star hall in the sky is indeed an important place. They should have placed the desolate beast corpses aside for now. Fong Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for preserving corpses, thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse in He Lulan's hands. Both of them were bold and lawless people. Even though the enemy was strong, they still dared to plot against them. Next, they followed their previous plan and sneaked forward, still trying to get close to the 8-star hall in the sky. But on the way, they soon made a new discovery. There are more investigative goo ahead, don't tell me. He Lulan's gaze showed anticipation. Soon, the two evaded all the investigative goo, they passed through a mountain pass and arrived at a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse the size of a hill. It was shaped like a colt, but it was huge, its 4 hooves were thick and black like iron, its whole body was red, it had firm muscles and a strong body. The mane and ponytail on its neck were very lush and golden in color. Streams of blood flowed out of the hole-like wounds on its body. The blood was boiling, the heat caused the nearby grass and trees to turn yellow. Fong Yuan and He Lulan got closer, feeling the heat of summer. This is a desolate beast scarlet stampede divine colt, it has a large number of fire path wild goo in its body, it can walk on fire, its blood is hot, it is an excellent material for refining fire path goo worms, it is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. He Lulan looked at the horse's blood flowing out, she felt a heartache. The two worked for a while before getting the Scarlet Stampede Divine Colt's corpse. Star Lord Wan Xiang was still in the dark. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily for a while before Fong Yuan slowed down. Our destination is in front of us. But there seems to be a large number of investigative goo on the left, should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, transmitting. Of course. He Lulan replied straightforwardly. The two came to the location surrounded by investigative goo, and saw another desolate beast corpse. This was a yellow jade lion. It was like an elephant, it was lying on the ground, its eyes were almost closed, only a slit was left. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed out of the wound on its stomach. Fang Yuan and He Lulan quietly got closer. This yellow jade lion's body actually started to tremble, it struggled to open its eyelids and slowly opened its bloody mouth, letting out a weak roar, as if it wanted to continue fighting. Yellow jade lions are brave indeed. To be able to injure this yellow jade lion to this extent, it seems that Shirley's transformation path battle strength is more outstanding than I expected. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He quickly took action, stealing the yellow jade lion under the watchful eyes of many investigative goo. He clapped his hands, a large number of healing goo flew out of his immortal aperture and landed on the yellow jade lion's body, quickly stabilizing its injuries and giving it its last breath. You plan to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing a desolate beast, why not? I will leave this desolate beast with you, protect it carefully, count it as my share. This way, as long as things progressed smoothly, Fang Yuan's promise to the land spirit of Langya would be completed. He Lulan kept the yellow jade lion in her immortal aperture, her gaze flashed as she made up her mind, saying, the 3 desolate beasts we encountered were purposely bled. This is likely a step that Shirley's side must complete. Or maybe the star hall in the sky appeared because of this. After all, when we were in the green star space earlier, there was nothing in the sky. How many desolate beast corpses do you think there are other than these 3 places? Fang Yuan chuckled, even if you didn't mention it, I wanted to say it. That's right, according to this situation, there are many desolate beast corpses. If a desolate beast corpse is sold well, we can get around 40 immortal yuan stone. We are simply reaping without any effort by picking up these desolate beast corpses. The profits are huge, and the cost is negligible. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, moreover, we might not have the chance. It is more appropriate to swallow these pieces of meat first. The two had the same idea, immediately changing their strategy and starting to search for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo worms openly, but the clues were quite obvious. Star-Lord Wanxiang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses and deal with them when they conquered the 8th star hole. The aura of these desolate beasts was still lingering, they did not have to worry about being eaten by other wild beasts. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star-Lord Wanxiang was in charge of setting up investigative goo. Naturally, he would set up even more investigative goo near the desolate beast corpses. But he would never have thought that the gathering of these investigative goo would be the most obvious clue, the beacon for Fang Yuan and He Lulan. This is a chestnut yak, its meat is like chestnut and can be eaten raw. It has a gentle nature and is a special desolate beast. Keep it. Keep it. He Lulan laughed happily. Oh my, there is a golden pangolin. Unfortunately, its armor is damaged, otherwise it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some pity. Flying bear, there is actually a flying bear corpse. Good, this is great. I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this poisonous swamp looked familiar. Unfortunately, the bat wings are mostly torn, if I transplant them, my movement speed will be affected. I wonder if I can repair them first. Fang Yuan also stole the star demon bat's corpse. He was a little regretful, but soon felt relieved. After all, if Fang Yuan did not make a move himself, why would Shirley take care of Fang Yuan's plan? Reaping without sowing was already a great bargain. He had not encountered such good luck in a long time. The two obtained close to 10 desolate beast corpses, making a fortune. Next, the two searched carefully, and after confirming there were no desolate beast corpses left, they rushed to the bottom of the 8-star hole. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, a giant figure the size of a small mountain would fall down heavily. With a loud sound, it smashed on the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. It is the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Chapter 727. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar was right in front of them. He Lulan and Fong Yuan were tempted, but they did not move. The two raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. High up in the sky, the 8-star hall was shaking. Rumbling sounds of explosions, the roars of wild beasts came from the hole. With a loud bang, the star hall shook fiercely, a resplendent pillar of flames shot out from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole in the roof. The star hall was not a physical body, it was the condensation of the grotto heaven's atmosphere. The damaged area of the roof started to emit specks of starlight, the hole continued to spread outwards. A beacon of smoke shot up to the sky. Such an intense fight. He Lulan sighed. Fight, the more intense the better. Fong Yuan muttered. The 8-star hall was in a mess, both sides were fighting intensely. A desolate beast flame tiger that was riddled with wounds roared, spitting out a huge fireball. The fireball shot towards the giant tree, while it was still in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws, following behind the fireball, charging towards the giant tree. The giant tree moved its soft and huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar, they were like thick and supple octopus tentacles. With a paw sound, a tentacle-like branch smashed the fireball. With another smack, another branch whipped over, sending the flame tiger desolate beast behind fireball flying. The flame tiger howled in pain, flying back 100 steps and landing on the ground. Light exploded, revealing a human form. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth, his expression was fanatical and excited. What a walking meat tree. It is indeed worthy of being a legendary item. Ancient desolate plants are indeed extraordinary. Star Lord Wan Xiang at the side was continuously shooting out starlight attacks from afar. Hearing Shirley's shouts, he transmitted helplessly, Immortal Monkey Wangda is very strong against humans, stop playing around, use your Earth Path Master battle power. Shirley was not someone who did not understand the situation, he said without hesitation, alright, I have already used Transformation Path battle power. He was satisfied that he had managed to kill a astral soaring heavenly boar. Next, I will use my true Earth Path Cultivation to get rid of this lively walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was overjoyed. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true abilities. But at the next moment, Shirley sat cross-legged on the bricks of the hall and started healing. Star-Lord Wan Xiang, hold on for now, after I get rid of the fire path Dao marks on my body, I will be able to heal you. Then use Earth Path methods. Hearing this, Star-Lord Wan Xiang nodded. He almost cursed out loud. But he did not say anything in the end. Shirley's request was reasonable, he had fire path Dao marks on him, it would greatly disrupt and weaken the power of Earth Path goo worms. Star-Lord Wan Xiang had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He took the initiative to fly forward and face the walking meat tree head-on. Although Star Monarch Wan Xiang had been beaten by Song Zixing and his foundation had been damaged, he was not a match for Song Zixing. However, his methods were still impressive. Beams of starlight shot out like pillars, giving off a majestic aura. Hit the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 of its branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wanxiang's body suddenly shook as 5 starlight clones appeared. The clones and the main body split up and occupied 6 different positions, each using a different star path killer move to attack the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit a few times, it was furious and moved more than 10 branches to retaliate. Crack, crack, crack. Star-Lord Wanxiang's starlight clones were destroyed one by one. Star-Lord Wanxiang dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack! With a crisp sound, Star-Lord Wanxiang lost his footing after defending for too long. He was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the star hole. Without Star-Lord Wanxiang in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash! Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wanxiang drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8th star hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight? Ugh! Suddenly, Star-Lord Wanxiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path down mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star-Lord Wanxiang did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star-Lord Wanxiang summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes, his injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8th star hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses, considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star-Lord Wanxiang stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8th star hole. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Feng Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Feng Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. My method can only simulate an image, it cannot be used to investigate. Quick, let's not talk about this, let's take advantage of this first. Feng Yuan did not have time to be proud, he took the lead and sneaked towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. The two quickly arrived beside the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. The astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was as large as a hill, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Feng Yuan and He Lulan purposely went around it, hiding in the shadows and making preparations before making their move. They first plundered the wild goo on the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. There were many wild goo, but in the battle with Shirley, more than half of them were destroyed. After the flying heavenly boar died, another half escaped, leaving only a few goo worms. After Feng Yuan plundered for a while, he started to collect the astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier did not have souls. Maybe after a long time, the soul left the body, or more likely, it was taken away by Shirley or Star-Lord Wanxiang. But this astral wind-flying heavenly boar, because the battle had just ended, Shirley's side had no time to collect it, thus Feng Yuan had a chance. But the result was disappointing to Feng Yuan. This astral wind-flying heavenly boar's soul was almost completely damaged, only a tiny bit was left. It was obvious that he had suffered a soul attack in the previous battle. No wonder the star path Gu Immortal from earlier did not fly down to collect this boar's soul. Feng Yuan sighed, he willed and took out hundreds of Gu worms. These Gu worms included light path, dark path, and a small number of strength path, blood path, bone path, and chi path. Under Feng Yuan's control, these Gu worms flew closely around the astral wind-flying heavenly boar's body. After going one round after another, Feng Yuan nodded at He Lulan. He Lulan was already prepared. After receiving Feng Yuan's instructions, she immediately activated the dozens of Gu worms that she had prepared. With the help of these Gu worms, the astral wind-flying heavenly boar's corpse was pushed into He Lulan's immortal aperture in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the hundreds of Gu worms that Feng Yuan had activated remained at the same spot, flying according to their original trajectory. They let out bursts of light and shadows that connected into one, forming the image of the astral wind-flying heavenly boar. It was extremely lifelike. At first glance, one would think that the real astral wind-flying heavenly boar's corpse was right in front of them. Your method is really good. He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star-Lord Wanxiang did not sense anything strange because he was deceived by this method. Feng Yuan shook his head. This is only a simple method, it cannot be inspected carefully. If it is raised into a killer move, the effect will be even better. Oh no. He Lulan's expression suddenly froze. She pointed at a place and quickly reminded Feng Yuan, there is a flaw here. Feng Yuan looked over. Sure enough, the simulation of the astral wind-flying heavenly boar was missing its anus. How could a flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Feng Yuan quickly controlled his Gu worms, adjusting the simulation and simulating the anus. But He Lulan said again, oh no, oh no. The anus is out, it is gone. Feng Yuan looked and blushed with shame. The astral wind-flying heavenly boar's rank is too high, its body is too big, my method cannot simulate it completely, I have already reached my limit. To mend Peter, I have to tear down Paul. He Lulan nodded, her tone was bold and unrestrained as she said without any reservations, then don't change it, keep it, don't have an anus, it will be more realistic. Feng Yuan did as he was told, changing the simulation back to its original state. I say, Feng Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. He Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough, there is no need to raise it to killer move level. Feng Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the star hole. There was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the star hole. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the star hole. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Feng Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. Chapter 728. The walking meat tree was a legendary plant recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul. Because of accident Gu's revival, he was left outside. Encountering desolate Gyue gave second sister a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the siblings went to the Blue Sea together, searching for the life gem that could revive their father, Renzu. In the end, Desolate Gue discovered the mystery of life and took the initiative to sacrifice itself, turning itself into a damaged gem of life. The Northern Dark Ice Soul took the gem of life and tried to return to his father's side to save Renzu. However, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the Gate of Life and Death. There were two paths in the Gate of Life and Death, one was the path of life and the other was the path of death. Regardless of which path, there would be many worry Gu. And to overcome the interference of distress Gu and enter the door of life and death, he needed the help of Courage Gu. Then, the Courage Gu was brought in by Renzu and was currently on his body. The Northern Dark Ice Soul didn't have the courage to enter the Gate of Life and Death. He had no choice but to use Vagrant to find a solution. He walked over high mountains, crossed rivers, ran for his life while being chased by wild beasts, endured hunger in the cold, and suffered many hardships. Baiming Ice Soul was filled with deep guilt and anxiety. What he felt guilty about was that he had given Desolate Gue the meaning of life, resulting in Desolate Gue sacrificing himself to become a gem of life. Northern Dark Ice Soul was the same as the murderer who killed his second sister. What made him anxious was that even though he had the gem of life, he couldn't return to his father's side. He was worried that after a long time, his father's soul would scatter in Luopa Valley, and Gue Desolate Een would also sacrifice himself in vain. He walked and walked. The purple sky above his head slowly faded and turned black. The immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. One day, it would cover all 5 regions. In the primordial era, the sky was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth intersected with each other. People could walk up to the sky from the earth, and they could also walk down from the sky. The Northern Dark Ice Soul wandered aimlessly and unknowingly left the ground. He walked into the depths of the black sky. The black sky was completely dark, but it wasn't deathly still. There were many life forms living here. In the darkness, the Northern Dark Ice Soul could not find the way back. He became even more anxious, terrified, and lost. He walked and walked without knowing where he was going. He didn't know how many times he had fallen and tumbled. Suddenly, he saw a ball of fire in front of him. It was the only light in the dark sky. Dark North Ice Soul was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the flame. He walked closer to the ball of fire and found that it was a Gu. Northern Dark Ice Soul was very curious and asked, "What Gu are you? You can actually emit light in the dark sky. Please help me, I want to get out of the dark sky. Go back to the surface. I have something important to do." Gu's tone was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Ice Soul, "My name is Fire." "And who are you?" The Northern Dark Ice Soul said, "I am a human, my name is the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the road clearly and return to the surface." Gu sighed, "So you are a human, I have heard of a famous person, he is called Verdant Great Sunday, so it was Verdant Great Sunday. He had reputation Gu and his reputation spread all over the world. Almost no one did not know of him." The Northern Dark Ice Soul said happily, Right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Gu continued, "I can help you. But before that, you have to help me first. I am too hungry, I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back." The Northern Dark Ice Soul asked, "Fire Gu, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness?" Fire Gu said, "I am one of the least picky Gu worms in the world, I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." The Northern Dark Ice Soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Gu. After the Fire Gu ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fish to the size of a basin. It was very happy. Can you give me more food? The northern dark ice soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the fire goo. The fire goo ate for a long time before sighing. Sigh, I am too hungry, my teeth are not good, I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest. The northern dark ice soul thought for a moment. How about this, fire goo, follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you, how about that? The fire goo agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the northern dark ice soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the northern dark ice soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the fire goo. After many times, the fire goo became bigger and bigger. On this day, the northern dark ice soul stopped to rest. The fire goo was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. The northern dark ice soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The northern dark ice soul was frightened, immediately picking up the fire goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the northern dark ice soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted, the one in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we only want to escape from the fire. The dream realm is about to catch up, do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives. The northern dark ice soul gasped for breath, he could not run anymore. The pursuers were about to catch up. At this time, the fire goose said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, I will help you. You can just toss me over." The northern dark ice soul was forced by the situation, he could only listen to the fire goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the fire goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The fire goo burned the trees, the tree trunks were burnt to ashes, the branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The fragrance of the meat attracted the northern dark ice soul, he picked it up and took a big bite. He was overjoyed, saying it was delicious. Hei Lolan's eyes widened slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the broken trunk and tentacle-like branches. There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. This is the walking meat tree. Absolutely. Feng Yuan nodded, his gaze similarly burning. The immemorial 9 heavens only have black heaven and white heaven left. The walking meat tree was a life form of black heaven, so it was much easier to obtain it compared to the primordial life forms of other heavens. At least black heaven was still alive. 7-star child is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he has the ability to explore black heaven, it is likely that this walking meat tree was obtained from his exploration. This walking meat tree. The aura surged, he had at least rank 7 battle strength. Even better, it's a rare strength path plant. Hei Lulan licked her lips and said excitedly. Feng Yuan was also delighted. The walking meat tree was a strength path plant with branches, trunk and leaves. They were all excellent materials for refining strength path Gu worms. Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan were both strength path Gu immortals, they needed it. But when the two were about to sneak over and take the walking meat tree away, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. This sound was unprecedented. It shook the heavens, and an invisible sound wave swept through the surroundings. The 8-star hall shook intensely, almost breaking apart. Large amounts of starlight scattered, it was close to being destroyed. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, it was not inferior to the previous explosion. It resounded in the world. Next, Feng Yuan and Hei Lulan saw Shirlei and Star Lord Wanxiang flying out of the star hole. A giant dragon flew out of the star hole. This dragon was over 1,000 feet long, it was filled with eerie aura and looked majestic. The dragon horns on its head were like silver, its eyes were half closed, and its dragon scales were like gray stones. Its 8 dragon claws were sinister and terrifying, a vast amount of pale white corpse chi was like clouds or mist. It coiled around its entire body. Don't tell me this is a zombie dragon. He Lulan blurted out this dragon's origin. A zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. It was because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were not sucked away by the door of life and death. They turned into zombies. A zombie dragon was a flying dragon. After its death, its soul did not leave its body, it turned into a zombie. This zombie dragon has 8 claws. It should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it had rank 8 battle strength. Now that it has died and turned into a zombie dragon, it has rank 7 peak stage battle strength, no wonder Shirley was forced out. Fong Yuan analyzed. In the sky, the zombie dragon roared, its body twisted as it flew toward Shirley. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pale white corpse fire. Dragon fire was the attack of a giant dragon, it was its innate ability, it was like a bull's horn, a bear's paw, or a bee's sting. Wariness flashed in Shirley's eyes, he did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly moved to the left, just as he dodged the corpse fire, he saw a huge dragon tail. Shirley's eyes opened wide, he raised his arms to protect his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fong Yuan, Star-Lord Wanxiang, and He Lulan's vision, they saw the zombie dragon moving elegantly, turning its huge body and swinging its tail. It hit Shirley who had just dodged the corpse fire. With a loud sound, Shirley was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the middle of a mountain, burrowing deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain peak shook intensely, rocks and soil rolled and fell down, burying him. Star Monarch Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. The zombie dragon was so powerful, this was the first time he had seen Immortal Monkey King Shirley in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Shirley's angry roar from under the rocks, "Loach, you have successfully angered me, take this immortal killer move of mine." Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open, a small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. He Lulan's eyelids twitched, this immortal killer move activates so quickly. Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirley's earth-shattering move defied logic, not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging, looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful, he charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. 1 man and 1 dragon fought in the sky, the wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk, this zombie dragon is not simple, its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm. Chapter 729. In the sky, 1 man and 1 dragon fought, explosions resounded as the battle reached its climax. Star-Lord Wanxiang was at the side, unable to interfere. Fong Yuan and He Lulan were hiding in the forest, observing from afar, waiting for a chance to attack. The giant dragon roared, its corpse chi was vast, suppressing the famous Central Continent Goo immortal expert Shirley. This zombie dragon is powerful, it was a wind path azure dragon when it was alive, but after turning into a zombie dragon, not only did it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed also seems to have been amplified by an immortal goo. After watching for a while, He Lulan gradually realized something. Starry Sky blessed land's owner, 7-star child, had a wind path immortal goo called Wind Sprint Immortal Goo. But using this goo requires immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once created a killer move that could use the effect of an immortal goo on a target for a long period of time. Now that I have seen it, it seems to be true. Fong Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were enhanced by immortal goo. It was also experienced in battle. When its huge dragon body charged, it was extremely domineering. When it swung its tail, it gave off an aura of elegance from when it was alive. Most importantly, the corpse chi dragon flames were extremely powerful. They could match the best mortal offensive killer moves. Shirley shouted continuously. He used close to 10 different battle tactics, but could not change the situation. Often, when he recovered a little, he would be suppressed by the zombie dragon again. Be it attack, defense, movement or other aspects, the zombie dragon had no weaknesses, it had an advantage in all aspects. Hei Lolan's expression became more solemn as she watched. She said, Shirley's battle strength far exceeds my estimation. If I were him, I would only be able to hold on for a while against the zombie dragon's attacks. I would be killed by the zombie dragon. If it were you, Fong Yuan, unless you could use Myriad's self, you would only be able to hold on for a little longer, there would be no chance of victory. Fong Yuan did not retort. Hei Lolan's assessment was reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, she had extraordinary aptitude, but because of her life experience, she did not think highly of herself, she was instead very humble and cautious, she knew her limits. The reason why Fong Yuan was able to last longer than her was because of this. It was all because of Fong Yuan's flying skill and the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But Fong Yuan's speed surpassed Hei Lulan. Without Myriad's self, he could not threaten the zombie dragon. Thus, he could only flee. The icy drill Stardust could not harm the zombie dragon. He had no chance of winning at all. Hei Lulan had a strength path immortal goo and half an immortal offensive killer move. Her attack power surpassed Fong Yuan, but her movement and defense were both flaws. Although she could deal damage to the zombie dragon wouldn't take a beating for nothing. In a direct confrontation, Hei Lulan could last longer than Fong Yuan. The so-called experts did not only refer to battle prowess. He was still referring to her eyesight. Based on the intelligence, he knew whether he could win or not. This was how one judged the situation. Self-awareness. Without these two things, even if one's strength was tyrannical, one would not be able to go far. Who to provoke, who not to provoke, fight or retreat. Retreating was not cowardice, but cherishing one's wings. Waiting for the future to soar to the sky. We can't make a move under their watch. Let's leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fong Yuan said. Hei Lulan nodded. This is what I wanted to say. An accident occurred during the battle. No one can predict it. If we stay here and risk being discovered, we won't be able to do anything. We might as well retreat to a faraway place. After the two of them came to a decision, they quietly retreated. Their advantage was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. They could reap the spoils later. Right now, the enemy was strong while they were weak. They needed to maintain this advantage. After retreating far enough, Hei Lulan suddenly said, Actually, I've been thinking about a question. How did they get in? Fong Yuan's gaze flashed. I was also thinking about this. There were no investigative goo worms near the star hall we came in from. This is not normal for goo immortals. Based on this, it is likely that they did not come from the star hall. This space was the place where they had first set foot in. And to enter someone's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most common way is to follow a loophole or crack, or use methods like whole earth goo or connecting heaven goo. Hei Lulan continued. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo are unlikely, they need both sides' agreement to construct them. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange, the heavenly spirit has not appeared for a long time, we have been here for so long, but there has not been any encirclement against us. If Shirley and the rest could obtain agreement, they would not be fighting like this. Fang Yuan said. So, loopholes and cracks are most likely. He Lulan snickered. A sinister light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He said what He Lulan was thinking. They do not have fixed immortal travel like us. It is fine if they have other space path goo worms. If they really came in through a loophole or crack, we can use this to ambush them and scheme against them. We might even have a huge harvest. If Star-Lord Wanxiang and Shirley heard this, they would break out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were demons full of evil tricks, but most importantly, they were quick-witted and would not let go of any small clue. They could actually guess how Shirley and Star-Lord Wanxiang entered the grotto heaven. But just as Fang Yuan and He Lulan were about to split up and search for loopholes, the situation in the sky changed again. Shirley could not take down the zombie dragon after a long time. He roared in anger as he was suppressed by it. His body suddenly retreated, and after pulling some distance, his body shook. Immortal battlefield killer move, rolling rock battlefield. The sky changed, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield expanded rapidly, including the zombie dragon and Shirley. From the outside, it looked as if there was a huge gray cloud of stone hanging in the sky, blocking the view of the inside and the outside. He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hearts shook. He Lulan thought, good method, it is actually an immortal battlefield killer move. To form this killer move, at least 3 immortal goo are needed, and the immortal goo have to be related to each other. Fang Yuan thought, rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, vicious lightning fiend lost to this move. To think that Shirley would have this method at this time. At the same time, Star-Lord Wanxiang also had a different thought. Shirley is going to fight the zombie dragon to the death. What should I do? There are no ancient desolate beasts guarding the 8th star hall, and the battlefield killer move isolates the inside and outside. I should go and scout the 8th star hall first. The more Star-Lord Wanxiang thought about it, the more excited he got. After a dozen or so breaths of time, he could not hold back anymore. He turned into a meteor and flew into the 8th star hall. Seeing Star-Lord Wanxiang's actions, He Lulan and Fang Yuan stopped their plans. The 2 new people's hearts well, they were astute people, they immediately guessed that the star hall's defenses were weak. Let's take a gamble. Do you dare to take a gamble and charge forward? Fang Yuan and He Lulan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and flew towards the 8th star hall. The 2 arrived at the 8th star hall and found a messy battlefield. As they expected, the 8th star hall had 3 layers of defenses. The first was astral wind flying heavenly boar, the second was the walking meat tree, and the third was the zombie dragon. With the 3 layers of defenses gone, they could enter the deepest part of the star hole. The 2 activated their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving deeper into the star hall together. Soon, they found the inner hall. The door of the inner hall was open. Star-Lord Wanxiang had already entered. Fang Yuan and He Lulan did not dare to waste precious time. They stealthily entered the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang was in a strange state. His back was facing Fang Yuan and He Lulan. He was standing on the spot. His body was trembling as if he was extremely terrified. Immortal Venerable, spare me. Suddenly, he shouted in a fearful tone. He knelt down on the ground. He was begging for mercy. In front of him, there was an eerie scene. There were no lamps in the inner hall. There was no light. Fang Yuan and He Lulan could only vaguely see a tall throne. Immortal Venerable. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Deceitful tricks. Immediately, Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step forward. He Lulan followed closely behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size, their bodies stiffened like stone. A female figure appeared in front of them. She wore a dark blue robe, her beautiful hair was like a dazzling galaxy hanging down. Her eyes were wide open, she looked down from above, pointing at Feng Yuan and He Lulan. Two juniors, you have guts, you dare to offend me, star constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly kneel down. Rank 9 aura surged, it was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, by Qing Blessed Land. Sunlight passed through the window, shining on a beautiful building in the mountain. In the building, there was a warm and comfortable bed, there was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. This woman was as beautiful as a flower, her skin was fair, her nose was straight, and her lips were red. She wore a phoenix coronet on her head, she was noble and glorious, inviolable. It was Feng Kim Hong. Because of Dream Wing's goo, she had fallen into a peculiar state, it had been a long time since she woke up, the goo immortals of Spirit Affinity House were helpless. A little sparrow chirped and suddenly flew from a tree branch outside the building to the window lattice. Seemingly hearing this sound, Feng Kim Hong's eyelashes suddenly moved. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes, she was awake. Huang Er, my Huang Er, you are finally awake. Almost at the same time, Feng Kim Hong's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. Seeing that Feng Kim Hong had woken up, she cried tears of joy, she opened her arms and hugged Feng Kim Hong. Mother, Huang Er was unfilial, I made you worry. Feng Kim Hong also hugged Bai Qing, consoling her sensibly. Huang Er, it's good that you are fine, are you injured or do you feel anything wrong? Fairy Bai Qing became nervous, she touched Feng Kim Hong's face and squeezed her shoulders, inspecting her. I am fine, mother. This time, I found out the true use of Dream Wing's immortal goo. It can actually bring me into a dream realm. Feng Kim Hong said. Dream realm. Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. At the next moment, she reacted, her pupils dilated as she showed a bewildered expression, she grabbed Feng Kim Hong's shoulders. Daughter, are you sure? Is it really a dream realm? Chapter 730. Yes. Feng Kim Hong nodded with certainty. I used Dream Wing's immortal goo to travel in the dream realm, I came into contact with many life forms. There were many people, goo masters and mortals. There were many wild beasts, tigers, wolves, rabbits, field mice, I even met a desolate beast iron crown eagle, I watched it grow up. Finally, I met an old man, he had a strange temper, he kept muttering to himself, he called himself Kong Ju, he often killed people and dissected corpses, he was truly terrifying. He even blocked my path, I could only dodge left and right, I escaped for a long time. If not for that, I would have woken up long ago. Feng Kim Hong spoke excitedly at the start, but when she talked about Kong Ju, her tone turned gloomy, as if she had lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and looked straight at her daughter. Mother, what's wrong? When Feng Kim Hong asked worriedly, Fairy Bai Qing breathed in deeply, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. Huang Er, your fortuitous encounter is here. It seems you really entered the dream realm. The Kong Ju you are talking about is likely old immortal Kong Ju. In history, he is one of the three old ones along with old eccentric Tian Nan and long hair ancestor. The so-called three old ones are the only three refinement path great-grandmasters in history. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I heard Kong Ju's name. Feng Kim Hong came to a realization, but soon, her beautiful face showed doubt. But why did I meet old immortal Kong Ju? And why did he capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt like I had many refinement path methods, I have a deeper understanding of some goo worms, when I see a goo worm, I can immediately think of the goo recipe of that goo worm, the refinement materials, the cost and so on. Fortune. Fortune. Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed, tears of joy flowed down her face. Mother, what kind of place is this dream realm, why is it so mystical? Feng Kim Hong asked. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of turbid air, she calmed her emotions and said gently, regarding the dream realm, Mother, I do not know much. However, the earliest records of dream realms are in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, walked into the depths of Black Heaven and obtained fire goo. In Black Heaven, he was chased by many living beings, he had no choice but to throw fire goo behind him to defend against the enemies. The fire goo ignited many of the walking meat trees and spread, igniting the bodies of many wild beasts. For a moment, creatures howled miserably, and flames soared into the sky. So much food, so much food. The fire goo shouted excitedly, its voice was no longer as weak as before, it was now majestic and sonorous, even containing a trace of brutality and madness. Dark North Eye's soul was stunned. Fire, oh fire, how did you suddenly become so huge? As I said, I'm not a picky eater. Almost everything is my food. Fire can attract fire, one spark can start a prairie fire. The fire goo proudly said. Suddenly, the flames rose like a wall, and fiercely approached the Northern Dark Eye Soul. Dark North Eye Soul quickly took a step back. The fire goo laughed loudly, Oh human, don't be afraid. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need to rely on me to deal with those dream realms, so they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you can help me, you are my true friend, if you have any difficulties in the future, just leave it to me. Dark North Eye's soul's heart was at ease, he said joyfully, That's great, friend. Friend. The fire goo laughed loudly, it suddenly turned into human form and opened its arms, wanting to give Dark North Eye's soul a hug. Dark North Eye's soul took a huge step back in fright. Oh fire, excessive enthusiasm is the fire of self-destruction, we should maintain our distance. The fire goose stopped helplessly, it circled around Dark North Eye's soul and said, Oh human, you are so weak, it's not fun. Dark North Eye's soul was surrounded by flames, he quickly waved his hand, Don't get close, don't get close. It's so hot, it's too hot. Quickly make a path for me to leave. The flames had no choice but to make a path. Dark North Eye's soul kept retreating. After running for hundreds of steps, he looked at the surging sea of fire and let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a wild beast suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him and swallowed the Northern Dark Eye's soul into its stomach. It's a dream realm. So many dream realms, they are catching up. Many living beings screamed and escaped. Release my friend. The fire goose shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Dream Realm Beast Group. The Dream Realm Beast Group shrunk under the illumination of the fire, they were like candles that were rapidly burning. They growled and scattered in all directions. The fire goo continued to eat the things along the way, trying to spread towards the dream realm that swallowed Dark North Eye's soul. The dream realm escaped, but the fire goo chased after it relentlessly. The escaping dream realm became larger and stronger, its speed became faster and faster, gradually pulling apart the distance between it and the fire goo. It turned out that dream realms absorbed the emotions and emotions of their prey to strengthen themselves. Dark North Eye's soul, who was swallowed by the dream realm, had a strong desire to survive. He also wanted to save his father Renzu at all times. At the same time, he was filled with anxiety, he was worried that he would not make it in time. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because desolate Gyue died because of the meaning he gave to his life. It could be said that Dark North Eye's soul was the dream realm's best prey. The dream realm that swallowed him grew rapidly, the fire goo roared in anger, but it was getting further and further away from the dream realm. Dark North Eye's soul fell deep into the dream realm, he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he saw Guad desolate reviving and saying to him with a smile, "Good brother, big sister forgives you, big sister knows you did not do it on purpose." He saw himself coming to the door of life and death, saving his father Renzu. Renzu praised him, "As expected of my good son, if not for you, I would not have survived." Dark North Eye's soul's face showed a blissful smile. Many days passed just like that. The sea of fire burned furiously, it spread to a large area of black heaven, finally blocking the dream realm. Under the burning of the fire, the dream realm melted into nothingness. Dark North Eye's soul fell to the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly realized that everything in his dream was fake, there was no happiness, what welcomed him was the burning fire goo. But his face was covered in tears, he felt cold and bone-chilling. He cried loudly, questioning fire goo, why did you wake me up? I still want to dream, I still want to be eaten by the dream realm. Fire goo reminded helplessly, "Oh human, you need to know that dreams are often the opposite of reality, they are fake." "I don't want to hear it, I don't care." Dark North Eye's soul cried as he covered his ears, shaking his head. Fire goo said anxiously, "I am your friend, I don't want." Before it finished speaking, Dark North Eye's soul interrupted it, "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire goo heaved a long sigh, it fell into silence and opened up a path for Dark North Eye's soul. Dark North Eye's soul quickly ran out, he wanted to find another dream realm in the darkness and let it eat him again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing the person in front of them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied, they were stunned on the spot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was one of the 10 venerables in the history of Gu Masters. Legends about her have been passed down to this day. She was a rare female rank 9 Gu Immortal, she was the founder of Wisdom Path and also created Star Path. She was the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Even after her death, she schemed against 3 demon venerables to ensure that Celestial Court did not fall. Right now, she was standing in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, looking down arrogantly as a grand rank 9 aura assaulted them. What in the world is going on? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? She is still alive. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an unparalleled pressure. Even though she was extremely confident and wanted to kill her father, Al Demon, her body was trembling at this moment, her will and body were facing a huge test. After all, the other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal, she was the legendary Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who she had heard of since young. He Lulan's legs turned soft, while Star-Lord Wenxiang was already kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was genuine. Fang Yuan, however, gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with a fierce light. This feeling. It is actually a corner of the dream realm. He could only scream in his mind, he could not make any sound. He could not move, under the envelopment of the 9 revolutions aura, he felt like a mosquito sealed in amber. At the moment of life and death, an intense sense of danger filled Fang Yuan's mind. I need to leave the dream realm quickly, otherwise, my rebirth plan will come to a halt. My plan for eternal life will stop here. True solid bat wings, detonate. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, at the crucial moment, he decisively sacrificed himself to save himself. The bat wings that he had painstakingly formed self-detonated under Fang Yuan's decision. Intense pain assaulted his mind, turning into a formless force that protected Fang Yuan's body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking deeply at Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie, but he is quite interesting. She had just said that when in Fang Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was gone, the 8th star hall was also gone. In their place was a patch of clouds, a blue-robed Gu Immortal had his back facing Fang Yuan, looking at the bright moon in the sky. He muttered, "Heaven has taken pity on me. I, 7-star child, have finally merged the 7 substar spaces, forming a unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have crossed another huge obstacle on my cultivation path. I am one step closer to rank 9 realm, one step closer." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. 7-star child did not seem to sense Fang Yuan's existence. His back was facing Fang Yuan the entire time. He did not show any signs of turning around. He continued to laugh. His laughter was filled with joy. Even Fang Yuan was affected. He became joyful. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart, but his body felt like it was in a world of ice and snow. He felt a chill. Oh no! There is actually a dream within a dream. I just left star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Now I am in 7-star child's dream. Chapter 731. Oh no! A person's dream realm is filled with that person's feelings and emotions. Right now, 7-star child's laughter is making me feel happy. This is a sign that the feelings in the dream are affecting me more and more. Inside 7-star child's dream realm, Fang Yuan felt terrible. He had his previous life's experience. He naturally knew the dangers of dream realms. If he was not careful, a immortal great expert could get lost in a dream realm and die. Right now, Fang Yuan had not fallen too deeply into the dream realm. The best way to leave was to use intense pain to stimulate himself. But he was an immortal zombie. He had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he retained his sense of pain when transplanting the true solid bat wings, he might have fallen completely into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter just now was simply thrilling to the extreme. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. He immediately realized that this was a dream realm and wanted to leave before falling in. Thankfully, he had the true solid bat wings. The intense pain from the self-detonation surpassed the power of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Fang Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Immortal Venerable dream. But Fang Yuan had just escaped the tiger's den when he fell into the wolf's lair. 7-star child was a rank 8 immortal. He was not famous but had outstanding strength. Be it the previous life's Fang Yuan or the current life's Fang Yuan, he was far superior to them. Fang Yuan no longer had any pain to rely on, and for a moment, he felt a sense of helplessness, like he was waiting for death. No, there must be a way. There must be a way. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry. He clenched his fists nervously. Sensing his clenched fists, Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with bright light. He was overjoyed. There is a chance. Even though 7-star child is rank 8, he is still far from star constellation Immortal Venerable. In star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, I cannot move at all. But in 7-star child's dream, I have not completely lost my ability to move. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his arm with difficulty. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his hand. The simple movement of raising his arm became extremely difficult now. Rise for me. Rise for me. Fang Yuan's eyes were about to split open. He stared at the arm and exerted all his strength. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally raised his arm to the right angle. Then, with great difficulty, he extended his 5 fingers and gathered a cluster of starlight in the center of his palm. Inside the starlight, there were countless tiny ice drills. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. The azure starlight illuminated the surroundings with a frosty blue. Seeing this ball of starlight, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of happiness and satisfaction. Not good, I've been evoked with the same kind of happiness. The more I'm affected by the dream, the more I'll lose my ability to move. Fang Yuan reacted and quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Sure enough, as he had guessed, his mobility had been greatly reduced. Originally, he could still raise his arms, but now, he could only move his fingers. The cluster of starlight that he had painstakingly condensed in his hand was his last hope. The hidden dreamscape cannot be attacked by ordinary means. But this horned dream realm is different. It has already manifested. While interfering with external objects, it will also be interfered with and destroyed by external objects. Although this horned dream realm contained the dreams of star constellation Immortal Venerable and 7-star Child, it was extremely valuable and it would be a pity to destroy it. Fang Yuan would lose his life if he did not do this. He had no choice but to make this choice. Fang Yuan exerted all his strength. His 5 fingers shook as the icy drill stardust in the center of his palm slowly flew out. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit 7-star Child's back. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha 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 ha, og. 7-star Child's laughter came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly, but his body had already shattered like a mirror. Fang Yuan only saw his handsome side profile, but his entire image completely collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's body suddenly became light. It was as if the invisible mountain pressing down on him had suddenly shifted away. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not retreat now, when the dream realm recovered, it would be too late. But 7-star Child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan expected. Not only did 7-star Child's figure shatter, even the surrounding clouds and the full moon in the sky quickly disintegrated. In a few blinks of an eye, this 7-star Child's dream realm completely vanished. How can this be? My icy drill stardust is not strong, it can only temporarily shatter 7-star Child's figure at most. It should recover quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp roar suddenly erupted from the 8-star hall. The sound waves created a disturbance. Who is it? Who is disturbing my slumber? In the depths of the gloomy 8th star, on a high throne, 2 bright blue eyes suddenly shone. Then, an immortal zombie with the physique of a normal person suddenly stood up and stepped out. His angry eyes swept around, then stared at Star Lord Wanxiang, He Lulan, and Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan's heart was greatly alarmed. He mustered all his strength and continuously kicked backwards. He did not even have time to turn around. He directly rushed out of the star hole. So 7-star Child did not die, but turned into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lulan, I can only help you this much. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he shot another icy drill stardust towards He Lulan. Reptile, you are courting death. 7-star Child immortal zombie first arrived beside Star Lord Wanxiang. He raised his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Star Lord Wanxiang's back. Boom! With a huge sound, a hole was directly kicked out of the 8-star hall. Star Lord Wanxiang's entire chest was almost stomped into nothingness. His battered body was like a shooting star as it was kicked away and smashed into the forest. 7-star Child immortal zombie took large strides and walked towards He Lulan. But He Lulan had already been attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the dual stimulation of intense pain and cold, she narrowly escaped from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. 7-star Child immortal zombie laughed sinisterly. When he was 50 to 60 steps away from He Lulan, he stretched out his left hand and pushed. He Lulan had not reacted yet. She subconsciously retreated while raising her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out from 7-star Child immortal zombie's hand silently. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. He Lulan's defense was easily destroyed by the starlight pillar in a few blinks of an eye. Fortunately, He Lulan obtained a crucial moment to catch her breath. She quickly changed directions. Star Billow Pillar was a straight-line attack. He Lulan narrowly escaped death. She immediately retreated after escaping from the light pillar. 7-star child immortal zombie hesitated for a moment before twisting his left hand and adjusting the direction of the light pillar. Hei Lulan dodged left and right, brushing past the star billow pillar several times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it would not last more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths of time, the starlight pillar in 7-star child's hand dissipated. Hei Lulan successfully escaped from the 8-star hall. She was already rapidly descending towards the forest below. When Hei Lulan arrived at Fang Yuan's side, she could not believe that she had actually successfully escaped and kept her life. She did not have a strong defensive method. Even with her strength path extreme immortal recovery ability, she did not dare to be hit by the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. Her earlier retreat was like dancing on the zither of death. If there was any accident, she would die after 4 breaths of time. Fang Yuan grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the depths of the forest. Let's go. 7-star child immortal zombie has been in the dream realm for too long. He is in an abnormal state. There are few thoughts in his mind. His thinking has become rigid. He no longer has the ability to think normally. Hei Lulan was dragged by Fang Yuan. Their figures were concealed as they stealthily moved around trees one after another, running madly in the dense forest. She was still confused. She kept asking, "Dream realm?" The star constellation Immortal Venerable I saw earlier was also a dream realm. What is a dream realm? Suddenly, Hei Lulan's words froze. She saw the traces of icy drill stardust on her body and shouted in anger, "Fang Yuan! You actually attacked me! Shut up! I was saving you. Without my icy drill stardust, how could you escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you did not react in time, you would have already been killed by 7-star child immortal zombie's immortal killer move." Fang Yuan did not even turn his head as he replied in a vicious tone. Hei Lulan was stunned, but soon accepted Fang Yuan's explanation. Ambitious people were always suspicious. Hei Lulan did not believe Fang Yuan, but she believed in the Snowy Mountain alliance she established with Fang Yuan. The alliance stipulated that allies were not allowed to harm each other or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the allies had to do their best to save them. If Fang Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack meant to harm Hei Lulan, he would have died long ago. Now that she saw him running so fast that her arm was hurting, Hei Lulan understood and struggled to break free from Fang Yuan's arm. "I can walk by myself." After pausing for a moment, Hei Lulan followed closely behind Fang Yuan and continued, "I will remember your kindness of saving my life. I will compensate you when we return. You will definitely be satisfied." But what is that dream realm? I am a great strength path extreme immortal. How could I fall into it without any resistance? Dream realm, is it that dream realm in the legends of Renzu? Is it related to great dream immortal venerable? Also, why are you in such a hurry? We have fixed immortal travel. Shut up. Fang Yuan scolded, but continued to move quickly. He had already lost his true solid bat wings. His speed had decreased greatly. "Insects that invade my territory, you deserve to die." At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie's furious voice resounded from the sky. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan raised their heads as they ran, only to see that 7-star child immortal zombie had already flown out of the 8-star hall. His attention was attracted by the rolling rock battlefield in the sky. It could not be helped, the rolling rock battlefield was too huge in the sky. It was like a giant tumor in starry sky grotto heaven. It attracted too much hatred. 7-star child immortal zombie thought for a moment before stretching out his left hand and shooting out a giant star billow pillar. The immortal level star path killer move landed on the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling stone battlefield shook violently a few times, but it was not damaged. Chapter 732. 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned that his attack could not destroy this malignant tumor. He opened his mouth and let out an even more furious roar. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Along with his movement, a vast and majestic starlight giant hand immediately condensed and slammed into the rolling stone battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. Under the attack of two immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield started to crack. From the huge cracks, the scene inside the battlefield could be seen. But it had not collapsed yet. Feng Yuan saw this and quickly retracted his gaze. He continued to run. He Lulan let out a breath of air. She let go of most of her worries. All right, 7-star child immortal zombie is competing with Shirley. This is for the best. Feng Yuan, why are you running? To save someone. Feng Yuan's reply was simple and concise. He Lulan was even more curious. Save who? At this time, Feng Yuan happened to turn around the cliff. He stepped on a cliff and pointed far away. It's him. He Lulan took a look and saw a Gu Immortal lying on a pile of broken trees and rocks. It's that Star Path Gu Immortal. The two came to Star-Lord Wanxiang's side. The latter's chest had a huge hole. Not only did it go through the front and back, his entire chest was gone. There was only a bit of flesh connecting the two sides. Such a heavy injury made He Lulan take in a deep breath of cold air. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie stomp. Feng Yuan squatted down. His 8 arms moved around Star-Lord Wanxiang's corpse one after another. After a while, Feng Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, even though his injuries are terrifying, as long as he is willing to spend some money, he can recover. But his soul has already been sucked into the dream realm. Unless we break Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, this Gu Immortal's soul will get lost in the dream realm, or turn into another dream realm. He Lulan was standing at the side, also using investigative Gu to search. She said with lingering fear, he can't be saved, his whole soul is mysteriously missing. Is it because of that dream realm? If I hadn't been saved by you, would I have ended up like him? What a pity. Feng Yuan murmured, his hands not stopping moving. If he's still alive, we can not only get important information from him, but we can also get it from him. Furthermore, we can use your slavery immortal Gu to make him one of us and work for us. He can even plot against Shirley. Who knows? We might be able to kill Shirley without taking any risks. We can get rid of ourselves and obtain the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to me or not? He Lulan stomped her feet angrily. If you are so free, why don't you help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Feng Yuan's words immediately attracted He Lulan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. He Lulan quickly bent down and probed with her divine sense, but her divine sense could only move around the immortal aperture's periphery, it could not enter. He died, leaving behind his obsession. Right now, the blessed land has a land spirit. Feng Yuan's 8 arms did not stop moving, continuously planting all kinds of Gu worms on Star-Lord Wanxiang's corpse. Star-Lord Wanxiang's injuries were healing rapidly. What can I do to help? He Lulan was once again shocked by Feng Yuan's endless and dazzling methods. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. Sealing the blessed land is very troublesome. Fortunately, the land spirit has just formed. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. I do not have enough Gu worms now. You need to monitor the situation above, and also communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies to buy these Gu worms. Remember, not a single one is missing. Saying so, Feng Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I understand. He Lulan received the detailed list and had a solemn expression. She stood beside Feng Yuan, acting as his guard, while urgently communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies inside her immortal aperture. Not only this, she also used the moving perspective cup Gu that Feng Yuan gave her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Bam bam bam, in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie was still attacking non-stop. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost anything. The rolling rock battlefield could not bear the burden, it was finally broken through. The battlefield collapsed, the zombie dragon was like a dead snake, it was heavily injured as it fell from the sky weakly. Shirley, who had caused such a result, was not in a good state. He was covered in injuries, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder blade to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Shirley breathed roughly, his face was pale. There was still some gray-white corpse fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the heavier his injuries, the more battle intent he had. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this Gu immortal expert from combat immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not show any fear or panic, instead his battle intent burned even brighter. Intruder, die. 7-star child immortal zombie's voice shook the sky. He pointed at Shirley expressionlessly. Immortal killer move, star finger. At the same time, Shirley smiled malevolently, his palm slamming down. Immortal killer move, earth-shattering heaven. These two killer moves were both extremely powerful offensive methods that had a short time to prepare. 7-star child immortal zombie's index finger suddenly burst out with starlight. It tore through the sky at lightning speed, piercing Shirley's chest. The huge rock also pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie's body. With a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie was smashed to the ground. He was buried under a small mountain. Blood spurted out of Shirley's chest. His body swayed violently a few times, and he almost fell down, but in the end, he still floated in the air. Shirley's heart shook. That attack just now was extremely fast. If he had not dodged at the crucial moment, his heart would have exploded. His wound was filled with countless star path down marks, and near his heart, blood was spurting out continuously. Ordinary mortal goo were useless, even mortal healing killer moves were useless. But Shirley still had healing immortal goo with him. Under the healing of immortal goo, Shirley's injuries were quickly healed, his blood turned from spurting to flowing slowly. He had just treated his injuries when the rock that was suppressing 7-star child immortal zombie collapsed. A giant starlight hand flew up, crushing the rock and sending the fragments flying. Roar! 7-star child immortal zombie roared. His body was covered in a bright starry robe. With a loud sound, he flew away, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. The huge force caused the ground under the immortal zombie's feet to crack, forming a circular crater. Shirley's pupils shrunk. He was shocked by 7-star child's sudden burst of speed. Shirley had just activated his defensive immortal goo, when with a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie crashed into him. The immortal goo's defense almost collapsed. Shirley spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was spinning as he was sent flying. Oh no, this is an immortal movement killer move. Shirley heard the sound of the wind. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Whoosh! Suddenly, he heard a sound. Shirley turned around with difficulty. He saw that 7-star child immortal zombie was wearing a starlight robe, piercing through the clouds, appearing beside him again. 7-star child immortal zombie flew up with Shirley. At that instant, the immortal zombie stretched out his left hand and grabbed Shirley's head. Immortal killer move, star billow pillar. Boom! A huge pillar of light pierced through the clouds, directly piercing through a mountain peak, causing a huge area to collapse. Dust was everywhere. A figure fell down from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shirley. He had been hit by the star billow pillar for 15 breaths of time, but did not die. He still had battle strength left. However, his entire head was charred black, and his originally three-dimensional facial features were blurry, like candles that had melted together. Roar! Shirley opened his eyes. His golden pupils shone with an unprecedented ferocious light. He was filled with anger. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Wang Lei Shan Immortal Monkey Transformation. 7-star child immortal zombie charged forward, but was pushed back by the sudden burst of golden light. After the sky-piercing golden radiance dissipated, a giant ape with a height of 15 feet was revealed. The ape was covered in golden fur, like it was wearing golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like rocks. Its huge golden pupils were emotionless, emitting a majestic aura, indifferently reflecting seven-star child Immortal Zombie's figure. It had a pair of giant hands, with red fingernails that were sharp like swords. When extended, they looked like two sinister claws. The corners of its mouth opened, fangs grew. In an instant, the sharp fangs were exposed. It was as if a demon god had descended to the mortal world. On one side was the giant Immortal Monkey King, on the other side was the awakened Immortal Zombie wearing a star robe. The two confronted each other, but did not make a move. Lolan's mind was shaken. She knew that if the two did not make a move, the battle would definitely be earth-shattering. She could not help but urge Fang Yuan, "Quickly, the situation is getting more troublesome." All right. But without immortal goo, I can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture needs to take root." Fang Yuan was so busy that his head was dizzy. His 8 arms slowly stopped their dazzling movements. He let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the sky. The majestic Immortal Monkey King and the starry 7-star child Immortal Zombie entered his sight. Immortal Monkey King's golden pupils moved, using the corner of his eyes to look at where Fang Yuan and Lulan were. Fang Yuan's disguise method did not deceive Shirley in his current state. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he found out. "Quickly store the corpse." Lulan had a solemn expression. She quickly grabbed one of Star-Lord Wanxiang's legs and threw him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child Immortal Zombie suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound of his flute spread throughout the world. Pillars of starlight shot down from the sky. Desolate beasts walked out of the starlight pillars: Diamond Bear, Flying Sword Rat, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Pangolin. After 7-star child Immortal Zombie thought about it, he finally started to display the advantage of the grotto heaven. He moved the desolate beasts from the 7 spaces in, preparing to gang up on them. Seeing this, Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel without saying a word. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After a few breaths of time, the two disappeared on the spot. Fixed immortal travel, Immortal Zombie. Fang Yuan. 3 words appeared in Immortal Monkey King's mind. 7-star child Immortal Zombie charged forward again. No matter how brave Shirley was, he would not be foolish enough to continue fighting. He flew down and ran towards the walking meat tree, stuffing the 2 sections into his immortal aperture. Swoosh! A starlight tore through the sky, piercing through Immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. Shirley was hit by this move, but his body only shook slightly before he charged towards the flying heavenly boar's corpse again. He already had the intention to retreat. He wanted to make one last profit before leaving. He endured 7-star child Immortal Zombie's barrage of attacks, running towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse and grabbing it, but he grabbed nothing. What? Shirley was shocked, looking at the crushed mortal goo in his hands. He was stunned for a moment before bursting into rage. It was definitely Fang Yuan's doing. Boom! Chapter 733. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was hit by the star billow pillar. With a loud sound, he fell heavily on the ground, falling face first. 23wx he roared angrily, spitting out the mud in his mouth. He quickly got up. Shirley did not care about the 7-star child Immortal Zombie in the sky. Thinking of the nearest star demon bat corpse, he rushed towards the location in his memory. As he ran, he knocked down trees and flattened them. In the distance, he saw the corpse of the star devil bat. It was still there, and he couldn't help but rejoice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just at this time, 3 golden lights flew in the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rats. Shirley snorted coldly, not willing to fight. He raised his arms to protect his face. Clang 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 clang. The flying sword rat's fingernails were as long as swords. They clawed fiercely at Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but there was no blood. Instead they were blocked by the seemingly soft golden monkey fur. Metal clashing sounds could be heard. Shirley's transformed form had outstanding defense in the first place. The 3 flying sword rats did not let Shirley go. They were small and nimble. They followed closely, clawing and slashing at Immortal Monkey King's body. Clumps of monkey fur fell from Shirley's body. Wherever Shirley went, monkey fur would fall. Damn it! Shirley cursed. He moved his monkey tail, creating a golden whip image behind him. The flying sword rats were hit by the monkey tail. After flying out, they would fly back and harass Shirley. Just as they were about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear ran over. Get lost! Shirley was furious. He clenched his fists. He swung his arm, his fist sweeping horizontally. The huge brute force actually swept the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew a short distance in the air. It smashed halfway up the mountain, growling, its body trembling. Even though cracks could be seen on its diamond-like body, it stood up as if nothing had happened. Desolate beasts mostly had strong life force, thick skin and thick flesh. Shirley did not want to waste time with the diamond bear. He only wanted to get his spoils of war back. He endured the harassment of the flying sword rats. Finally, he reached the star demon bat corpse, grabbing with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered. He grabbed nothing. Shirley quickly reacted. He cursed angrily, "Motherfucker, what kind of trick is this?" The simulation was so realistic. Flying bear, right, there are other flying bears nearby. He was hoping for a fluke. The golden-furred monkey turned around. Continue to charge. Along the way, he encountered many desolate beasts that tried to stop him. He used his brute strength to force a path out. During this period, 7-star child Immortal Zombie in the sky continued to attack, bombarding the golden-furred giant monkey. Even with his outstanding defense in the Immortal Monkey King form, his flesh was torn apart by the explosions. Shirley finally arrived near the flying bear's corpse. 5 flying bears were circling the flying bear's corpse, some of them wailing. Some licked the blood on the ground. There was also one that used its head to nudge the flying bear's corpse, causing the image to fluctuate. When Shirley saw this, he no longer had the slightest bit of hope. His hope was completely destroyed, and immediately after, his anger soared to the sky. Looks like these desolate beasts that I killed were all stolen by that cunning and treacherous little thief, Fong Yuan. These are my things, my spoils of war. You actually dare to steal my Immortal Monkey King's goods. How long has it been since something like this happened? Shirley's huge body immediately attracted the attention of the flying bears. Roar, roar, roar. The eyes of the 5 flying bears turned red. They pounced at the golden-furred giant monkey. Shirley did not have the mood to fight them. At this point, he already knew that he could not get any benefits. He immediately wanted to escape. Even though Star-Lord Wanxiang was killed, Shirley also lost the method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But he knew the location of the Grotto Heaven crack. As long as he found that location and used brute force, he would be able to create an even bigger hole and connect to the outside world of Central Continent. Shirley immediately changed his direction, but saw that 5 flying bears were charging at him from the front, and 3 scarlet flame immortal steeds were approaching from the left. On the right, a huge ghost-faced tortoise floated, and behind it was the 7-star desolate hound. In just a short while, he was already surrounded by the desolate beasts. Shirley wanted to charge into the sky, but when he looked up, he saw the Iron Crown Eagle, 9 Palace Crane, and Chi Grand Lion, these 3 desolate beasts circling above his head. Other than that, there was also 7-star child immortal zombie waiting to attack. Forget about the 3 desolate beasts, the crucial thing is this immortal zombie. The golden-furred giant monkey's huge golden eyes flashed with a hint of wariness. He lowered his head and looked around, deciding to break through to the right. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was the size of 3 mountains, floating in the air leisurely. Its body was the largest, and also had difficulty turning. If 7-star child immortal zombie continued to bombard him, Shirley could instead use the ghost-faced tortoise's body as a cover. Shirley made up his mind. He immediately strode forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. The golden-furred giant monkey that he had transformed into was 1.5 times the size of Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, it was like a marble in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise whimpered. Countless spirit beasts came out from the holes on the tortoise's back. The dark blue spirit beasts formed an army of spirit beasts, densely packed, filling the sky as they charged towards the golden-furred giant monkey like a tidal wave. Shirley charged forward, his fists flying everywhere, sweeping away all the spirit beasts that blocked his way. The golden fur's defense was extremely strong. The spirit beasts looked ferocious, but they were all massacred. Shirley used the spirit beast army to avoid the pursuit of the desolate beasts. Only the 3 flying sword rats kept harassing Shirley, causing countless small wounds. This immortal zombie seems to have a problem with his brain. He clearly has strength, but he is affecting each other, unable to use it. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Why would I care about the life and death of the spirit beasts? Shirley had rich battle experience. After bypassing the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the spirit beast army, he continued to move forward. The other desolate beasts could only watch from afar. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was in a daze, as if he did not want to harm the spirit beast army. Finally, Shirley came to the grotto heaven's gap. He let out a breath of turbid air. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly grunted. Blood splattered from his back. These 3 damned rats. Shirley growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fists. He sent the flying sword rats flying one by one. Initially, the flying sword rats could not cause much damage, but as time passed, the small injuries became huge. The wounds on his back were already filled with metal path dow marks. The flying sword rats crashed to the ground, but soon flew towards Shirley while chirping. Shirley's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used an immortal killer move, Mud Worm. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the mud worm. It was like they were stuck in a swamp. They could not free themselves. Shirley used earth root again. Countless earth spikes suddenly shot out from the thick mud mound and swarmed out. They stabbed towards the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced by 100 earth spikes. They died on the spot. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. The spirit beast army was lured away. The desolate beasts charged forward without fear of death. It's too late, fool. Shirley breathed in deeply. The sticky mud worm on his body moved, quickly leaving his body and covering the grotto heaven's gap. Shirley placed his hands on the mud worm. He mobilized a large amount of immortal essence. He injected it. Immortal killer move, earth disintegration. The mud centipede instantly exploded and flowed horizontally. The original crack of the heavenly abode. The grotto heaven's gap was destroyed by this attack. Shirley could see the sky on the other side through the hole. He laughed heartily. He took a large step and forced his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough, he did not have Star-Lord Wanxiang's methods. Thus, in the process of passing through, an immense pressure pressed down on Shirley's body from all directions. Fortunately, Shirley had transformed into a golden-furred giant monkey. His defense was dozens of times stronger. He resisted the pressure and passed through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially his back that was injured by the flying sword rats. It was badly mutilated, large amounts of blood were being squeezed out. Shirley gasped in pain. He screamed in his mind, "Who dares to block my path? I am out. Damned immortal zombie, I will beat you up sooner or later. And Fong Yuan, you thief stole my prey. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie, you don't know your limits, you dare to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly, I will let you know the terrible consequences of offending me." Thoughts flashed in Shirley's mind. At this time, he heard the roars of flying bears. Shirley quickly looked around, only to see 5 flying bears pouncing towards him from 5 different directions. What's going on? He raised his head, only to see that there were still 6 round stars in the sky. Why am I still here? Shirley's shock was no small matter. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him and sneered, "Little monkey, do you think my 7-star space is so simple? But I still need to thank you, if you did not wake me up, would have died in the dream realm. As a token of my gratitude, I will bury your corpse under my most beloved mountain peak." At this time, 7-star child regained his rationality, he could think normally. This is bad. Shirley's heart sank. The 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden-furred giant monkey. Get lost. Shirley was about to explode, but starlight flickered around him, his body sank and his movements became extremely slow. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was extremely good, it was even more effective than the immortal offensive killer move earlier. At once, bear paws flew and attacked from all directions. Shirley blocked left and right, he could not protect himself. When he finally broke free from the restraints and rolled away from the 5 bears, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen and covered in bruises. Although he didn't break any bones, he was in excruciating pain all over his body. 7-star child regained his rationality, the danger level increased by several times. I have no choice, I can only seek help from the sect. To think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, would need to ask for help at this moment. Where would I put my old face? Fong Yuan, this is all your fault, after I am saved, I will teach you a lesson. Shirley screamed in his heart, he was about to vomit blood from anger. Fong Yuan not only stole his battle spoils, causing him to suffer a huge loss, he even kidnapped Star Lord Wanxiang, causing Shirley to be trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star desolate hounds flew over, while the ghost-faced giant tortoise silently floated in front of them. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child immortal zombie, "If you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds. 7-star child immortal zombie smiled proudly, "Sure, come up." The golden-furred giant monkey roared angrily, bursting out with dazzling golden light, forcing 7-star child immortal zombie to squint his eyes. When the golden light faded, Shirley returned to his human form, charging into the forest and running rapidly. But, he escaped. He escaped. Immortal Monkey King Shirley, who was famous for his arrogance and bravery in Central Continent, actually chose to escape. If this scene was shown to the public, it would definitely shock many Central Continent Goo immortals. 7-star child immortal zombie was dazed for a while before reacting, shouting furiously, "You actually dared to trick me? I thought you were an unyielding hero who would fight to the death without retreating. Escape, go ahead and escape, I want to see where you can escape to in my grotto heaven." Chapter 734. This is the place. Fong Yuan looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Where is this? Hey Lulan came out of Fong Yuan's immortal aperture. The two used fixed immortal travel to retreat from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and came here. He Lulan looked around. She found that this was an underground cave, or the hollow interior of a mountain. There was little light, it was dark, there were jagged rocks, it was very humid, but the space was quite vast. This is Earth Abyss. Fong Yuan said plainly. Earth Abyss. He Lulan looked at Fong Yuan in surprise. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent. She knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the extreme west of Central Continent. It was a huge underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into dozens of layers. Each layer had an area of hundreds of millions of km². The space was huge, it was deep underground, there were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. In Earth Abyss, there were countless life forms, it was full of vitality, its unique ecology was different from the surface. This is a good place indeed, the Earth Chi in Earth Abyss is dense, it will shorten the time needed for the blessed land to be placed. He Lulan nodded, changing the topic. However, above this Earth Abyss is the headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects. They are like a giant beast, they have dominated the extreme west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treated it as a forbidden area. If you want to place a blessed land here, it will be like planting flowers in someone's garden. Are you not afraid of being discovered? Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, Earth Abyss is extremely deep. Ancient Soul Sect spent thousands of years but only managed to explore the 18th layer, reaching the 27th layer. From the 28th layer to the 36th layer, only Ancient Soul Sect Gu Immortals enter occasionally. As long as we plant it below the 40th layer, no matter how big the commotion is, we will not be afraid of being discovered. 40th layer. Why do I remember that Ancient Soul Sect only explored the 36th layer? He Lulan had a surprised expression. Fong Yuan chuckled, that is because they are useless, Earth Abyss is deep and eerie. It was beyond the imagination of the world. More than 36 levels. At this point, he couldn't help but think of his previous life. In his previous life, when Fong Yuan was rank 5, he created an endless beast tide from Earth Abyss. Counterattack the ground and bring chaos to Zhongzhou State. The Ancient Soul Sect bore the brunt of the attack and suffered heavy losses. After the beast tide rushed out of the abyss, they kept driving away the beasts on the surface of Zhongzhou State. Gradually, it led to an unprecedented scale of terrifying beast tide that spread throughout the entire Zhongzhou State. In those years, the people of Zhongzhou State were plunged into misery and suffering. Countless small sects were like stones falling into a flood. After a few waves, they disappeared. The leaders of the 10 great ancient sects were busy fighting the beast tides everywhere. It took several years. After clearing the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent, they invited Gu masters of both righteous and demonic paths. Together, they entered the Earth Abyss. Because of this, Fong Yuan snuck into the Earth Abyss to kill wild beasts and obtain resources for his cultivation. Layer by layer, they went deeper and deeper. After reaching the 36th level, the Gu masters found a new tunnel. As they went deeper, it was an even larger underground world. There were countless beast groups, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and all sorts of danger zones. Even after Fong Yuan self-detonated, the exploration of Earth Abyss did not end. Just the 107 levels were discovered. The 36th level that Ancient Soul Sect occupied was only a small portion that was closest to the surface. Fong Yuan naturally would not tell He Lulan about the details, he only said, "Just follow me." He Lulan saw that Fong Yuan was very confident. As if he was confident, she followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they entered was only the 8th floor. Along the way, the two saw many Ancient Soul Sect Gu masters. These Gu masters were mostly in groups, some were hunting wild beasts, some were collecting underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were, but their cultivation level increased correspondingly. From a rank 2 Gu Master to a rank 3 and then to a rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to sense Fang Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even in the narrow paths, when they passed by some Gu Masters, these mortals did not react at all. At the 30th level, there were no more mortal Gu Masters. The surroundings were dark, their vision was greatly restricted. But thankfully, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were Gu immortals, they had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th level, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul sect was being chased by an ancient desolate beast and 4 other desolate beasts. He was in a sorry state. But this Gu immortal helped Fang Yuan and He Lulan got past the desolate beast camp and arrived at the 36th level. Next, Fang Yuan went to the crucial location according to his previous life's memories. After setting up the 6 Gu formations, Fang Yuan pointed at his feet, saying to He Lulan, "My offense is not strong enough, I need you to activate your immortal Gu and attack this muddy ground." He Lulan obeyed. She barely turned into a strength path phantom giant and punched the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and rocks flew, but they did not reach the periphery of the Gu formation. The sound was like thunder, but outside the Gu formation, there was no sound at all, it was quiet and peaceful. The muddy ground was not punched through, there was only a deep pit that was about 70 to 80 feet deep. "Continue, quickly," Fang Yuan urged, jumping down first. He Lulan breathed in deeply, jumping down as she punched. Like this, the huge pit became deeper and deeper. After a few thousand feet, a hole was formed. Thus, Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered the 37th level. He Lulan was sweating profusely. She raised her head and looked back, only to see that the hole above her was rapidly recovering with the help of the Gu formation. This is the 36th level, the weakest area. Even so, it is about 3,000 meters thick. Fang Yuan explained in a timely manner. "How did you find this place?" He Lulan was full of doubts. Fang Yuan chuckled. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie, he could only keep it a secret. He Lulan saw that he did not answer and snorted, but wisely did not continue asking. After entering the 37th level, the path was much more rugged and dangerous. After all, this was the original environment. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were outsiders who had entered for the first time. When the two finally reached the 40th level, the time limit of sealing Star-Lord Wanxiang's immortal aperture was also up. Your estimation was quite accurate. He Lulan placed Star-Lord Wanxiang's corpse on the ground. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Fang Yuan willed, hundreds of mortal Gu flew out of Star-Lord Wanxiang's body, like a group of locusts, they flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the final layer of suppression, Star-Lord Wanxiang's body started to shine with starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter, the ground started to shake. Several breaths of time later, countless amounts of earth chi appeared, it was like a layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. The starlight stabilized, the piercing light was comparable to the sun at noon in summer. A formless suction force burst out. The surrounding earth chi was being absorbed continuously. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had already retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the starlight. What's going on? Earthquake, another earthquake. Leave quickly, the magnitude of this earthquake is very strong. If we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. The Gu masters in Earth Abyss covered their heads and fled. They screamed in fear, trying to escape from Earth Abyss. They were not surprised. Earth Abyss structure was not stable, earthquakes or collapses occurred frequently. Precisely so, even though Ancient Soul sect controlled this place, they did not spend any effort to explore it. Large numbers of rocks fell from above, the most dangerous ones were those spear-tipped stalactites. As long as one was hit, even rank 3 defensive Gu would not be able to block it. In fact, not only Gu masters, the living beings living in Earth Abyss were also in dire straits. Many were crushed to death or buried alive. In order to create the blessed land, Feng Yuan caused the death of at least 100,000 lives. About 15 minutes later, the starlight stopped absorbing Earth Qi, forming a square door. The door was completely made of starlight, it floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, "Star Form Blessed Land." He Lulan let out a breath of air. We finally succeeded, it seems our luck is quite good. Even though the commotion was huge, the wild beasts here did not attack. Let's go. Feng Yuan took the lead, pushing open the starlight door. He Lulan followed closely behind. The two finally entered Star Form Blessed Land. It seemed to be late at night, the sky was dark and filled with countless stars. Starlight shone brightly, shining on the blessed land's surface. It was not dark and gloomy. The entire Star Form Blessed Land was a huge basin. In the middle, there was an indented slope, and at the periphery of the blessed land, there was a continuous mountain range, forming a circle, like a wall. So many star fragment grass. Feng Yuan looked at the ground. There were actually star fragment grass growing everywhere. Star fragment grass was supposed to be planted in cloud soil, but the star fragment grass in front of him was planted on black soil. They were growing even better than Feng Yuan's patch in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan praised, "This is the benefit of Star Form Blessed Land. Planting related plants is not only easier, it also guarantees a high harvest." He Lulan's gaze was attracted by the spine-fin star dragonfish that were flying leisurely in the night sky. From what she could see, there were 3 spine-fin star dragonfish. These huge dragonfish were the size of normal whales, but they looked like carps. This way, immortal killer moves that involved immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. The cost of killing ancient desolate beasts would be high. They would often need to expend hundreds of green grape immortal essence beads, or dozens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the true net profit was often only about 100 immortal yuan stones. Although it was much higher than killing desolate beasts, there were still 2 factors to consider. First, the huge risk of fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not every Gu immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals would often choose to retreat when facing ancient desolate beasts. Only a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, and an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses. A total of 280 immortal yuan stones. The dying yellow jade lion was worth 80 immortal essence stones for the time being. Astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, 400 immortal yuan stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. About 30 immortal yuan stones. I don't know the origin of these mysterious trees, I won't count them for now. This way, I have a total of 790 immortal yuan stones. He Lulan calculated the result she obtained. Even she was somewhat tongue-tied. Close to 800 immortal yuan stones. Undeniably, this was a huge windfall. He Lulan's breathing became rapid. Ever since she ascended to Gu Immortal, she had been calculating her expenses one by one immortal yuan stone. But now, she suddenly had close to 800 immortal yuan stones in her hands. Feng Yuan's situation was better than He Lulan. Using Wisdom Gu's unlimited brilliance, he transacted with Land Spirit of Langya. He had more than 10 immortal yuan stones. Dozens of immortal yuan stones. But even so, facing the wealth of 800 immortal yuan stones, Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Even in his previous life, he did not have such an experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the most immortal essence stones he had on hand was no more than 60 pieces. According to the 40 to 60 split, Fang Yuan could obtain 474 immortal yuan stones. This is a huge harvest, mainly because we did not expend any immortal essence because of the battle. Fang Yuan calmed the waves in his heart and said, "Hee, that arrogant monkey is probably going to explode from anger. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan asked worriedly, "After all, this involves such a huge profit." "He won't." Fang Yuan shook his head. "To us, this is a huge profit. But to a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, he would have thousands of immortal yuan stones. Normally speaking, rank 6 Gu immortals would have hundreds of immortal yuan stones. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals would have thousands of them. Strength and wealth were directly proportional. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were new Gu immortals. They had just stepped into the world of Gu immortals and were working hard with new identities. They had started from scratch and were poor. As for Fang Yuan's previous life, he was short of money. One reason was because Blood Path was not good at managing and was good at fighting. The other was because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The battles were frequent and the expenditure was huge. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Moreover, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent are famous righteous sects. They have a longer history than almost every super force in the other 4 regions. These great sects need order and stability. They need face and reputation. Shirley will definitely take revenge on us, but he will not do it forcefully. He will use righteous path methods to suppress us. After all, we have the reputation of Crane Gate. He Lulan nodded, agreeing with Fang Yuan's point. Chapter 736. Central Continent, by Qing Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shone on this small world. Mountain streams flowed, ancient trees reached the sky, and lush greenery formed a shade. As the wind blew, the sunlight shone through the gaps of the leaves, causing it to sway beautifully. Feng Jin Huang lay down on the green grass with her back against a big tree. She took a deep breath as the breeze blew past her. The fresh air was mixed with a hint of the pleasant smell of grass. The Legends of Renzu was beautifully framed, quietly lying in Feng Kim Huang's hands. It was already at the last few pages. Feng Kim Huang's bright eyes were like water, staring at the pages without blinking. Although she had heard of Renzu's story since young, because of the wondrous experience in the dream realm, and after reading the Legends of Renzu with an inquisitive mind, Feng Kim Huang had many new and different feelings. The Legends of Renzu's final words were, Renzu's 10 sons died one after another. Even Renzu himself was about to die of old age, about to reach the end of his life. Before his death, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into Derivation Gu's stomach and being eaten. A large number of dream realms followed the smell of the food and entered Derivation Gu's mouth. Derivation Gu's stomach burst and exploded, countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. Because of the dream realm's derivation, the newly born mortals will have dreams during their sleep at night. People are often immersed in their dreams, like Northern Dark Ice Soul, unable to extricate themselves. As Feng Jin Huang pondered, she stretched out her slender hand and closed the Legends of Renzu. Then, she stood up. "Mother, send me back to the house, I am a little tired." She called out softly. "All right." In the next moment. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong heard Fairy by Qing's gentle reply. Feng Kim Hong suddenly vanished on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in her own room in Splendid Building. In her room, Fairy by Qing was already waiting. Feng Kim Huang's eyes lit up, happily saying, "Oh, mother, why are you free today? Why didn't you go and harmonize the earth chi?" When a Gu master reaches rank 6 and becomes a Gu immortal, their aperture can absorb heaven, earth, and human chi. When it became an immortal aperture, it would be a small world. Gu immortals managed their immortal aperture and raised their cultivation level. But as the immortal aperture world carried more things, gradually, there was not enough heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Just like that. As the tree in the pot grew taller and taller, the original pot became smaller, and the soil became barren. At this time, the Gu immortal would place the blessed land on the ground and absorb earth chi, or place the grotto heavens in the sky and absorb heaven chi. The chi of heaven and earth was absorbed. It would stabilize the blessed land and grotto heaven, and increase the foundation of the immortal aperture. His cultivation stabilized. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating faster and more steadily. Fairy Bai Qing's current situation was that she had managed the blessed land for a period of time. It was no longer stable. She planted the blessed land on the ground and lived in it, absorbing and harmonizing the earth chi of central continent's large region every day. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her adorable daughter with a loving gaze, praising, "Huang heir, it seems that your dream realm experience this time has greatly strengthened your mental state. If it were in the past, you would have made a fuss and asked me to accompany you. But this time, I harmonized the earth chi for 3 days and 3 nights without accompanying you. You quietly read books and refined Gu. Your mental state is much more mature than before. I am very pleased." Of course. Feng Kim Hong smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She raised her head slightly, the phoenix coronet on her head jingled as she said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood, how can I embarrass you too?" Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing, the latter also laughed. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost everyone has dreams. Over the years, countless geniuses, even immortal venerables and demon venerables have their own dream realms. These dream realms condensed into one, forming an unprecedentedly huge secluded realm. Huang heir, your dream wings immortal Gu allows you to freely enter dream realms. It is a movement immortal Gu that allows you to enter dream realms freely without being affected by them. This is a huge fortuitous encounter for you, you need to grasp it well. I understand, mother. These last days, I have been trying to refine Gu. I found that my refinement path attainment level has already reached quasi-master. The benefits of dream realms are too great. I have always lacked interest in refinement path. I have never practiced it before. But after traveling through the dream realm, my attainment level has increased by leaps and bounds. I have left many people in the sect far behind. Feng Kim Hong sighed. When you traveled through old immortal Kong Ju's dream, you unintentionally obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But this is also because old immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great grandmaster to begin with. You benefited from it. There are too many dream realms. You might not be so lucky next time and encounter the dream realm of someone like old immortal Kong Ju. Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Kim Hong did not mind. He laughed. If I can't encounter it, so be it. I have no interest in refinement path to begin with. If I encounter the dream realm of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable next time, that will be fine. Sigh, but it is a pity that I walk metal path. None of the 10 venerables in history have cultivated this path. Fairy Bai Qing's heart jumped. She said solemnly, "Huang heir, don't let your guard down. You escaped unscathed this time because you were lucky. The dream realm you encountered was not dangerous. If you really encounter a venerable's dream, you need to leave immediately. The strength of a venerable is not something you can imagine." Feng Kim Hong stuck out his tongue. He quickly said obediently, "Yes, mother, I understand." Fairy Bai Qing's expression softened. She took out a letter. Gu, this is a letter from your father. He has already successfully broken through the regional wall. After entering northern plains, he found a place to rest. He does not know that you have awakened yet. But since he has already sent a letter, we will use this letter Gu to reply. You can also say a few words that will put your father's mind at ease. He can focus on this mission to enter northern plains. Father's letter. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. How can I be so lucky to obtain the other two immortal killer moves? This inheritance might have been obtained by someone else long ago. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. He thought of the inheritance regarding thieving heaven demon Venerable and Luopa Valley that he obtained in Northern Plains. He had already refined the keys to enter the inheritance, open door Gu and closed door Gu. But he did not move. Gu master inheritances were not so easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances, they were often much more difficult and dangerous than righteous path inheritances. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance was simply a tiger's den. The situation was unclear, and Myriad's self-killer move could not be used. Feng Yuan would rather wait for a while and not take the risk. Feng Yuan did not have high expectations for this, because he had already guessed it. The inheritance clue that I obtained is not the only one. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was not willing to bury the inheritance, thus he gathered a large number of people to catch the fish. This inheritance has been in the past for so long, someone might have already visited it. Not to mention others, especially spectral soul demon Venerable. He seems to have used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate soul path. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance is related to Luopa Valley. Spectral soul demon Venerable might have already entered it. He might have already taken Luopa Valley. After collecting his thoughts, Feng Yuan took out 3 complete immortal Gu recipes and handed them to Land Spirit of Langya. This is the transaction. Land Spirit of Langya received the immortal Gu recipes and inspected them. After confirming there were no mistakes, he could not help but praise Feng Yuan's talent. Rascal, I rarely admire others, but your talent in deducing immortal Gu recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Feng Yuan said, regarding the transaction of immortal Gu recipes, I want to change the details of the transaction. Oh. I have already deduced the immortal Gu recipes with high completion degrees. Now, only those with low completion degrees are left, 60, 70, and even below 50%. I want to deduce these immortal Gu recipes. Although I can complete them, it would take too long. It would take me a month or 2, I would not have time to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of this transaction. Before Feng Yuan finished speaking, Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. No change, no change, why should I change it? I spent so many immortal Yuan stones, didn't I want you to deduce immortal Gu recipes? You are a wisdom path Gu immortal and so skilled in deducing immortal Gu recipes, why don't you continue? At most, I will raise the price and pay you more. Land Spirit of Langya, don't be in a hurry to reject me, listen to me first, you will definitely be interested. Wait, don't tell me your condition is for me to represent you and sell these blessed lands in the auction. Land Spirit of Langya gave a thumbs up and said with a flattering tone, you are so smart. Feng Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, are you trying to kill me? No way, I definitely won't do it. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will immediately become everyone's target. It is too eye-catching, who has the ability to capture these Gu immortals alive? Moreover, if that mysterious force finds out that I am in cahoots with Langya Blessed Land, they will definitely think that I am in cahoots with Langya Blessed Land. In the future, when they attack your land, they might even attack my land. Northern Plains Ingman City Lord Mo Tan Sang, isn't he your good friend? Just let him go. Sigh, he is an Ingman immortal, his background is not good, he has always been ostracized by humans. Moreover, he has a family and Ingman City to take care of. He is even more unsuitable. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. Oh, You don't want him to die, you want me to die. Don't make it sound so bad, don't you have the killer move unfamiliar face? As long as you have this killer move, other Gu immortals will not be able to recognize your true appearance. Land Spirit of Langya said in a submissive tone. Feng Yuan sized up the land spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous to give me this precious killer move. It turns out you had planned it long ago. Land Spirit of Langya could not endure it anymore. He stared with wide eyes and raised his voice. Rascal, do you think I don't know you? You are extremely daring. When have you ever been afraid? Even Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed by you. Even 88-point Jinyang Tower was toppled. As long as there are enough benefits, you will be a fugitive. Are you afraid of such a small matter? Tell me, how much do you want? Feng Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the gains from selling the blessed land, no matter what. It should be at least 40 to 60%. 40 to 60. You are too greedy, you actually want 40% right off the bat. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light, his expression was grim. You misunderstood, Land Spirit, what I meant was 60% for me and 40% for you. Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Even though he had lived for a long time, he was shocked by Feng Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply and stared at Feng Yuan's face. You have the cheek to say such words. Why would I? Feng Yuan's face was as thick as a city wall. I am risking my life here. I will not do it if there are no benefits that move me. This price is already the lowest I can offer, and it's a friendly price since we're old acquaintances. Friendship price. I think you are trying to scam an old acquaintance. That means there is no room for discussion. Think about it again, this is my price, there is still some time before the auction, I will be leaving first. Feng Yuan opened a stargate. Chapter 740. To think that 400 years ago today, dream realms have already appeared. Feng Yuan held the messenger green bird Gu in his hand, sighing internally. At once, he had no interest in experimenting with killer moves. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to start a huge war, suppressing the other 4 regions with just one continent, expanding at lightning speed. Next, the 4 regions joined forces and resisted Central Continent's attack with difficulty. The entire battle fell into a deadlock. Just as the 4 regions joined forces and attempted to counterattack Central Continent, dream realms started appearing in all 5 regions. In this world, ever since Ren Zhu created the first batch of humans started dreaming. Every time they dreamed, they would add more territory and strength to the dream realm. After a long period of time, with countless changes, countless heroes and geniuses appeared in the human race, continuously expanding the dream realm. The dream realm became larger and larger, finally reaching a qualitative change and manifesting itself. People soon discovered that even though the dream realm environment was extremely complex and dangerous, it contained huge benefits. From the dream realm, the later generations could obtain the foundation of their predecessors, allowing their cultivation attainment levels to rise rapidly. The increase in attainment level could easily take decades, centuries, or even centuries. Because of the dream realm, Gu Masters' attainment levels rose rapidly, causing their strength to rise sharply. Countless experts emerged like a geyser. Before this, resources were mostly controlled by clans and sects, and it was hard to raise their attainment levels. Unless they were extremely talented, ordinary Gu Masters could not make a name for themselves. After the dream realm appeared, their attainment levels rose sharply, standing on the shoulders of their predecessors, goo masters could easily recreate countless goo worms and killer moves. On this basis, they could create new goo worms, new goo recipes, and new killer moves that were suitable for themselves. It was a great era of great changes. Many small forces that were disliked rose up one after another. Countless lone rogue cultivators appeared one after another. The appearance of dream realms. They attacked the established system and structure. Order was lost, and the huge benefits made people go crazy. The original plan of the 4 regions joining forces to resist Central Continent was completely shelved before it could even proceed. All the forces, countless goo masters and goo immortals. They all set their sights on the dream realms. In order to fight for the dream realms that manifested in different areas, the 5 regions attacked each other, falling into complete chaos. And in order to better explore the dream realms, countless knowledgeable people or geniuses started to research related goo worms. Soon, the brand new path of Dream Path. It was quickly established and developed rapidly. The legendary rank 8 wisdom path goo immortal, Immortality Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables was brought up again. He predicted that countless years later, after 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of space escape goo, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already appeared. Everyone was even more convinced that the 3 venerables' words were credible. Link the 2 together. To get a good ranking, he needed to prepare a lot of good materials. They needed to be worth at least 500 immortal yuan stone. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how outstanding the goo recipe was, it would be hard to continue without materials. Other than this, I will also participate in the auction organized by Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. According to the latest news, this auction would include the exchange of immortal goo. Immortal goo could not be bought. Normally speaking, they could only be exchanged. When a goo immortal obtained an immortal goo, it might not be suitable for their path. At this time, they would often exchange with other goo immortals, exchanging for an immortal goo that was suitable for their path, to display outstanding results. Like how Fang Yuan had worldly wave trace immortal goo, this was a water path immortal goo. When used by Fang Yuan, it was much weaker than when used by water path goo immortals. This was because worldly wave trace immortal goo was a water path immortal goo, while Fang Yuan was a strength path goo immortal. He had strength path Dao marks on him. Strength path and water path interfered with each other, reducing the power of the immortal goo. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, because of the high frequency of battles, there were a lot of goo exchanges. But it was still a long time before the 5 regions chaotic war. This Grand Northern Plains auction might be the only opportunity to exchange immortal goo on a large scale in the last 200 years. Fang Yuan naturally had to make use of this opportunity. Other than this, he was also very interested in the luck path inheritance. As long as they use evil thoughts to think of schemes and schemes against others, their efficiency will increase by many times. An ordinary evil thought can be equivalent to several, or even more than 10 happy thoughts, star thoughts, and space thoughts. Fang Yuan had used a light in mountain and water immortal goo to produce a vast amount of happy thoughts to aid in his thinking. But he had made a mistake. Although wills were formed from thoughts, their true use was not to think, but to act independently after separating from the main body. Goo immortals created wills and entered jewel yellow skies to help sell the goods. Giant Sun Immortal left behind Giant Sun's will to guard 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was the correct use of wills. For example, thoughts were like a kitchen knife, wills were like a long blade. Thinking about problems was like cutting vegetables. A kitchen knife was the best for cutting vegetables. Which chef would use a long blade to cut vegetables? Different professions were worlds apart. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Feng Yuan did not know this earlier. Using happy thoughts to think seemed to be effective, but there was a lot of expenditure. It was better to use happy thoughts instead. I now have the goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malice goo. I can refine these two mortal goo in large quantities. I have already become an immortal. I have unlimited primeval essence. I can produce a large number of evil thoughts. It is cheap but good. Using green grape immortal essence to activate delight in mountain and water immortal goo is too expensive. In the past, Feng Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal goo. They were all bought from jewel yellow skies. Using these mortal goo to produce thoughts, there were too few thoughts of different types. They could not support the intense expenditure of deducing immortal goo recipes. Thus, he used delight in mountain and water immortal goo. Now that Feng Yuan had the goo recipes of wisdom path mortal goo, his first choice was to produce these mortal goo in large quantities. The thoughts produced by immortal goo were few, but when the number of mortal goo increased, the scale of the thoughts would become very impressive. Using delight in mountain and water immortal goo was not only expensive, it was also a waste of resources. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. My transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal goo recipe has already entered a new stage. If it appeared earlier, I would definitely be able to save a lot of green grape immortal essence. With the green grape immortal essence saved, the cost would fall sharply, and the profits would increase greatly. It would no longer be around 26 immortal essence. Feng Yuan felt a little regret as he thought of this. But there was no helping it, life was like this. It was impossible for everything to appear at the perfect time, to satisfy one's desires. There would always be imperfections, there would always be disappointments, there would always be delays. Just like the wisdom path inheritance Feng Yuan obtained, it was incomplete, it was quite incomplete. All in all, Feng Yuan being able to obtain the mortal goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malicious intent goo was already a very fortunate thing. Besides these two goo recipes, there was also a wisdom path killer move called harboring malicious intent. The goo immortal who sold the goo recipe seemed to have an urgent need for the astral wind heavenly boar's corpse. He seemed to be short of money. If not for this, even if it was an ancient desolate beast's corpse, it was worth several hundred immortal yuan stone, the other party would not sell the wisdom path inheritance. Even such an incomplete wisdom path inheritance was extremely rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Feng Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, refining malicious thought goo. Although malicious thought mortal goo is not an expendable goo, it is a mortal goo after all, it has its limits. But my primeval essence is unlimited, the more I use it, the longer I use it. These malicious thought goo will eventually break. With such a thought, Feng Yuan felt that his need for malicious thought goo would remain at a certain level in the future. As for goo refinement, it seemed to take a lot of time. Especially when the higher the rank of the goo worm, the longer the time needed. Many goo immortals often took decades or even centuries to refine an immortal goo. Or even hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided to invest a large sum of money to purchase hairy men. During this period of time, he sold several batches of guts goo. Each batch had a profit of around 48 immortal yuan stone. He only kept 50 immortal yuan stone with him. He used the rest of the immortal yuan stone to purchase hairy men. This raised the price of hairy men in treasure imperial heaven. What Feng Yuan wanted the most were of course the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land. These hairy men were well nurtured, they were several grades higher than the best goods in jewel yellow skies. Unfortunately, after he asked about Land Spirit of Langya, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, He was also scolded by Land Spirit of Langya, saying that Feng Yuan was not a friend. Even though Feng Yuan was scolded, he was very happy. Land Spirit of Langya scolded him for not being a friend. It meant that Land Spirit of Langya had already treated him as a friend. Even though this friendship was far inferior to the one between Land Spirit of Langya and Ingman King Mo Tan Sang. But the friendship between Mo Tan Sang and Land Spirit of Langya was not of this generation. It could be traced back to a certain generation of Ingman City's city lord from a long time ago. For countless generations, Ingman City had been secretly maintaining contact with Land Spirit of Langya. This friendship was accumulated over a long period of time. Land Spirit of Langya has recently been liberated, and he has obtained so many complete immortal goo recipes. According to his nature, he will definitely refine immortal goo. And refining immortal goo would expend an enormous amount of resources. Even the extremely wealthy Langya blessed land could not sustain it. Jewel yellow skies cannot allow goo immortals to enter. After the auction, there will be no more opportunities. He wants to sell goo immortal blessed lands. This is an urgent matter for him. Feng Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langya was already secretly anxious. As long as he could not hold it in any longer, he would take the initiative to look for Feng Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya's network was too simple. He only had one Mo Tan Sang. Chapter 742. If he wanted to use malicious thought mortal goo to replace delight in mountain and joy immortal goo, the quantity of the former would need to be huge. 23 WX Feng Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought goo, not just a few hundred. He estimated that he needed at least 2,000 of them, activating them at the same time and producing malicious thoughts, to barely pass the standard of the light of wisdom. What needed to be emphasized was that these 2,000 malicious thought goo had to be rank 5. Feng Yuan had malicious thought goo recipes from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 to 5 malicious thought goo all produced malicious thoughts with the same effect. But the number of thoughts produced at once was different, and the primeval essence expended was also very different. Refining goo is not easy. The higher the rank, the harder it is to refine. Especially rank 5 malicious thought goo, it needs to be refined from rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3, and there is no goo recipe that can be refined in one go. This way, the success rate is not high, and the amount of materials required is huge. Feng Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2,000 malicious thought goo. As for malice goo, he did not need it for now. He still had a lot of happy thoughts left in his mind. Refining 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo was no doubt a large-scale goo refinement that would take a long time. If Feng Yuan did not buy hairy men to build the second stone nest, he would have to refine air sac goo in his spare time with the hairy men in the first stone nest. To reach the goal of 2,000 rank 5 goo, he would need at least 10 years. But now that Feng Yuan had the second stone nest and a large number of hairy men, this time was greatly shortened to about 16 months. During this time, if I can modify the goo recipe. If I can think of a brand new rank 5 goo recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought goo, then the 16 months will be greatly reduced. Feng Yuan thought in his heart. His current refinement path attainment level. He was already at quasi-grandmaster level, but his wisdom path attainment level was almost blank. But Feng Yuan was still confident. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he would have unlimited inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not a problem, he could forcibly deduce it. The power of a rank 9 immortal goo. It is indeed terrifying. Feng Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal goo recipes. And these immortal goo recipes were a problem even for the refinement path quasi-great grandmaster Land Spirit of Langya. Something that made no progress. Feng Yuan could even use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious lightning fiends spent several years to comprehend the immortal killer move lightning deity from blood deity's remnant recipe. During this period, he had been in seclusion. He did not leave the house. If it was Feng Yuan. And with the same lightning path attainment level, with the help of wisdom goo, it would take at most a month to complete. He Lulan was currently working hard to push the mortal killer move self-strength phantom to immortal level. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of mortal killer moves and strength path attainment level, to achieve her goal, she would need at least a few years. If it was Feng Yuan, it should be done in half a month's time. In fact, deducing immortal killer moves. Feng Yuan had already been doing it intermittently for a long time. The immortal killer move he deduced was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core immortal goo, cleansed soul, could not be used due to hunger. Feng Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace cleansed soul immortal goo with other goo worms. Don't tell me I need to slow down and let the second stone nest refine air sac goo to increase the production of guts goo and earn immortal yuan stones to support the situation. Just when Feng Yuan had no choice but to consider this, the good news he had been waiting for finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your conditions, let's split it 40-60. Land Spirit of Langya said viciously, his mood was very bad. Feng Yuan was short of money because of the large-scale mortal goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langya wanted to refine immortal goo, the resources he needed were more than 100 times of Feng Yuan's. He was even more short of money. As Feng Yuan had expected. Land Spirit of Langya had no other channels, only Feng Yuan could take it. Thus, he had to leave, even if he knew he was at a great disadvantage. Feng Yuan did not want to push his luck, such a division of benefits was already the land spirit's limit. If he did not know what was good for him and angered land spirit of Langya. Not only would he not transact, he would even destroy the relationship he had built with much difficulty. Northern Plains. Baizu Grotto Heaven. The hall was brightly lit, beauties were singing and dancing, delicacies and wine were placed on the table. Let's eat, I like this dish a lot. It was made using the rank 5 goo worm Vidra flying centipede. It was roasted with charcoal, the meat is delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat at the main seat, chuckling as he received the 2 goo immortals in the hall. The 2 goo immortals were none other than Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. Although it was someone else's dish, the 2 immortals had no qualms. Qin Baixing pinched a long piece of meat and opened his mouth. He threw it into his mouth. After chewing, his mouth was full of oil. He raised his thumb and praised, delicious indeed. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, how do you feel? Fairy Li Shan was much more refined in eating than Qin Baixing. She took small bites and tasted it before smiling lightly. The meat is delicious, not only is it charred, it is also chewy, smooth and refreshing, it is truly a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. I won't hide it from you too, in order to create this dish, I had racked my brains for 8 days and 8 nights before finally obtaining the finished product. This is one of my most satisfying dishes this year. Heavenly Lord Baizu's cultivation level was rank 8, he was a lone cultivator. He had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, he liked to cook delicacies and create new delicacies. This time, not only did we successfully invite Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, we even got to taste such a delicacy, we are truly fortunate. Qin Baixing spoke at an appropriate time. Heavenly Lord's hospitality, Li Shan will remember it. Now that we have already signed the alliance agreement, please forgive me for not being able to stay for long. Fairy Li Shan continued. He. Heavenly Lord Baizu was full of smiles as he nodded, that's right. There are only so many rank 8 elders in Northern Plains. Since you two have already invited me, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and old ancestor Shuaihu, it will not be good if only Princess Impatience is left. Heavenly Lord, please understand, we are going to invite Princess Impatience. Go, go. Do a good job in this auction, I am looking forward to it. Thus, Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan left by Zhu Grotto Heaven, they determined their direction and rushed towards the southeast direction. Halfway through the journey, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had used moving perspective cup goo to send a message. Fairy Li Shan slowly stopped moving. Qin Baixing asked curiously, Fairy, why are you stopping? Fairy Li Shan smiled lightly, there is someone I need to introduce to Lord. Oh. Qin Baixing was interested. At this time, Fang Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture. He looked around before looking at Qin Baixing. Lord Qin, I have heard of your fame. Qin Baixing was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. He was on par with Shirley. Right now, seeing that Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie, and had the lowest rank 6 cultivation level, his interest that had just risen quickly vanished. However, seeing that Fang Yuan could come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it showed that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Qin Baixing did not act arrogantly, he nodded plainly and smiled. You flatter me, you are. I am Sha Huang, I have a big deal to discuss with Lord Qin. Fang Yuan smiled. What big deal? Fang Yuan told them about the sale of Gu Immortal Blessed Lands. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan's expressions turned pale. In the moving perspective Gu's letter, Fang Yuan did not explain clearly, he only said that he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was shocked. Sha Huang, you really have a Gu Immortal Blessed Land to sell? It is not that I have a Gu Immortal Blessed Land. I am only an errand boy. Fang Yuan smiled. He had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan, he had to speak the truth. But this was the truth, he only said half of it. He naturally would not say that he, as an errand boy, earned more than the owner. Qin Baixing's mood calmed down, he guessed that Fang Yuan was a subordinate of some important person. Northern Plains had 4 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface, but according to rumors, some old monsters were still alive. Immediately, Qin Baixing sized up Fang Yuan again, he was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change. This is indeed a big deal. Since little brother thinks so highly of me and has confidence in this auction, how could I possibly refuse to enter? Many thanks to Lord Qin for making an exception. Fang Yuan's smile became even brighter. What do you mean by making an exception? To speak the truth, I am very happy. A Gu Immortal Blessed Land, it will definitely set off a huge auction. This auction that I am holding will be one of the few grand events in Northern Plains in the last few hundred years. Qin Baixing laughed heartily, he patted the shoulder of this rank 6 immortal zombie Fang Yuan in an amiable manner. To speak the truth, I am a boorish person. Lord Qin's way of addressing me is too strange. If you think highly of me, since I am older than you, you can call me Big Brother. Qin Baixing was over 700 years old, he was indeed older than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no objections, he cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Qin. Chapter 743. Qin Baixing was a character indeed. His battle strength was on par with immortal Monkey King Shirley, but he did not have any arrogance. Not just that, when he conversed with Fang Yuan, he was very friendly, he laughed heartily from time to time, it made people feel that he was very magnanimous. Fang Yuan was using the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face to disguise himself. He had to disguise himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in Qin Baixing's hands. If they had confessed or had their souls searched, Qin Baixing would definitely know Fang Yuan's 8-armed heavenly zombie form. Be it He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunqing, or Fang Yuan's 8-armed heavenly zombie form, they could not openly appear in Northern Plains. This was because the three of them were key survivors of the 88 True Yang building. This was a sensitive period. Ever since the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, deduced that the culprit was not a native of Northern Plains, but an outsider. All of Northern Plains vaguely felt a sense of common hatred against a common enemy. It was unknown how many forces and experts wanted revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces of Northern Plains, their benefits were the most affected. They wanted to cut the culprit into 1,000 pieces, peel off their skin and bones, and torture them for thousands of years to vent their anger. Once Fang Yuan and the rest showed up, even if the crime was not exposed, Northern Plains Gu Immortals would go into action. They would try to get more insider information from Fang Yuan and the rest. Thus, when Fang Yuan appeared, he used the fake name Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into a pair of ordinary zombie arms, and his terrifying body that was 6 meters tall had also been transformed into a pair of ordinary zombie arms. His terrifying body that was 6 meters tall was now the same size as a normal person, or even slightly shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also retracted. He did not look fierce at all. Instead, he gave off a feeling of weakness. Of course, Fang Yuan had already informed Fairy Li Shan of these disguises in his letter. When they established the Snow Mountain Alliance, they had already considered the situation, so it was Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan working together to deceive outsiders. It did not violate the Snow Mountain Alliance at all. But even if Fang Yuan was so unremarkable and became an immortal zombie, Qin Baixing's cultivation stagnated and his future was bleak, but he did not look down on him at all. He spoke to Fang Yuan on equal footing. In fact, as they conversed, his tone became more and more intimate. Qin Baixing's attitude made Fang Yuan secretly praise him. This person is indeed a character. No wonder he could overturn the situation. He forcefully turned the dangerous situation of being besieged by Northern Plains Gu Immortals into a favorable situation for him. Qin Baixing was also thinking, this little rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after probing for so long, he did not reveal anything. To this day, I still don't know his background. Even when facing me, Qin Baixing, he can still smile and talk as usual. He is not simple. Not simple. Fairy Li Shan stood at the side, smiling with squinted eyes. She watched as Fang Yuan and Qin Baixing conversed. Fairy Li Shan saw that their conversation was getting more heated. She could not help but chuckle. You two look as if you regretted not meeting earlier. You actually cast me aside, as if you are brothers who have been separated for many years. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan quickly said. Qin Baixing, however, said, Princess Impatience is a role model of the righteous path. How can he be so narrow-minded? Anyway, we still have some time to fly there. It is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. No matter, I am not in a hurry to use it. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. In that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should quickly go. We will bid farewell here. Brother Sha Huang, why don't you come with us? It is a rare opportunity to meet Princess Impatience. Qin Baixing invited. How could Fang Yuan dare to meet a rank 8 Gu Impatience? Especially when this Princess Impatience already had an investigative immortal Gu, it was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from thieving heaven demon venerable, it was only a mortal killer move. It was not enough in front of an investigative immortal Gu. Fang Yuan rejected Qin Baixing's invitation. Watching them fly away and disappear into the horizon, his gaze turned cold. he had experienced Qin Bai Xing's difficulty in dealing with this time. Compared to the unreasonable Shirley, this person had a nimble mind, who knew how many thoughts had gone through his mind. On the surface, he looked heroic and magnanimous, full of emotions, as if it came from his heart. This acting skill was on par with Feng Yuan. If not for Feng Yuan being an old monster who had been reborn, he might not be able to see Qin Bai Xing's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, but he can form alliances and influence the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. His methods are truly earth-shattering, he is truly capable. Unfortunately, my luck was bad in my previous life. When the blood mantis was about to appear, I met him on the way and had a huge battle. In the end, I died in that monster's hands. Feng Yuan recalled for a while, before turning around and flying in another direction. Not long after flying, he encountered a group of green ostriches. This kind of bird had a raised back, like a hunchback, its feathers were green and its body was as large as an adult's. They often flew in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of green ostriches was not small, it was a myriad beast group. Feng Yuan did not care, he continued flying forward. The green ostriches discovered Feng Yuan, this prey, and were very excited. They first screeched and quickly approached, but when they got closer, they sensed Feng Yuan's immortal zombie aura and immediately dispersed in fear. All living beings had survival instincts to avoid danger, even wild beasts and birds had good eyesight, they would not foolishly court death. If it were Feng Yuan, the first time he stepped into Northern Plains in this life, he would have dug a hole and buried himself in it to hide when he saw the green ostriches from afar. But now, he did not even need to make a move, he directly dispersed this group of green ostriches. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's experience, my cultivation is still much higher than my peers at the same time. At this time in my previous life, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation. Ordinary clans are united because of their bloodline, they are extremely xenophobic. I have yet to become a lone demonic path Gu master, I joined a caravan and often fought at the front lines to earn a living. In his previous life, Feng Yuan moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea, and after 300 years, Feng Yuan became a rank 5 Gu master in central continent. Only a few decades had passed now, Feng Yuan had already transcended to become an immortal. Even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength had reached the upper tier of rank 6. Firstly, the advantage of rebirth was extremely huge. Secondly, Feng Yuan had experienced many dangers, the greater the risk, the greater the rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth will become greater. The auction in front of me was not something that had happened in my previous life. I hope there will be fewer accidents when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, and my actions will be smoother. With unfamiliar face, Feng Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could never compare to changes. His original plan was to seize Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But first, Xuesong Zi and He Qing conspired and alerted the enemy, then Fairy Jiang Yu's whereabouts were mysterious, even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. Another plan was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. But now that they were captured by Qin Bai Xing and were being watched by almost all the Northern Plains Gu immortals, how could Feng Yuan kill them? After these two plans succeeded, the third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But now that the situation was like this, Feng Yuan controlled the tribe, he could only take the risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was risky. While flying, Feng Yuan thought about his plan to join Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he encountered many bird groups. They were all dispersed by Feng Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once, he encountered a desolate beast-flying snake. Feng Yuan did not want to delay his journey, so he avoided it. Northern Plains was huge, having over 800 million km2 of land, more than 10 times the area of Earth. But the place where Feng Yuan appeared was not far from his destination. After flying for half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes. They were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed. Many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant, they could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall, landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is Old D City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place. Many talented people gathered here. It was even the center of Northern Plains. Fong Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead, there is no meaning to it. Brother Sha calls me Old D City Lord, hee, the name is no longer true. Guyi smiled bitterly beside him. Honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of wood path resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Fong Yuan nodded, casually agreeing, that's true. Guyi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up. I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance, you must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the Old Earthwood mission. Fong Yuan had already noticed that Guyi was injured. Hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Gu Ye's face. One side of Gu Ye's face was swollen. It was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Fong Yuan asked. Sigh, brother. You have just become an immortal zombie, you do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Guyi sighed. Just as he was about to pour out his grievances, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old earthwood shook violently, withered leaves flew everywhere, even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Gu Ye's expression changed. Immediately, Fong Yuan heard someone shouting from outside, surnamed Gu, come out, this divine lord is here to make a deal with you. Gu Ye's expression became even uglier, his eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth, divine lord Tiandu again. Boom! Another rumble of thunder. The old earthwood shook violently again, its branches and leaves fell like a storm. A large number of exquisite wooden houses collapsed, raising dust and smoke. Another Gu immortal shouted from outside, Guyi, right, come out, I am sure ho, come out, I have something to discuss with you. The moment he said that, there was another loud explosion. The old earth would let out a worrisome groan. Looking at this situation, it seemed like the other party would not give up until Guyi appeared. Guyi's expression was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and breathed in deeply, forcing a smile at Fong Yuan. Brother Sha, take a seat, I will be back soon. No problem, I will go with you. Fong Yuan said. A wisp of a moved expression surged onto Guyi's face, and he cupped his hands and thanked sincerely. Then thank you, brother. The two walked out of the old earth wood and saw two rank 6 Gu immortals floating in the sky. One was tall and muscular with bronze skin, lightning coiled around his body. He was Divine Lord Tiandu. The other was tall and muscular with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. He was sure ho. Seeing Fong Yuan, Divine Lord Tiandu was slightly stunned before smiling, to think that Guyi had a helper. But it is a pity, he is still an immortal zombie. He did not conceal his disdain towards immortal zombies. You! Guyi was furious, he was about to speak. Divine Lord Tiandu waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not waste time with you, I know you still have wilted essence. My friend here has an immortal yuan stone, he will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. You want to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence with an immortal yuan stone, why don't you just rob me? Guyi stomped his feet in anger as he shouted. I can rob you, but because you are Divine Lord's friend, I have to give you some face. Shiho snickered, his attitude was extremely arrogant, as if he had Guyi in his grasp. You two are shameless, you are robbers. Guyi stared with wide eyes, he was about to explode from anger. But he did not make a move. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party was 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, while he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, his blessed land was dead, he only had a dozen or so immortal yuan stones. Even though he had the strength to fight, what would happen after that? Not to mention whether he could defeat them, even if he did, his green grape immortal essence would be greatly depleted, he could not replenish it with his blessed land, he could only use immortal yuan stones. After fighting this battle, he would be completely bankrupt. Guyi was filled with worries, he looked at Feng Yuan who was beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shiho were also paying attention to Feng Yuan. Tiandu Divine Lord had extorted Guyi many times before, he knew Guyi's background, but did not know Feng Yuan's origin. And it seemed that Feng Yuan was a helper that Guyi had invited. Why would Feng Yuan help Guyi for no reason? His gaze flickered, he showed hesitation as he asked Guyi with a weak voice, Brother Gu, what is going on? Who is the other party? They are forcefully buying it, is Zombie Alliance not going to do anything about it? Seeing Feng Yuan's hesitation, Guyi lost all hope, he sighed deeply, Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford this price. When leader was around, it was still fine, but now, sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little brother, after you join the zombie union, you will slowly understand. Is that so? Feng Yuan's face showed shock, disappointment, and worry for his future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shiho looked at each other, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. So this new immortal zombie wants to join Zombie Alliance. It seems that the extortion succeeded again. The two transmitted to each other. Sure enough, as they expected, Guyi had no choice but to accept their offer. In the end, 1 immortal yuan stone was used to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Ha ha ha, let's have a pleasant transaction. Guyi, next time you ask for a helper, you should at least ask a living person. The two laughed loudly and left. Chapter 745. Feng Yuan looked at Divine Lord Tiandu and Shiho's disappearing figures, he retracted his gaze and looked at immortal zombie Guyi who was beside him with flickering eyes. His tone was hesitant as he said, Brother Gu. I wonder, how many times has this happened? Guyi's sorrowful expression faded slightly, he patted Feng Yuan's shoulder and consoled him, not too many times. It is just that Qin Baixing's auction is about to be held, some shameless people are trying to gain the qualifications to participate in this grand event. Feng Yuan did not stand up for him, but Guyi did not blame him. He did not have much hope in the first place, the sorrow and disappointment in his heart had nothing to do with Feng Yuan. This way, even though they had not interacted for a long time, Guyi was even more certain, Feng Yuan's situation was similar to his, or even worse, he was a fallen Gu immortal who had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. But this is too unsightly. Feng Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression, in Guyi's eyes, was the reflection of his true emotions. At least there is a fig leaf. Guyi did not suspect him, he looked at the immortal Yuan stone in his hand with a mocking gaze. This immortal Yuan stone was the price that Shurho and Divine Lord Tiandu had to pay for the 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He waved the immortal Yuan stone in his hand. Look, even though Divine Lord Tiandu and Shurho are strong, they are wary of the zombie alliance behind us, they still have to give us some face. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance's face is only worth one immortal Yuan stone. Fong Yuan's tone was very pale. His tone was weak and probing. Guyi smiled. His smile was very bitter, it was mixed with a lot of helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. He looked at Fong Yuan, it was like he was looking at himself when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fong Yuan's shoulder, Brother Shaw. You have also reached this step now, you also know the disadvantages of being an immortal zombie. Our immortal zombie blessed lands are dead, we cannot manage them, we cannot produce immortal essence. To put it bluntly, he was half dead, struggling at death's door. Thus, compared to those living goo immortals, they are more reliant on external resources. You may have heard of it long ago. Yes, there are many immortal zombies like us in Zombie Alliance. But if you want to rely on these people to back you up and protect your reputation, you have to do it. You have to pay a price too. Gu Ye's words were meaningful. Pay. Fong Yuan pretended to be confused. Of course. To invite a rank 6 immortal zombie, he needed 2 immortal Yuan stones. This was just the starting price, the exact amount would depend on the intensity of the battle. He needed a rank 7 immortal zombie to help. It required 20 pieces of immortal Yuan stone. Similarly, this price was also the starting price. If you have enough immortal Yuan stone, you can ask the entire Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have the money, or don't want to pay the price, then that's all you have. As Guyi spoke, he raised the immortal Yuan stone in his hand slightly and deliberately shook it. Immortal zombie blessed lands were already dead, it was hard to manage and generate income, they had to rely on external resources even more. In such a situation, immortal zombies had to deliberately scheme against each other. Often, they had to endure more and fight less. Only by doing so could they barely maintain their livelihood. Like Fong Yuan before, he could not produce his own green grape immortal essence, he could only use immortal Yuan stone as a substitute. The pressure was too great. When he fought with He Qing, his finances almost collapsed and he fell into a predicament again. Fortunately, Fong Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, his immortal aperture's dead land was no longer so important. Even more fortunate was that he obtained Wisdom Gu's help. The benefits of using the light of wisdom were enormous. First, he transacted with the land spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe and got Fong Yuan out of the quagmire. Next, he used the light of wisdom to create Air Sac Gu, Sold Guts Gu, and even made Crane Gate Compromise, greatly improving his living environment. If I didn't have these things, I might be in the same miserable situation as Gu Yi. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he showed a look of realization and took a step back, cupping his fists and bowing. Brother Gu, I have learned a lot. Gu Yi shook his head. I don't need to explain these principles, you will understand them after some time. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance first. Fong Yuan followed Gu Yi to the depths of the branches of the old earth wood, and saw that exquisite and beautiful wooden city again. Gu Yi led the way, arriving at the large plaza at the center of the wooden city. The plaza was in ruins, from the shattered tiles, the surrounding ruined flower beds, and the already dried-up fountain, one could see a trace of its former prosperity. Gu Yi and Fong Yuan stood at the center of the plaza. Rise! Gu Yi mobilized his primeval essence, and the plaza's ground immediately lit up. The thick ground became translucent, like a huge piece of jade. Light flowed in the jade, and the figures of countless Gu worms danced in the air. At the same time, from Gu Ye's body, a large number of mortal goo flew out. They were mostly rank 5 space path goo and rank 4 wood path goo. These goo worms flew above Fang Yuan's head, spinning rapidly in the air like tornadoes. In the dim environment, they gradually drew out colorful lights. Guyi continued to move. These lights increased rapidly, and soon, the sky above Fang Yuan's head was a vast expanse of dark blue. Tens of thousands of mortal goo, with some mystical pattern, their abilities were ingeniously combined together, superimposing on each other and amplifying each other, finally forming a kind of power. This is a top-tier mortal killer move that our zombie alliance developed. It is called Green Crystal Hero Path. It can travel over 100,000 li, directly connecting the Old Earth Wood and Zombie Alliance. You know, we immortal zombies are goo immortals after all. Our bodies are covered in Dao marks, ordinary methods cannot transport us. Guyi explained at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan nodded. Although immortal zombies had low battle strength, which led to their low status and rigid thinking, most of their foundation still remained. Especially when immortal zombies were in the same situation, they could put aside their prejudices and cooperate more than ordinary goo immortals. Thus, it was not strange for him to develop a top-tier mortal killer move. Guyi continued, I took care of the myriad poison date tree in the Zombie Alliance for 2 years. Only then did he have enough Zombie Alliance contribution points to exchange for the Green Crystal Heroic Path. Oh, by the way, you still don't know. Brother Shaw, in the future, if you want to choose a mission outside, the Zombie Alliance has set the first condition. Grasping Green Crystal Hero Path Killer Move. Only like this can you communicate with the Zombie Alliance at any time. They didn't have fixed immortal travel or starry door. He did not have moving perspective goo either. Ordinary goo immortals could not use connecting heaven goo or whole earth goo to communicate with their dead apertures. Because connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo were mortal goo, the reason why they could connect blessed lands and grotto heavens was because the two small worlds were silently contributing the heavenly power of heaven and earth. The immortal zombies' blessed lands and grotto heavens were already dead, they were unable to use the power of heaven and earth. To set up connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo, goo immortals from both sides had to agree. That was the only way. Only then would the immortal aperture contribute heaven and earth power. If it was secretly set up, without the power of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to connect. If he used connecting heaven goo or whole earth goo. If it was set up in the 5 regions, it would not be able to be used. So Green Crystal Hero Path Killer Move is so important. Hearing Gu Ye's explanation, Fang Yuan showed some envy on his face. Guyi caught sight of Fang Yuan's expression. He felt refreshed. The anger and grief from forcefully buying it earlier had also eased up by a lot. Happiness usually came from comparison. At once, Guyi felt that Fang Yuan was even more pleasing to the eye. A thick beam of green light shot into the sky from the dense, withered, and yellow branches of the underground world tree. A moment later, over 100,000 li away, in Dark Flow City. At the southeast corner of the plaza, a dark green pillar of light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza. It illuminated the surroundings, turning the surroundings green. Strong winds blew, the iron hanging lanterns in the plaza shook and creaked. The light quickly dissipated, Guyi and Fang Yuan appeared in the originally empty plaza. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here for long. Guyi composed himself and started walking, with Fang Yuan following closely behind. This huge city called Shadow Flow was completely black, and it was like a primeval beast that was quietly entrenched on the ground. The sun was setting in the west, there was still light. But Dark Flow Giant City was emitting dense darkness from every brick and tile, turning the surrounding 1,000 li into darkness. Especially towards the center, the closer they got to Dark Flow Giant City, the denser the darkness. Fang Yuan and Guyi walked in, not seeing a single person along the way. On both sides of the long street, there were street lamps every few hundred steps. But these street lamps were emitting weak yellow light, they could only illuminate tens of steps. Between the street lamps, there was a long stretch of darkness, making the giant city seem even more dark and empty. The huge dark flow city was like an empty city. But indistinctly, there were still some noises coming from below the giant city. This is our Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Northern Plains. It is as large as a mountain. It has 7 floors, the bottom 5 are the residences of mortal goo masters, they are very lively. The next floor is for people who have some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor has a discussion hall, where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed all year round. Guyi explained at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan nodded, not surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization with only immortal level members, it included mortal goo masters. It was just that these goo masters mostly walked the dark path, nurturing corpses, controlling corpses, and even transforming into zombies. The 2 walked for a while, but did not see anyone. They arrived at the door of a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 tall stone statues, they were even taller and stronger than Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan looked carefully, squinting his eyes as he found that these 2 stone statues were not simple. You also found it strange. This is Yin Lu Gong's immortal killer move rock skin coffin, inside it are not ordinary zombies, they are immortal zombies. Guyi said this, his tone turning gloomy. Yin Lu Gong is one of the experts of our Zombie Alliance. When the leader left Northern Plains, he appointed 3 Vice City Lords, he is one of them, he can control immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Lu Gong. Fang Yuan silently engraved this name in his mind. He did not have this name in his previous life's memories. But just based on Yin Lu Gong's ability to control immortal zombies to fight, it was worth paying attention to. In my previous life, when I rose up, it was already 300 to 400 years later. During this time, there were many heroes, but because of various reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fang Yuan was vigilant, he was not careless at all. You push the door. Guyi suddenly moved to the side. As long as you can push this door open, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan silently stretched out his arms and placed them on the door. With a light push, he pushed the door open a crack. Immediately, over 20 sharp, gloomy, or lifeless gazes shot towards Fang Yuan through the crack. Fang Yuan purposely had a slight change in expression, he took a deep breath and pushed the door open completely. We have purposely dawdled these days, that Monkey King should have learned his lesson by now. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes again. Valley Lord Ming he fell into silence. Qian Zhu Xian laughed lightly, after we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer maintain her composure. Her golden robe fluttered without any wind, immortal goo aura surged out. Open. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her gaze was extremely sharp, directly creating a hole in the void in front of her. The hole was the size of a normal person. Through this hole, the 3 goo immortals could see the scene inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak, Qian Zhu Xian went in first. Next was Valley Lord Ming He, and finally Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 goo immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qian Zhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming He showed astonished expressions. Divine Mother Ju Kong's expression turned solemn, her relaxed expression was swept away as she muttered, entering but not entering, exiting but not exiting, space rotates and replaces each other. This is the mystical ability of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven after absorbing the blue sky fragment. Yes. Shirley also mentioned this in his request for reinforcements. Valley Lord Ming, he recalled. But it is not strange, how can something that can trap this monkey be simple? Qian Zhu Xian said. Divine Mother Zhu Kong snorted coldly, at most, it will be a little troublesome. At the same time, Northern Plains, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance's branch, Dark Flow Giant City. This place was filled with dense darkness, even if it was a clear sky, it could not shine any light in here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was scrutinized by over 20 gazes. He purposely showed a cowardly expression on his face before he walked into the discussion hall with a solemn expression. He bowed and said loudly, I am Sha Huang, greetings to my comrades. Comrades, this is a good word. Us Zombie Alliance members are in the same situation, we need to be in the same boat. At the center of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said. He was a fatty, 6 meters tall, the same height as Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie, but he was 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was bronze, his stomach was like a wine jar, large and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, and even his entire body had a sense of roundness. When Fang Yuan saw him, information flashed in his mind, flesh-bronze zombie body, Yin Lu Gong. When Fang Yuan came to Zombie Alliance, he naturally inquired about some information from Fairy Li Shan. The immortal zombie Guyi beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newcomer. He bowed and greeted. Guyi greets Lords Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. Fang Yuan also quickly said, greetings to Lords Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. Saying so, he looked at Guyi with a gaze filled with gratitude. Guyi smiled at him. Yin Lu Gong sat on the main seat, on his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He sat upright, he had an ugly expression, his fangs were pale and sinister. On his right was Huang Quan Wang, he was old and had a hunched back. Even though he was filled with death energy, his rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had genuine rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City all year round. Sha Huang, is that your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha spoke, his voice was like metal striking metal. Once he spoke, there was a strong killing intent that made people feel like they were in the middle of a battlefield. This was related to his experiences in the past. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest many times. He relied on some fortuitous encounters in Imperial Court blessed land to accumulate and become a Gu immortal. In other words, he had rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. The moment he spoke, his words showed his strong personality. It made people feel like he was being overbearing. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Sha Huang is the name I gave myself on the 2nd day after I became an immortal zombie. It signifies a new beginning, but it also means that I have to forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only after I regain my body and get rid of my immortal zombie status, will I use my previous name. Once he said this, the immortals in the discussion hall showed complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some were sneering, some were speechless, some were lamenting, but most of them were understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance, his current state of mind, was something they had experienced before. But so many years had passed, the lofty aspirations they had back then were long gone, their hopes were almost all gone. They were still immortal zombies, there was no change to their dreams. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. The flame cauldron has erupted, I'm sure everyone here knows about this. This is a troublesome matter, we have to deal with it and suppress it as soon as possible. The later we deal with it, the harder it will be to deal with. We have decided that if anyone can suppress the flame cauldron, they will obtain 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other. Guyi took the initiative to introduce to Fang Yuan. The flame cauldron is an excellent place for goo refinement. It is especially good at refining fire path goo worms. In the history of our zombie alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined an immortal goo in the flame cauldron. But in the last few hundred years, our zombie alliance has not produced another refinement path grandmaster. The flame cauldron has been left unused. It has only been used by the leader a few times. It has been in disrepair for a long time and is erupting more and more frequently. Fang Yuan nodded. Guyi continued, the flame cauldron is extremely hot, especially at the center. It is simply a sea of fire. In the past, when this problem arose, the fire path immortal zombie would be the one to deal with it. But this fire path immortal zombie also needs a refinement path foundation. They need to preserve or even repair the goo formation inside the flame cauldron, otherwise, if they forcefully suppress it and destroy the arrangement, it would be better not to suppress it. If the mission fails, not only will they not get any contribution points, they will also have to pay for it. Fang Yuan understood. They needed fire path cultivation level and refinement path attainment. In this case, there were few suitable candidates. No wonder everyone stopped talking after discussing for a while. Their gazes turned to a certain wool in the hole. Yin Lu Gong broke the silence. He looked at this wool and said, in the past, the leader had to suppress it personally, but he has gone to Eastern Sea these years. In our zombie alliance, there is no more suitable candidate than you, a fire virtue craftsman. Fire virtue, what do you think? This red wool pondered for a while before saying, my cultivation level is still low, I can barely suppress the flame cauldron. But since everyone has this thought, I will not reject it. It is just that 1,000 contribution points is too little. Yin Lu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is just the initial amount. In that case, let's raise it to 1,200 points. Are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Fire Virtue replied. Alright, let's move on to the second task. Yin Lu Gong did not waste time. He changed the topic. A Yiksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is causing trouble and is interfering with our black oil collection. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader wanted an immortal goo house. He wanted to raise Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to the level of a super force. There is a problem now. Yin Lu Gong said in a low voice. That goo immortal who sold the divine boat recipe broke the agreement. He does not want to transact with us anymore. He wants to sell the entire recipe of Red Fiend divine boat, as well as the core immortal goo recipes, at the auction to sell for a good price. How should our zombie alliance deal with this? The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other again. Another auction. These last days, I have been extorted repeatedly because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of resentment, but it was not Gu Yi. This Gu immortal is quite daring. He is just a lone cultivator, but he actually broke the agreement of our zombie alliance. Kill him, we must kill him, otherwise, if news of this spreads, our zombie alliance will lose all face. Even though zombie alliance is weaker than a super force, we are not someone a lone cultivator can bully. The immortal zombies shouted, most of them wanted to fight. Chapter 748. The lone cultivator who sold the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was only rank 6 and had no background. Eventually, Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to find and kill this person, to restore Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important thing was to get the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. In fact, Zombie Alliance had already obtained most of it. Only a few core immortal goo recipes were left, as well as the secret to how to use goo worms together. Flame Cauldron, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat, these three important matters were settled, the discussion hall's atmosphere relaxed. Yin Lu Gong pointed at the table. Next, we will discuss the other missions. His finger tapped on the table, emitting a loud sound. The image of the empty space in front of the immortal zombies changed again, turning into 4 square pillars. On each side of the thick square pillar, there were densely packed characters swimming about. Everyone, do you have any missions that you have not handed in? Yin Lu Gong asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up. Missions could be handed in at any time, they did not have to wait until the public discussion. Although Guyi did not want to do the mission of guarding the old Earth wood, the time limit was not up yet, handing in the mission in advance would deduct a lot of contribution points. Very well, then report the missions. Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became lively. The voices became noisy, goo recipes related to goo refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising certain goo worms, finding certain information. There were many types of them. Fong Yuan also spoke, requesting to purchase the method to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. This action caused many people to laugh at him. Brother Shaw. You have not sworn an oath, you do not have a zombie alliance token or contribution points, how can you issue a mission? Guyi reminded him. Is that so? Fong Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious. After the discussion ends, I will bring you to get your token. This token can also be used to record your contributions to Zombie Alliance. Also, your request is the wish of all of us immortal zombies. There is no need to specially request for it, look at the few missions at the top. Guyi pointed at the constantly changing images. Fong Yuan shifted his gaze and saw a few missions at the top of the mission board. One of them had a larger font than the others. Selling the history of Zombie Alliance. Research on how to get rid of an immortal zombie and obtain a new life. Fong Yuan read it word by word. There's a price tag there. However, even the smallest achievement requires 20 contribution points to exchange for it. Guyi was very familiar with this information. In fact, every immortal zombie was extremely familiar with the contents of this mission. Why did so many immortal zombies join Zombie Alliance? Wasn't it to find a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive? Zombie Alliance's original intention seemed to be to research how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance that revived because of these fruits? Fong Yuan asked again. According to rumors. I think so. Gu Ye's tone was also uncertain. I think so. Fong Yuan frowned. You should know that many of the research results here are worth at least 1,000 contribution points each. Only then can you exchange for them. And after you officially join the alliance, you have to sign a contract that you cannot casually sell these research results. Guyi laughed bitterly and said. He saw Fong Yuan's frown deepen and said, you don't have to worry about anything, at least I can guarantee it. None of the research results here were fake or fake. I exchanged for one before, it was indeed very useful. Guyi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fong Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Fong Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fong Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fang Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Gu Yi only said one sentence, but Fang Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note: Gu immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, wood path Gu immortals could turn into tree man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, strength path Gu immortals and fire path Gu immortals could not turn into tree man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Gu immortals of all paths could use it. This blazing heaven demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie, she did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it. To what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for blazing heaven demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Guy lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless. Since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Fang Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Gu Ye's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Fang Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Gu Yi still had the mission to protect the old Earth Wood, so he bid farewell to Fang Yuan in Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, these three rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Fang Yuan activated 100 Li at this moment and could see clearly. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, go send them off. Behind Prince's impatience, there were 2 female attendants. They were both rank 6 female Gu immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow, the other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing Prince's Impatience's orders, that cold female Gu immortal stood up and bowed to Prince's Impatience, before saying to Qin Bai Xing and Fairy Li Shan, "Please. We will have to trouble Sword Master Yulan." Qin Bai Xing and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless, they quickly responded. This Sword Master Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated Sword Path. Her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong. Her Sword Path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Sword Master Yulan led the 2, she was silent as she led the way. The 3 walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door, returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Sword Master Yulan, please wait, there is no need to send us off. Qin Bai Xing said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength, he surpassed Sword Master Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 Gu immortals behind her, he naturally would not be arrogant. Sword Master Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky, it was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 great experts, we even used Mountain Pledge Gu to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way, the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Qin Baixing smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an immortal goo and handed it to Fairy Lishan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Baixing had a sincere expression of gratitude. Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai Bai Yunqing had no suspicions. Spring-autumn cicada is not reliable. I mentioned spring-autumn cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use time anchor immortal goo, if they had an immortal goo like spring-autumn cicada, they could bring the goo immortal to the river of time. At that time, they could use time anchor immortal goo to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use man as before immortal goo to return. I think this method has a chance of success. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought and did not speak. Tai Bai Yunqing did not know that this Fang Yuan in front of him was the current owner of spring-autumn cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunqing, they did not know much about spring-autumn cicada. It was only rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could use spring-autumn cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use time anchor immortal goo at that time? But this method, in theory, is indeed feasible. Fang Yuan had reached an agreement with wisdom goo. To a certain extent, he had grasped wisdom goo. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year, and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to wisdom goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to use spring-autumn cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using spring-autumn cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with wisdom goo was a perfect time, place, and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 wisdom goo was Fang Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without wisdom goo, there would be no greater benefits. However, other than spring-autumn cicada, there are other time path immortal goo. For example, viewing past immortal goo and visual memory immortal goo can allow the goo immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using viewing past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old earth wood. Using visual memory immortal goo, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two immortal goo can form the rank 8 immortal goo extreme forward, which can extract the goo immortal's will and observe the river of time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the time path investigative immortal goo extreme forward, I can use it with time anchor immortal goo to form a time path immortal killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use man as before immortal goo to restore my body and revive without losing wisdom goo. Of course, extreme forward immortal goo is only an example. Maybe there are other time path immortal goo that are more suitable to be used with time anchor. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. Old Bai, thank you. He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources, and time. it is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. We are one family, there is no need to thank me. What's there to thank? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately said. However, towards Fang Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued, that is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time, during this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil, with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient. If luck path was prosperous and widespread, so be it. But ever since Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he had been keeping it to himself, causing luck path mortal goo to be very rare. Especially concealment luck immortal goo, it could only display its value when the opponent had luck inspection immortal goo. This immortal goo's usage was too limited, it had a low price-performance ratio. The goo immortals were not fools, how could they bid carelessly? Damn it. The goo immortal who had concealment luck immortal goo was a female goo immortal. She sat in a single room, biting her lips as she helplessly watched as her concealment luck immortal goo was not auctioned, nobody wanted to buy it. The first immortal goo was actually not auctioned. This was unexpected. Qin Baixing's expression sank, he used his mortal goo to choose the second auction item. Light flashed, turning into a cicada immortal goo. This cicada was not as exquisite as spring-autumn cicada, it had a large head and wide abdomen, its body was shining with silver light. This is Heavenly Gong immortal goo, rank 6 sound path. I want to exchange for transformation path immortal goo. Qin Baixing said. In the hall, a goo immortal saw this goo and shouted furiously, Heavenly Gong immortal goo. This immortal goo was mine, but He Lang Zi snatched it away. He Lang Zi, come out now. So be it, do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Lang Zi walked out with a sinister smile. It is He Lang Zi after all, a famous lone cultivator of Northern Plains demonic path. I heard that he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance, thus he can snatch other people's immortal goo. This person was raised by a female wolf, his nature is like a wild beast, he is cruel and sinister, he acts alone, he is very different from ordinary people. Old ancestor Shui who had once tried to recruit him, but he rejected him. The goo immortals discussed. He Lang Zi crossed his arms as he walked into the hall, sitting down in front of the roaring goo immortal. The goo immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other locations. You. The roaring goo immortal pointed at He Lang Zi, his face was red, his body was shaking from anger. What about me? He Langzi licked his lips, his gaze was ruthless and had a hint of mockery. Old Xiong Yuan, you are a sound path Gu immortal, if you don't bid now, when will you? I happen to have a transformation path immortal Gu here, it is called demon weasel skin. After using it, the human skin can turn into the skin of a heart demon weasel. Free Scholar's voice suddenly came from a single room. Heart demon weasel was a desolate beast, it usually had wisdom path Gu worms on its body. Demon weasel skin could counter wisdom path attacks. After Free Scholar killed a heart demon weasel, he used its skin to refine this Gu. But he already had a method to defend against wisdom path attacks, this Gu was not a problem, thus he took it out now. Chapter 758. What, is there a mistake in Ascending Heaven Plane's information? Qin Baixing's expression changed as he asked. This was a matter that concerned his auction. According to the agreement, no matter if it was a transaction, it could not be false. If there was information, it meant that there was a real location. No. He Langzi's expression was grim, he did not want to say anything, but he looked like he had suffered a loss. Where is that water wolf group? He asked again. They are somewhere in the blessed land. Qin Baixing said. Bring me there. He Langzi said coldly. Qin Baixing waved his hand and teleported He Langzi somewhere else. The latter counted the number, seeing that there was no mistake, he collected the water wolf group, but did not return to the auction. He left in advance. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf cub's expression, I feel so good. In the first secret room, Murong Jin Shao laughed loudly. Beside him, the rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was sitting leisurely, playing with Heavenly Gong immortal Gu. Thank you for your help, that He Langzi saw that Ascending Heaven Plane was in Eastern Sea but he could not go, he must be furious. Murong Jin Shao thanked him. No need to thank me. My daughter is skilled in sound path, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I have no intention of teaching He Langzi a lesson. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal waved his hand. Ascending Heaven Plane is in Eastern Sea, I know its exact location. How did the Gu immortal in the first secret room know about it? Fang Yuan had some doubts in his mind. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in Northern Plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. I think it is Murong tribe. Soon, Fang Yuan put down his doubts. Because Qin Baixing had already chosen his third immortal Gu for auction. It was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Baixing said loudly, Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu, rank 6 Cloud Path, specialized in moving up and down. The auctioneer wants a Strength Path Immortal Gu. Now, those who are interested, please actively bid. Fang Yuan was already a Strength Path Gu Immortal. This was a fact, it was set in stone. Even if his strength path was weak, he could only walk on this path to the end. And because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, when he revives, his first aperture is going to become a Time Path Gu Immortal. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. The reason why Fang Yuan chose the Strength Path in the early stages of his rebirth was because of the Strength Path. Just for the transition. In the end, due to a freak combination of factors, the situation forced him to become an immortal through strength. Even because of the true meaning of the reckless savage. His Strength Path realm had also skyrocketed to Grandmaster level, reaching the same level as Fang Yuan's blood path in his previous life. This was something Fang Yuan had not expected. Fang Yuan would rather give up the path of blood than give up the Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was true that he was a blood path Grandmaster, but he was not the only blood path Grandmaster. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was the only one. Red Lotus Demon Venerable treated it as his vital goo. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. But if Feng Yuan wanted to walk on time path, he still had a long way to go. He lacked time path foundation and was not a time path goo immortal. With the current situation, Feng Yuan had an immortal zombie body, and it was still a long time before he could revive. If he wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Goo. This is Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo. It can obtain the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo here. I will also throw in 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil. A Chi Grand Lion Strength Goo, and 5 drops of Rule Eye blood. Bidding noises continued to resound. A Goo Immortal's bid made the hall buzz. Rule Eye blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, the Rule Eye calamity, only by piercing the Rule Eye can this blood be obtained. This blood is a genuine immortal material. It can be used as the main material of a rank 6 immortal goo, or as a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal goo. Feng Yuan shook his head. Although Rule Eye blood was precious, 5 drops were too little. He sighed inwardly. Although Strength Path was declining, there were still many Strength Path immortal goo. If not for this auction, he would not be able to seize so many Strength Path immortal goo. Compared to the other 4 regions, Northern Plains goo immortals usually had the lowest wealth. But even so, after accumulating for so many years, their wealth could not be underestimated. Goo immortals had many good things, but they usually kept them to themselves and hid them. Especially immortal goo, once they were exposed, they would be targeted, thus they hid them even deeper. Only in the auction would these goo immortals expose them. Otherwise, why would they say that the auction was a rare opportunity? They had to cherish it and grasp it with all their strength. A total of 5 goo immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo. After a few rounds, there were 2 who stopped bidding. Not long after, the 3rd goo immortal left. Only 2 were left to compete. But before they could decide the winner, Feng Yuan had already sent a message to Qin Bai Xing. Alright, let's choose the 3rd person, that Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. An auction involving immortal goo was different from ordinary auctions. Firstly, immortal goo were unique. Secondly, business was not developed, there was no true currency. Thirdly, goo immortals had different types of resources, many precious immortal materials were hard to appraise. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. The buyers would bid against each other to attract and move the seller. The winner of the auction might not necessarily obtain the item. To sum it up, it was a seller's market. Immortal goo were unique. If the seller did not sell them, where could they buy them? A moment later, Feng Yuan and that goo immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo, while Feng Yuan obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, as well as a large number of immortal materials, which matched the list of materials listed by Land Spirit of Langia. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo was because this was the only bird strength, the rest were land beast strength. Feng Yuan had true solid bat wings now, which matched the strength of a bird. If he could use Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo while flying, it would have the effect of some immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud, the 4th item was a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Chapter 759. Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan tossed out, Feng Zhouge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Jin Shao, who was beside him, "How many Refinement Path Grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains?" The list was filled with refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Feng Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only refinement path Gu immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao answered without hesitation, there are 4 refinement grandmasters in Northern Plains. The first to bear the brunt was Yao Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, Yao Huang. According to rumors, his refinement path attainment had already surpassed grandmaster, reaching quasi-great grandmaster level. The second is Murong Clan's Gu immortal, Murong Shuexiang. He had once successfully refined a snow path immortal Gu. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Gu for many demonic path Gu immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miaoli. She is skilled in refining enslavement path Gu worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Gu immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Gu refinement materials, even if he asks for a sky-high price. We can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Gu immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now, this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious. It's simply unfathomable. Qin Baixing's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Gu immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai. Eastern Sea Gu immortals, even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal and Murong Jin Shao concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary. But there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him. And this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Baixing guessed. To some extent. He had guessed correctly. Because behind Feng Yuan was the land spirit of Langia, long-hair ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 thunder sound leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhouge made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The thunder sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, thunder sound leaves had always been rare and precious. Hard to get. This was because ordinary Gu immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Shao Chen was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the thunder sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall erupted with commotion. The Gu immortals discussed. Many Gu immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Sword Master Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baixing was also a little dazed. He asked, exchanging 2 for 1, Fairy Yulan, is this your intention? Precisely. Since Feng Zhouge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Zhouge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Zhouge was a sound path Gu immortal. Why did he have 2 strength path immortal Gu? In fact, he had far more than these 2 immortal Gu. Feng Zhouge had led more than 10 Gu immortals to Northern Plains secretly. He had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many immortal Gu as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Gu immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal Gu from their sects with the intention of exchanging for Gu. After all, Gu worms were hard to snatch. A Gu master could easily make a Gu worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal Gu were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal Gu were from obscure paths. For example, strength path, chi path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baixing had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Zhouge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say, this time, Feng Zhouge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision, it was a premeditated action. In the current world, strength path was not flourishing, it was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate strength path even if they were beaten to death. Using these Gu worms to exchange for other Gu worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Zhouge. After all, Feng Zhouge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's Gu immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Zhouge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up. So he made a final effort and bid, I will add, a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg. Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 Gu immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly. It was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The Gu immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice, an immortal Gu and an ancient desolate beast, both have their advantages and disadvantages, it is hard to choose between them. Immortal Gu are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful. Especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Zhouge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Feng Zhouge was trading 2 for 1, he was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea Gu immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down, everyone was waiting for Feng Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end, and who did Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Feng Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing nodded and announced, the seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu to Fairy Yulan. Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal goo require a lot of immortal essence. This worldly wave trace immortal goo, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal goo for 2 immortal goo. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools, since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, Fang Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this sword master Yulan in buying worldly wave trace immortal goo at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path Immortal Goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically. Most of the Goo Immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier, many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's impatience was a transformation path Goo cultivator. Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 grade expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baixing was helpless about this, he could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downturn. After all, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals bidding had a domineering aura, everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Fang Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 strength path immortal goo as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of immortal goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Fang Yuan checked them, the quantity and quality were all correct. But now, for a mere true heaven silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete wisdom path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning immortal goo, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, I do not have an inheritance, I will withdraw from this auction. Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Sword Master Yulan and Prince's impatience, they were only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of true heaven silver. That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Fang Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Jioge's expression sank. the moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Feng Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Zhouge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Zhouge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Zhouge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms, his setbacks were no less than Feng Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Zhouge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Zhouge had many similarities with Feng Yuan. They were both unyielding, they did not care about momentary success or failure, they were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Feng Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baixing made the first bid for Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baixing suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Goo immortals in the hall interested again. Yin Lu Gong realized, Phantom Path Immortal Goo are rare to begin with, they are similar to Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal Goo that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo uses strength to form a cauldron, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements, it is ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent Goo refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, and refine, it all depends on the heart. Immortal Goo are only tools, how they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other Goo immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story. Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years, Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal Goo called Resurrection from the Dead. As the name suggested, this Goo could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked refinement path, he was also most proficient in refining healing Goo worms. This Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Goo was his first creation, he had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance, using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years, I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining Immortal Goo Resurrection from the Dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed shock and respect on his face. 30% confidence was already very high for refining Immortal Goo. Once I refine the Immortal Goo, the biggest beneficiary will not be me, but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lu Gong while bidding. Yin Lu Gong's heart shook, Senior is saying. That's right. Yao Huang admitted, this Goo involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies, it can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this Immortal Goo, not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right, lifespan Goo are hard to find, I do not have much lifespan left, I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, cooperate with me? Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved, but to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter. Junior needs to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu Immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Prince's Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. He Lang Zi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe. A Gu Immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. He Lang Zi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. He Lang Zi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf, a lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu immortals? Humph, if you have guts, fight me to your heart's content, let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu Gu immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter, coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal was shocked. The other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are He Qing. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer, and Fairy Jiangyu. Why is the demonic path Shui Songzi with you? Chanyu Zhong, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jiangyu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong's expression sank. The other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart, and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. He Qing, you are a He tribe Gu immortal, you have the Huang Jin bloodline like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake, it is not too late to turn back now. Chanyu Zhong's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade He Qing. Shui Songzi laughed heartily. If your big brother Chanyu Shangyi was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chanyu Xia San, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed, you will definitely lose today. Chanyu Zhong's expression turned even uglier, his gaze was like lightning as he stared at He Qing, shouting, He Qing, you are a righteous path Gu immortal, do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone, you will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. He Cheng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jiangyu's words, he became firm. It is old ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven, he does not usually stay here, why is he here? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Shui Hu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me, I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestor's command. The demonic path Gu immortals replied in unison. Gu immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunqing turned pale with fright. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied. Old ancestor Shui Hu will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan, she did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave and is the most crucial person in the True Yang building case. If she is captured and soul-searched, we will all be finished. Boom boom boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language. Chanyu Zhong, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chanyu Zhong. He escaped while shouting with a fearful expression, He Lang Zi, He Qing, don't go overboard, I will fight you to the death. Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky. It was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move. It had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Langzi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhong'er's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jiangyu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Langzi away. Damn it! Chanyu Zhong'er gritted his teeth, his heart sank to rock bottom, his furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Gu Immortal appeared behind him. Chanyu Zhong'er was shocked. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chanyu Zhong'er. This distance is enough. Now, taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead. Chanyu Zhong'er's movements froze, his body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chapter 775. When Feng Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, in a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended, the victor had been decided. More than 10 Gu Immortals surrounded the two people in the center. Qin Baixing landed on the ground, his back was bent, he supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated, almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song. Qin Baixing raised his head and looked at Feng Jioge. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade. It was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew, the sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind, the thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baixing's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly, the jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baixing. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move, they blocked Green Jade's song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baixing's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Zhouge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Zhouge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baixing. His tone was full of praise. "That's right, this is the green jade song I created. It can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. All right, you are a true man. It is too much of a pity for you to die like this. Searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully." The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Zhouge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. "Lord Feng Zhouge. Qin Baixing is an expert of the Northern Plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about?" Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Zhouge would kill Qin Baixing. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baixing's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baixing's wealth. Qin Baixing was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Zhouge waved his hand. "I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo." In the face of Feng Zhouge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Zhouge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baixing, they might be even worse off. Feng Zhouge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale.